The End of the World is an extremely realistic game. Players can embark on adventures in a virtual doomsday world, killing zombies, exploring abandoned cities, snatching zombie crystal cores, etc. Zhou Hai was unable to extricate himself from the immersive feeling of the game. He spent every day in internet cafes, eating takeout, and gradually neglected his family and friends around him. Even his concern for his girlfriend, Shen Xinman, gradually faded. Until one day, his roommate Cao Wei told him that Shen Xinman had cheated on him with the rich second-generation Xiao Yusheng. His girlfriend accused him of being lazy and sloppy, and revealed that he was not a rich second generation, but a poor boy who was about to go bankrupt. Feeling angry and sad, Zhou Hai returns to his father's company, only to find that the company is facing bankruptcy, operating difficulties, and is heavily in debt. Zhou Hai was powerless to change all this and felt helpless. Just when he was in despair, he accidentally discovered a mysterious time-space gate that led to a doomsday world. Standing in the ruins, Zhou Hai was surprised to find that everything was so similar to the scene in the game. He rubbed his eyes, trying to figure out whether he was still in the VR game or had entered a real doomsday world. Not long after, several ragged girls walked towards Zhou Hai. They looked young and beautiful, but their clothes were dirty due to the doomsday environment. One of the girls requested, "Excuse me, can you give us some water? We haven't had clean water for 2 days, please." She knelt in front of Zhou Hai and kowtowed repeatedly. The environment in the doomsday world is extremely harsh. Clean water has become extremely scarce, and any parasites or corpse poison that flows into the dirty water can be fatal. Zhou Hai hurried into the warehouse and took out the mineral water. Seeing the box of water, the girls were stunned. They couldn't believe that the mineral water in front of them was so precious. "Thank you, Kaiman. We really don't know how to repay you." The girls took out gold gravel from their bodies in gratitude to show their gratitude. These gold gravel were the size of eggs, bright golden and pure in texture. Zhou Hai was stunned when he saw the gold. In his own world, gold was extremely precious, but in the doomsday world, gold had almost no value. Seeing Zhou Hai hesitate, the girls said awkwardly, "We know that this gold is worthless, and it can be found everywhere in the Gold Mountain Range. If you don't need it, we don't know what to give you." Zhou Hai suddenly realized that there was a huge value difference between the two worlds he lived in. Gold was extremely precious in his own world, but in the doomsday world, food and water were the most precious resources. Zhou Hai deeply realized that perhaps he could learn some survival wisdom from this doomsday world, bring it back to reality, and change everything. Zhou Hai looked at these women, smiled calmly, and said, "Okay, let's make a deal. Give me all the gold you have, and I'll give you some bread. How about that?" "What? Bread? Oh my God." One of the women looked at Zhou Hai in shock. Even the Lord of Doomsday City can hardly enjoy bread, and you actually have it. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, envy, and jealousy. Seeing their shocked looks, Zhou Hai smiled and explained, "It's nothing, just bread. It will expire if left for too long. If no one eats it, it will be thrown away. I usually feed it to the dog." "Huh? Throw it away? Feed it to the dog?" They were stunned. Although these women were not very experienced, they had never seen anyone so extravagant. Even the Lord of Doomsday City would not waste resources like this, even throwing away bread. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll go get you some bread," Zhou Hai said. "By the way, please leave all the gold in your hands." "Okay, sir." Their tone began to become respectful, and their addresses became different. Zhou Hai returned to the warehouse, took out several boxes of purple sweet potato bread and red bean bread that were about to expire, and then placed them in front of the women. "You must be hungry. Try this bread. Oh my God, I have never tasted bread. It must be delicious." One of the women said excitedly, I have never eaten such precious food. Even those high-level practitioners may not be able to enjoy it." Another woman was so excited that she even shed tears. "If I can eat a piece of bread today, I will die without regrets." Another woman said, trembling with excitement. The women carefully picked up the bread, as if they couldn't believe they were about to eat something so precious. They carefully took the first bite, and the sweet taste of the purple sweet potato instantly filled their tongues. "Oh my God, it's so delicious. Is this what bread tastes like? It's so great. Well, I'm so happy." One of the women couldn't help but jump up, tears streaming down her face. Others also became excited and shed tears. After seeing the performance of these women, Zhou Hai truly understood how precious delicious food is in this doomsday world. "Thank you so much. To express my gratitude, I decided to give you a cultivation crystal that I collected with great effort. A woman carefully took out a light blue crystal from her arms. What cultivation crystal? Zhou Hai looked at the crystal and was greatly surprised. In the game Apocalypse, cultivation crystals are important items for increasing levels and gaining superpowers. I didn't expect that this thing would also appear in the apocalyptic world. The women saw Zhou Hai's expression and quickly explained, the cultivation crystal is full of magical energy, which has a strong improvement effect on Doomsday practitioners. The higher the level of the crystal, the more significant the effect, and it can also randomly grant superpowers. Although this is only a level 2 crystal, I found it with great difficulty. The woman handed the crystal to Zhou Hai reluctantly. Originally, she planned to use this crystal to exchange for water and food, but now seeing that Zhou Hai brought so many resources, she was willing to give it to him. Then I'll take it, thank you. Zhou Hai took the crystal with a smile. Although he was not sure what the crystal was for, since it could improve his abilities, it might be helpful to him. At this moment, strong winds suddenly blew around and the temperature in the sky rose sharply, indicating that a solar storm was coming. Oh no, a solar storm is coming. We have to find a place to hide quickly. One of the women said anxiously. Okay then, see you again if we're lucky. Zhou Hai waved to them and put the gold into his bag. The women left in a hurry and disappeared in the hot sun. Zhou Haiguan closed the door of the warehouse and locked it tightly. He stood in front of the door, looking at the gold all over the ground, his heart filled with excitement. If we sell at a gold shop tomorrow, it should be worth quite a bit of money. This way, we can pay off the company's debts. The next day, Zhou Hai drove to the Oriental gold shop with the gold. Boss, do you accept gold? Zhou Hai asked, pointing to the sack on the ground. Haha, little brother, so much gold put in a sack? Where did you get it from? The store manager asked with a smile. You'll know when you open it. Zhou Hai replied with a smile. The manager didn't care at first, but when he opened the sack, his eyes widened immediately. Oh my God, so much gold? The manager exclaimed in surprise, totally unable to believe his eyes. Stop talking nonsense and tell me whether you will accept it or not. Yes, of course. I'll call the boss right away. The manager said hurriedly. He had never encountered such a large gold transaction before and decided to contact his boss to confirm. Soon after, the boss of the gold shop arrived. When he saw the pile of gold, he immediately took off his sunglasses and showed a shocked expression. Brother, did you rob the vault? So much gold? You didn't get it illegally, did you? The boss looked at Zhou Hai puzzled. Zhou Hai's heart tightened, and he replied, Don't worry, boss. All this gold comes from legitimate channels, so there's no problem. We have to check the purity of the gold first. We only accept 24K pure gold. The boss said, No problem. You could do professional testing. Zhou Hai note that. Soon, professional appraisers tested the gold, and the results showed that the gold was 24K gold with extremely high purity, purer than the gold circulating in gold shops. Oh my God, the purity of this gold is higher than the 999 gold on the international market. The boss exclaimed, totally unable to understand how Zhou Hai got such pure gold. Zhou Hai was very excited and thought to himself, if this gold is really worth so much, then wouldn't I be rich? He recalled the rumors of the Doomsday world, that the gold in the Golden Mountains was everywhere. If he brought some to sell, he could easily become a billionaire. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai's mind was filled with future plans. He knew that whenever he was short of money in the future, he could go collect gold and live a rich life easily. After leaving the gold shop, Zhou Hai returned home and saw that the light blue cultivation crystal was still emitting a mysterious light. He had an idea and decided to try to swallow the crystal to see what effect it would have on him. He put the crystal into his mouth, and the crystal instantly turned into a blue light stream and quickly entered Zhou Hai's body. Next, Zhou Hai felt a flash of white light, as if he had entered an endless blue ocean. His blood vessels glowed through his skin, and his body was swallowed by a powerful force. Zhou Hai couldn't help but scream in pain. He felt like he was sucked into a dream space and sank to the bottom of the sea. His consciousness instantly became blurred and he passed out. Zhou Hai woke up from his coma and felt refreshed. It seemed that some magical changes had taken place in his muscles and bones, and powerful power filled every cell. He looked at himself in the mirror and found that his body had become stronger, his muscles were more prominent, and he had lost 10 pounds. Could it be that the cultivation crystal from the Doomsday world has taken effect? It can improve my physical fitness and even help me lose weight. Zhou Hai was surprised, his eyes full of curiosity. Just as he was immersed in the wonder of his body's transformation, a chaotic sound suddenly came from outside, mixed with begging for mercy and screaming. Zhou Hai immediately jumped up from the bed and rushed out of the room. When he walked out of the yard, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Several men were surrounding his father Zhou Zhiliang, waving sticks and beating him crazily. "You owe me money and don't pay me back, so I'm going to teach you a lesson today," one of the men shouted angrily. "You've owed me money for so long. I must teach you a lesson today," another man added viciously. Zhou Hai's heart sank, and he rushed over, pointing at those people and shouting angrily, "Stop! What are you doing?" The leader Du Ming glanced at Zhou Hai and sneered in response. "What for? Of course, you're teaching your father a lesson. He owes money and doesn't pay it back, so he deserves a lesson. You bastards, didn't I say you would pay me back in 3 days?" Zhou Hai said angrily, feeling confused. Du Ming sneered, 3 days? Today is already the 4th day, and you haven't paid back the money yet. Do you think we will believe you?" Zhou Hai was stunned. "What? It's already the 4th day? I was unconscious for so long." Zhou Zhiliang endured the severe pain and spoke with difficulty. "Son, you suddenly passed out that day, and 3 days passed in a flash. I couldn't wake you up. Run quickly, they won't let you go." Hearing this, Zhou Hai suddenly understood. It turned out that he had absorbed the energy of the Doomsday cultivation crystal, and his body had undergone a drastic change. But ordinary people could not withstand this kind of power, so he was unconscious for so long. "You guys stop hitting my dad. If you want to hit someone, come at me," Zhou Hai said angrily. Du Ming seemed to look down on Zhou Hai's threat. He sneered and ordered, "Catch him. We must teach him a lesson today." Several men quickly surrounded them, sticks raised in their hands, looking threatening. Zhou Hai did not flinch at all, and he never thought of running away. The energy in his body filled him with confidence, and he wanted to try out his newfound strength. "Let my dad go," he yelled, his eyes gleaming with determination. Du Ming laughed. "Boy, you dare to resist? I'll beat you half to death." Several people around him also gathered around, ready to retaliate against Zhou Hai. Just as one of them raised a stick to attack Zhou Hai suddenly felt something strange. The time around him seemed to slow down suddenly, and all the movements in his eyes became dull and slow. He realized that this was the special ability he had acquired, Eagle Eyes. "I didn't expect that I could also possess the Eagle Eyes ability in the game." Zhou Hai felt excited. It seemed that the Doomsday world had many similarities with his experience in the game. At the moment when the enemy attacked, Zhou Hai easily reached out and grabbed the swinging stick. The enemy was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Zhou Hai to be able to resist. "Boy, you dare to grab my stick. You are looking for death," the man shouted angrily and raised his foot to kick Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai sneered and kicked the opponent in the abdomen easily. With a scream, the man was kicked back, holding his stomach in pain. "What's going on? You dare to fight back?" Du Ming was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. He didn't expect Zhou Hai to be able to resist. "Don't worry about him. Keep going. With so many of us, can't we defeat him?" Du Ming Golder. Several men quickly surrounded him, holding their sticks high, ready to charge in. Zhou Hai sneered, his eyes still clear. Everything in his eyes slowed down. "Since you are so determined to fight, I will use you as a training ground," Zhou Hai said, and swung the stick in his hand without any hesitation. Each of his blows was extremely accurate. His movements were fast and clean. The sticks in the hands of the men who surrounded him did not touch him at all, but were knocked to the ground by Zhou Hai with screams. Bang! 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 With the sound of collision, several men's arms were broken and the sticks in their hands fell. "This is impossible." Du Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Hai to become so powerful. Zhou Hai's movements became faster and faster, and every time he attacked, it was difficult for people to react. Those people were completely unable to resist the overwhelming force he brought. One by one, they covered their hands in pain and lost the ability to continue fighting. Du Ming looked at the defeated brothers with shock in his eyes. What on earth is going on? Am I seeing things? He brought so many brothers, all armed with weapons, but in the end, none of them could defeat Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai looked at them, waved the stick in his hand, and walked towards them. "Do you want to continue fighting?" "Brother, don't do it. Let's stop fighting and talk it over." Du Ming immediately became timid upon seeing this. Although he was arrogant at ordinary times, he immediately became timid when he met a real strong man. "You don't want to fight anymore, right? Then kneel down and apologize to my dad first," Zhou Hai said. Ming swallowed his saliva and realized that he was no match for Zhou Hai. So he immediately knelt down and sincerely apologized to Zhou Zhiliang. Seeing that Ming's apology was quite sincere, Zhou Hai decided not to embarrass them anymore and took out some money from his pocket. Zhou Hai got the money by selling gold. I know you were short of money, and we do owe you money. In this case, take the money first and don't cause trouble again in the future. Zhou Hai threw the money in front of Ming. Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Hai would be willing to pay back the money after what he had done just now. He was somewhat touched. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Take the money and get out of here quickly. Don't let me see you again. Zhou Hai said coldly. Yes, we'll leave right away. Ming said as he led his brothers away from here. After they left, Zhou Zhiliang slowly stood up from the ground. Dad, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Zhou Hai asked hurriedly. Hey, it's okay. They're just minor injuries. I could just buy some medicine for injuries myself. No need to go to the hospital. Zhou Zhiliang waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. But then he remembered the money Zhou Hai had just given Ming. Xiao Hai, where did you borrow this money from? Weren't you unconscious for a few days? How did you suddenly have so much money? Zhou Zhiliang asked in confusion. This? You don't have to worry about it. I have borrowed the money anyway. Zhou Hai avoided the question and did not tell his father that the money came from selling gold. You borrowed money? Impossible. Who would lend you money? Zhou Zhiliang scratched his head in confusion. How many millions can you borrow? Yes, just a few million. Not a lot of money. Zhou Hai said with a little pride in his tone. What? Million? You think it's not enough? Zhou Zhiliang was a little stunned. Are you kidding me? You usually play games in the dormitory and do nothing. Who would be willing to lend you millions? Dad, wait a minute. I'll go get the money. Zhou Hai ignored his father's question and went back to the room. He took out a pile of money from the room and put it in front of his father. Zhou Zhiliang was stunned when he saw the piles of cash. Oh my God, so much money? This must be several million, right? Where did you get it from? Don't ask me anymore. This is definitely money I got legally. Zhou Hai said helplessly. Do you want this money? If you do, I'll give it all to you, but I have a request. Zhou Hai did not intend to let his father ask too many questions. His request was simple. You cannot let the food factory go bankrupt. You must continue to operate it. Zhou Zhiliang was delighted when he heard this. Yes, of course. With this money, the food factory will be saved. That's great. I will go and pay off the debts right away and hire a few workers. Within a week, our food factory will be operating again. Zhou Zhiliang was very excited. However, he then frowned again. But buddy, the food factory has a problem with sales. The market competition is too fierce now. The prices of online celebrity e-commerce are ridiculously low. We can't make any money at all. Zhou Hai had anticipated this question. Dad, don't worry about the sales. I have a solution. You have a solution? Zhou Zhiliang couldn't help but laugh. What solution can you have? I know some big bosses. Leave the sales problem to me. Zhou Hai responded casually, but he already had a plan in mind. Okay then. Zhou Zhiliang didn't ask any more questions. Although he was still a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. By the way, Dad, I'm going to move back from the school dormitory. Zhou Hai suddenly said. Huh? Why move back? You don't go to school anymore. Zhou Zhiliang was stunned for a moment and asked. I don't have anything serious to do in college, so I might as well move back home and help you run the food factory, said Zhou Hai. The school is not far from the food factory, only half an hour's drive away. Even if he lives at home, it will not prevent him from continuing to go to school. Hey, you've never been good at going to school. Zhou Zhiliang shook his head helplessly. Zhou Hai chuckled and continued. By the way, Dad, don't go into the largest warehouse in the backyard casually. I have the key to the warehouse. Huh? Why? Zhou Zhiliang asked puzzledly. Recently, several bosses want to buy our snacks, so I'm here to manage the warehouse. Zhou Hai et like gasu. He didn't want his father to know the secret of the warehouse, which was the back door leading to the Doomsday world, and for now, only he knew it. Okay, I'll leave the warehouse to you. Zhou Zhiliang agreed. Zhou Hai had already planned to renovate the warehouse and cover the back door so that he could use it at any time. Dad, I want to renovate the warehouse and build a room inside. Go to the labor market to find some construction workers and buy some bricks, cement, and other materials. I'll pay for it. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say, Zhou Hai said, and took out some money and handed it to his father. Okay, no problem. I'll go find some workers. Zhou Zhiliang replied, took the money, and left. After Zhou Zhiliang left, Zhou Hai drove back to school. He prepared to pack up his things in the dormitory. There are still some clothes and computers in the dormitory that don't need to be there for the time being. Since I'm going to live back home, I have to clean them up. Zhou Hai left home and returned to school. Soon, when he walked on campus, the people around him looked at him differently. Some people whispered and pointed at him. Hey, isn't that Zhou Hai who got cheated on? Huh, he actually has the nerve to come back to school. Yes, he is Zhou Hai whose girlfriend was taken away by a rich second-generation guy. How pitiful. Of course he is. His girlfriend's bed photos have been exposed. Now he has become a laughingstock. As soon as Zhou Hai entered the campus, he heard these whispers. He frowned slightly, but calmed down. With the activation of the eagle eye ability brought by the training crystal, he could hear these words clearly, even if those people were some distance away from him. Eagle eye's ability is really powerful. Even my hearing has been improved. Zhou Hai sighed in his heart. He stopped and walked towards the men. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Zhou Hai asked coldly. When Zhou Hai stared at them, the men immediately panicked and seemed a little guilty. Ah, nothing, we didn't say anything. Get out of here, Zhou Hai ordered sternly. Seeing this, those people walked away in disgrace. Zhou Hai took a deep breath and continued walking towards the dormitory. When he walked into the dormitory, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The dormitory was in a mess, and the floor was in a mess, as if it had been looted. What's going on? Why is the dormitory in such a mess? Hey, where's my computer? Zhou Hai looked at the table and found that the computer he had placed on it was gone. He knew that there was a lot of important information in the computer, and he was a little anxious about the loss. Brother, you are finally back. At this time, Cao Wei stood up from the corner of the dormitory. His face was pale and his eyes were swollen, as if he had been beaten. What's wrong with your eyes? Were you beaten? Zhou Hai asked quickly. Hey, it was Xiao Yusheng's group. They came to the dormitory and took away your computer and even your clothes. Cao Wei looked helpless. I wanted to stop them, but they beat me up. What? Zhou Hai was furious. Why did they take my things? They said there were photos of Shen Xinman stored in your computer. Now she's Xiao Yusheng's girlfriend, so they want to delete those photos. Cao Wei said, they also took some of your clothes, saying they were given by Shen Xinman. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth angrily. This is really too much. This Xiao Yusheng is really going too far. Zhou Hai is no longer the helpless ordinary man. Since he gained the power of the cultivation crystal, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. Coupled with the eagle eye ability, he has more confidence. Where are they now? Zhou Hai asked. I'm not sure, but they often race in the nearby stadium, so they're probably there again, Cao Wei replied. Zhou Hai closed his eyes slightly, concentrated his mind, and activated his eagle eye ability. As his mind extended, his vision became like a suspended drone, overlooking the entire campus. He saw Xiao Yusheng and his group in the nearby stadium. They are in the stadium. Let's go find them, Zhou Hai said as he pulled Cao Wei towards the stadium. No, Xiao Yusheng brought a large group of people with him. How can you possibly be their opponent alone? I advise you not to go. Seeking revenge against them is purely asking for trouble. Cao Wei was a little scared and wanted to dissuade him. What are you afraid of? I'm here, just stand by and watch. Zhou Hai looked confident. Now he was no longer afraid of Xiao Yusheng. Forget it, don't go, Cao Wei said helplessly. Obviously he was scared. You are too cowardly. If you don't go, you will always be bullied by them, Zhou Hai said, grabbed Cao Wei and walked towards the stadium without hesitation. Cao Wei discovered that Zhou Hai's strength was much greater than before. He wanted to resist, but found that he was completely unable to resist. In the end, he could only follow him silently. Soon after, they arrived at the stadium. Inside the stadium, luxury cars kept speeding, and rows of shiny sports cars were parked beside the track, with engines roaring and the sound was deafening. Among the crowd, many pretty girls stood by, cheering for the cars. Come on, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, you are so awesome. Keep getting rid of them. You are worthy of being called the god of cars. Mr. Zhao's driving skills are amazing. The girls who were watching kept cheering for Xiao Yusheng, and some of the rich second generations nearby also praised his driving skills. Xiao Yusheng was driving a red modified sports car. After a few laps, he was the first to cross the finish line. He then did a beautiful drift and stopped in front of everyone. He walked out of the car elegantly, smiling and greeting the crowd. Wow, honey, you're amazing. I love you more and more. Shen Xinman first walked up to Xiao Yusheng and kissed him gently on the face. This kiss showed her belonging and announced her relationship with Xiao Yusheng. Xiao Yusheng smiled even more proudly. Racing is my best event. Others are no match for me at all. The rich second generations around him began to flatter him, and praised his superb driving skills. At this time, Zhou Hai brought Cao Wei into the stadium. When he saw Xiao Yusheng pretending to be cool, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Xiao Yusheng, give my computer back to me. Also, you hit my good brother. You must apologize to him. When the rich second generations around heard this, they all looked at Zhou Hai with sarcastic expressions on their faces. It turns out that the green-haired turtle is back. He even dares to yell, "It's so funny." Even his girlfriend was taken away by Xiao, and he still has the nerve to come here? How ridiculous. Their words were full of sarcasm and disdain, and Zhou Hai's face turned cold in an instant. Zhou Hai, what are you doing here? What qualifications do you have to challenge Master Xiao? Are you worthy? Shen Xinman looked at Zhou Hai with a tone full of sarcasm. Now she was Xiao Yusheng's girlfriend, and as a bird on a high branch, she naturally looked down on her former boyfriend. When Zhou Hai heard her words, he felt disgusted. Get out of the way. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see Xiao Yusheng. Zhou Hai said coldly. Mr. Xiao is my boyfriend now, and his business is my business. You are a fake rich second generation, and you have no right to be here. Shen Xinman continued to squeeze. Zhou Hai didn't want to argue with her, so he turned his gaze to Xiao Yusheng, his eyes full of anger. Xiao Yusheng, you broke into my dormitory, stole my computer, and injured my brother. Today, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Hearing this, the group of people around burst into laughter. I am dying of laughter. A fake rich second generation and a green-haired turtle actually dared to cause trouble for young Master Xiao. They are really courting death. Yes, Master Xiao is our big brother. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, we will kill you. Yes, Master Xiao is our big brother. Looking for trouble? Don't even think about it. The second generation rich became more and more arrogant, standing in front of Zhou Hai and constantly pointing at him. Xiao Yusheng sat comfortably on the roof of a luxury car, holding Shen Xinman in his arms, with a smug smile on his face. Boy, do you know you have come to the wrong place? You are really brave to break into our territory. Xiao Yusheng smiled somewhat proudly. Stop talking bullshit. Take out my computer. Zhou Hai still refused to compromise. Isn't it just a broken computer? Do you think I care about it? Xiao Yusheng said with disdain. I have so many computers at home that I can open an internet cafe. Shen Xinman said at the side. Mr. Xiao, you can't return the computer to him now. There are photos of me and him stored in the computer. She said with disgust. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Delete all the photos on your computer quickly, especially those of me and him. Ever since Shen Xinman became Xiao Yusheng's girlfriend, her attitude changed completely. In order to maintain her relationship with Xiao Yusheng, she completely cut ties with Zhou Hai. Hey, honey, let me handle this. Xiao Yusheng chuckled and jumped out of the car, walking in front of Zhou Hai. Don't you want a computer? Okay, I'll give you a chance. He shouted to Aining beside him. Take out the computer. Aining looked at Xiao Yusheng and asked doubtfully, Mr. Xiao, do you really want to return the computer to him? This doesn't fit your style. Stop talking nonsense and take out your computer. Xiao Yusheng urged. Aining nodded, took out a computer, and placed it in front of Xiao Yusheng. Is this your computer? Xiao Yusheng smiled and pointed at the computer and said, You want it, right? Well, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and shout a few times, I'm a cuckold. I was cuckolded by young Master Xiao, and then I'll give the computer back to you. The people around him burst into laughter. Young Master Xiao is really awesome. It turns out he was planning to humiliate him. I told you, young Master Xiao wouldn't give the computer back to him so easily. He's really playing with him. Green-haired turtle, kneel down quickly. Yes, everyone record the video and post it online. People around took out their mobile phones, pointed at Zhou Hai, and waited for him to kneel down. Shen Xinman laughed and punched Xiao Yusheng. You are so mean, you actually came up with this method. Xiao Yusheng looked very proud. If a man is not bad, women will not love him. Isn't that why you love me? Watching Shen Xinman and Xiao Yusheng kiss, Zhou Hai's heart was instantly ignited with anger. You want to kneel down? You're dreaming. Zhou Hai's voice turned cold. What? You won't kneel? A rich second generation said angrily. Master Xiao has already given you a chance, but you didn't kneel. You are so shameless. Another rich second generation said angrily. If you don't kneel, you are too ungrateful. Xiao has already given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. Xiao Yusheng sneered and walked toward Zhou Hai. The opportunity has been given. Since you don't cherish it, then there is nothing I can do. You guys, smash his computer to pieces. Several rich second generations immediately picked up golf clubs, walked to Zhou Hai's computer, and smashed it hard. With a crackling sound, the computer screen cracked, and the mainframe and hard drive also shattered instantly. Haha, now your computer has become scrap. You can take it back. Zhou Hai, this is the result of not listening to Master Xiao. You deserve it. They laughed at Zhou Hai again, feeling smug. Zhou Hai looked at the smashed computer, and his anger almost exploded. He knew that although the computer was not worth much, the information inside was very important to him, especially those photos with his mother, which are the only memories he could keep. The disappearance of his mother's photos meant that he would never see her again. Rage surged, and Zhou Hai's eyes were full of determination and anger. You are really going too far. Looking at Zhou Hai glaring at him, those people still looked complacent and didn't care about his anger at all. I'm just bullying you, what can you do? One of the second-generation rich said with a wild laugh. Zhou Hai's heart was already devoured by anger, and he knew that if he didn't make these people pay the price, his anger would never subside. Well, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude, Zhou Hai said coldly. Bah! Zhou Hai raised his hand and slapped one of the rich second generations directly in the face. Ah! The rich second generation screamed and quickly stepped back, and the golf club in his hand fell to the ground. He touched his swollen face and shouted angrily. Fuck you! How dare you hit me? Crazy! Is this kid really crazy? He even dared to hit young Master Ning. He doesn't plan to go back alive today. Young Master Ning's family power is not something a loser like him can afford to offend. Yes, Zhou Hai is ruined today, completely ruined. The rich second generations around looked at Zhou Hai and began to whisper. Zhou Hai didn't care about these words at all. He responded coldly. I'm going to hit you trash. Then Zhou Hai raised his hand again, pop, pop. Several slaps were given directly on the faces of the rich second generation. Each slap was full of force, and their faces immediately swelled up. Ah, it hurts so much. My face is swollen like a pig's head. You almost disfigured me. I'm going to fight you. One of them was a second-generation rich man. Although he had a handsome face, he had no masculinity at all and was beaten to tears. He ran towards Zhou Hai with tears in his eyes, trying to fight him. What are you crying for? Get out of here. Zhou Hai slapped him again, pa. The rich second generation suddenly quieted down, covered his face, and cried while squatting on the ground. The people around were all stunned by Zhou Hai's reaction. You rubbish. You dare to smash my computer. This is just a small lesson for you. What comes next is the main event, Zhou Hai said with a sneer. Since you like to smash things, I won't be polite either. Zhou Hai picked up a golf club and walked towards one of the luxury cars. He raised the stick and prepared to smash the car. Seeing this, the rich second generation around were stunned. Fuck, what does he want to do? He wants to smash our sports car. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Stop it, kid. Our sports car is worth much more than your computer. Do you know how much this car costs? If you dare to smash it, you are crazy. Boy, don't be impulsive. This car is very expensive. You can't afford the compensation if you smash it. Those rich second generations became a little panicked when they saw Zhou Hai was about to smash their cars. These sports cars are not only a symbol of wealth for them, but can also be used to show off, and these cars are worth a lot of money. I smashed your car. I want you to remember this. Zhou Hai sneered and smashed it hard. Bang! With a loud noise, the car glass shattered instantly. Fuck, did he really smash it? Several rich second generations were stunned. They originally thought that Zhou Hai was just trying to scare them, but they didn't expect him to actually do it. Bang, 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 clang, clang. As Zhou Hai continued to smash the car, it became a mess. The exterior of the car was severely deformed. The glass was completely shattered, and the roof was dented. Oh my god, this guy is ruined. He is completely ruined. This car is worth millions, and it was smashed. The rich second generation were completely shocked by this sudden impact. Not only them, but even Shen Xinman was frightened by this scene and turned pale. Shen Xinman looked at the smashed car and pointed at Zhou Hai angrily. Zhou Hai, I think you are really crazy. The car you smashed is worth $1 million. A loser like you can't afford to pay for it, even if you work all your life. She gloated. Fortunately, I got rid of you early and became Mr. Zhao's girlfriend. Since we once knew each other, I will show you a way out. Stop it right now. Kneel down and apologize to Master Xiao. Beg him to forgive you. If Master Xiao is willing to let you go, you can still leave alive. If he doesn't let you go, you will die. Shen Xinman believed that Zhou Hai had already gotten into a big disaster, and only Xiao Yusheng could save him. Otherwise, he was doomed to have a bad end. Aha, that's ridiculous. You want me to kneel down before young Master Xiao? You must be dreaming. Zhou Hai, snuh. You are hopeless. I pointed out a clear path for you, but you refused to take it. You insisted on going down a dead end, and no one could save you. Shen Xinman watched coldly, as if waiting for a good show. Is it a big deal to smash 2 cars? I haven't smashed enough, Zhou Hai said, and then raised his golf club and smashed another luxury car. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of smashing sounds, the second luxury car also became unrecognizable and completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. Fuck, he smashed another car? Oh my god, this is another $1 million luxury car. He smashed 2 $1 million luxury cars in a row. I'm afraid he won't be able to pay it back in his lifetime. This stinky loser has caused a big disaster. His end is destined to be miserable. The rich second generations around shook their heads and sighed, not daring to stop him. They could only watch their cars being smashed. Even Shen Xinman turned pale, completely frightened by Zhou Hai's crazy behavior. Zhou Hai, you stop it. Do you know how much these luxury cars are worth? The 2 cars you just smashed are worth more than $2 million in total. Can you afford the money? Your food factory has closed down. What are you going to use to pay? Shen Xinman looked smug, as if she thought Zhou Hai had been scared. Zhou Hai smiled li, what? More than $2 million? I didn't know that. Do you know how expensive $2 million is? Can you afford it? Shen Xinman challenged proudly. Oh, so this is only more than $2 million. Zhou Hai deliberately showed a surprised expression. That's really cheap. Aren't you rich second generations all rich? Don't you have more expensive cars? Shen Xinman was stunned. You think it's cheap? Yes, it's quite cheap. Zhou Hai smiled faintly. Aren't you all rich? Why don't you have a more expensive car? The rich second generation around him were stunned and looked at each other, as if they all felt that Zhou Hai had gone crazy. At this time, one of the rich second generation sneered and said, You stinky loser. You still dare to pretend to be cool? Of course there are more expensive cars. Xiao Xiao's modified luxury car is worth more than $6 million. Do you dare to smash it? Oh, more than $6 million? Zhou Hai heard this number, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Zhao's car is the most expensive one here, but if you dare to touch it, you're finished. Xiao Yusheng heard these words and smiled coldly, his expression full of ease and arrogance. You loser, do you know how much this car is worth? It's nothing to me, Xiao Yusheng said calmly, but to you, it's an astronomical figure. If you dare to touch my car, you will never be able to turn over a new leaf in your life. Zhou Hai sneered and said nonchalantly, Really? I don't think so. Xiao Yusheng raised his eyebrows. You are quite good at pretending? Come on, have a try. I will personally hand you the golf club, and I will definitely not stop you if you smash my car. The rich second generations looked at Xiao Yusheng's actions, all with smiles on their faces, waiting for Zhou Hai's failure. Zhou Hai, young Master Xiao asked you to smash the car, but you definitely don't dare, right? If you break it, you won't be able to afford the compensation. Young Master Xiao is so awesome that he actually asked the other party to smash the car himself. Zhou Hai, you must be scared. Xiao Yusheng sneered. Why scared? Don't dare to smash it? Afraid that you can't afford the compensation. The second generation rich also sneered, looking like they were enjoying the show. Seeing that Zhou Hai had not yet started to smash the car, the second generation rich became even more arrogant. They believed that the aura and pressure of Xiao Xiao's luxury car must have frightened Zhou Hai and made him confused. This loser was finally shocked in front of a real luxury car. Yes, seeing his confused look, he didn't dare to do anything. He must have been scared. If he dared to touch Mr. Zhao's car, he might even lose his life. These second-generation rich were full of pride and secretly happy. They had just been severely punished by Zhou Hai, and they had been holding back their anger and were ready to take revenge on Zhou Hai by taking advantage of Xiao Xiao's prestige. Shen Xinman saw Zhou Hai's hesitation and couldn't help but sneered and said sarcastically, Zhou Hai, why don't you put down the bat and kneel down in front of Xiao Xiao to beg for mercy? You really gave me face. How dare you wave a golf club in front of Mr. Zhao's luxury car? Are you crazy? If it hits the car, can you afford the compensation? You're a loser. Zhou Hai walked towards Mr. Zhao's luxury car step by step with a golf club in hand. He lowered his head to look at the expensive car, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and suddenly swung the club without hesitation. Bang, with a loud noise, the car window shattered, and glass shards flew all over the floor. This scene shocked everyone present. No one thought that Zhou Hai would really dare to smash the car. Fuck, Is this guy completely crazy? How could he do that? Oh my god. This is Mr. Zhao's car, a luxury car worth more than 6 million, and it was smashed. Not only the rich second generation were frightened, but even Mr. Xiao was shocked. He thought that his luxury car was enough to scare anyone, and no one dared to touch it easily. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hai was not afraid and smashed it directly. Damn it, how dare you smash it? When Xiao saw his beloved car was destroyed, he immediately jumped up and his face changed completely. Although he pretended to be indifferent just now, he was already nervous inside. Who wouldn't feel sad when a car worth more than 6 million was smashed? You idiot! I spent a lot of money to modify this car, and you dare to smash it? You must compensate me for my losses. Xiao's tone rose sharply, and he obviously lost his composure. Zhou Hai responded with a sneer. Didn't you just say that this car is just a toy to you? A drop in the bucket? Why do you feel sad after smashing it? Xiao was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted angrily, My uncle, who knew you would dare to smash it. I modified this car carefully. You must compensate me for my loss. This car is worth at least 6 million, and the window is broken, at least 2 million. Zhou Hai smiled coldly and asked in return, Who said I only broke the window? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hai swung the golf club again and smashed the front of the car. Bang! With a loud noise, the front of the car was dented and a large piece of paint fell off. Ah, damn, my front of the car. Xiao shouted in pain, his face full of anger and helplessness. You dare to smash the front of my car? Xiao was so angry that he almost went crazy. He rushed towards Zhou Hai and wanted to fight him. Fuck you. Zhou Hai snorted coldly and slapped Xiao hard. Ouch! With a scream, Xiao was beaten and flew away. Half of his face was swollen. He covered his face in pain and looked miserable. The people around were completely stunned. The scene before them opened their eyes. They didn't expect Zhou Hai to be so direct and beat Xiao without any chance to fight back. Shen Xinman stood aside. Her face turned pale instantly. She knew that Xiao's family background was very powerful. If Zhou Hai offended the Xiao family, he would have no chance to escape. Stop, Zhou Hai. Are you crazy? You are hitting young Master Xiao. Young Master Zhao's family is powerful. How can a loser like you compete with him? Shen Xinman shouted hurriedly. Stop now, or you'll get into big trouble. Zhou Hai sneered and didn't take it seriously. He kicked Xiao casually and sent him flying several meters away. If you want to seek revenge on me, I'll be there for you anytime. I'll smash your car today to teach you a lesson. Zhou Hai said in a cold tone. Before he finished speaking, he turned to Cao Wei and said, Let's go. Oh, Cao Wei followed Zhou Hai and was filled with shock. He didn't expect that Zhou Hai was not only good at fighting, but also had no fear when facing these rich second generations. It was like a completely different person. Brother, you are awesome. You were so fierce just now, and you beat those rich second generations so hard that they were rolling and crawling. It was really satisfying. Cao Wei gave Zhou Hai a thumbs up and said to him with a smile. Zhou Hai smiled and said, They asked for it. They smashed my computer first. The two talked as they were about to leave. At the same time, the Xiao family's phone rang. In the Xiao family's luxurious villa, a glittering golden phone was quietly placed. This was a valuable, pure gold landline. Ding ling ling, the phone rang, and it was Xiao Yusheng's father, Xiao Yuanfan, who answered the phone. Master Xiao, it's bad. The young master was beaten up, and even the luxury car worth more than 6 million that you bought for him was smashed. Now the young master is seriously injured. His face is swollen, and his leg bone is broken. He is in the hospital. After hearing this, Xiao Yuanfan was shocked. What? Who dares to offend our Xiao family? And dares to hurt my precious son? Tell me his name. I will make him pay a heavy price. It seems to be Mr. Zhao's college classmate, named Zhou Hai. The person on the other end of the phone immediately reported Zhou Hai's condition. Zhou Hai, an ordinary student. How dare he touch my son? This guy is tired of living. Xiao Yuanfan roared. Prepare the car immediately. I will go to the hospital myself to check on my son's injuries. Yes. A moment later, several luxury cars appeared at the hospital entrance, and Xiao Yuanfan's anger followed. After Zhou Hai taught that group of rich second generations a lesson, he returned to his family's factory. At this time, the food factory was very lively. Workers were busy. There were several construction vehicles parked at the factory gate. A large amount of cement and building materials were piled on the ground, and there were some workers and designers wearing safety helmets. Zhou Hai, you're finally back. Zhou Zhiliang stepped forward to introduce Zhou Hai when he saw him. According to your request, I found a professional engineering team and some construction workers. I bought a lot of cement, steel bars, and other building materials to rebuild the warehouse in the backyard. Do you think these materials are enough? Zhou Hai looked at the construction materials scattered all over the floor and was secretly surprised. He didn't expect his father to be so efficient. He prepared all the materials and even found all the workers in one morning. These materials are basically enough, and they're quite complete. Zhou Hai, not that. That's good. I'm afraid I won't buy enough, Zhou Zhiliang said with a smile, and then pointed to a man wearing glasses who looked gentle. This is the architect, Cao Wei. He will help you design the room. If you have any requirements, you can communicate with him. Hello, my name is Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai extended his hand politely and greeted the designer. Hello, I'm Cao Wei, responsible for the house design this time. If you have any requirements, please let me know at any time. The designer responded with a smile. Zhou Hai wanted to build a hidden room next to the back door of the warehouse. This room must be accessible only to him and connected to several other rooms, including a bedroom, study, computer room, living room, and storage room. Since Zhou Hai planned to live here for a long time, he needed a multi-functional house. I could draw a picture for you and design the style of the house, Zhou Hai said. No problem. The designer nodded in agreement. Zhou Hai liked to draw when he was a child, and he was good at drawing. Soon after, he simply drew the house design he wanted on A4 paper. Although the drawing was not complicated, it had already depicted the overall structure of the house. After receiving the drawings, the designer further optimized the design plan. The next day, according to the design drawings, the workers started construction work. A few days later, the house was completed quickly. Next, Zhou Hai began to decorate the house, buying furniture, home appliances and computers, and even installed surveillance equipment around the room. After everything was completed, the secret entrance to the Doomsday world at the back door of the warehouse became more hidden, and only Zhou Hai could find it. The layout of the room also met his needs, and no one would doubt that this would be the entrance to another world. After completing all the arrangements, Zhou Hai came to the back door of the warehouse again, gently pushed the door open, and walked in. What greeted him was the scene of the Doomsday world. A scorching hot wind blew in his face. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The ground was dry and cracked, and dust was flying around. Although Zhou Hai has entered this world more than once, every time he sees it again, he is shocked. In such an environment, I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone to survive in the Doomsday world, Zhou Hai thought to himself. The water source is controlled by the Lord of the Doomsday City, and ordinary refugees have almost no way to survive. Just as Zhou Hai was immersed in his thoughts about the Doomsday world, suddenly, a black shadow streaked across the sky. Roar! A huge roar resounded through the air, and Zhou Hai couldn't help but jump up in shock. Fuck! What is that? He looked up suddenly and saw a huge mutant bat monster flying across the sky. This bat monster was a monster infected by the Doomsday virus, and it was the product of evolution. It was huge, and the range of its wings was even larger than that of a car. What was even more terrifying was that its fangs and claws were enough to pierce through steel plates. If we are attacked by this thing, ordinary people will definitely have no chance of survival. It's too scary. Zhou Hai felt a chill and hurriedly withdrew from the Doomsday world. He quickly closed the back door, returned to his room, sat in front of the computer, and began to think, how can I enter the Doomsday world safely? Although Zhou Hai has obtained the Eagle Eye ability, which allows him to see the surrounding environment and slow down his movements, he does not have strong enough combat power. Monsters are rampant in the Doomsday world, and many monsters have extremely strong combat power. If you're not careful, you may die. No, I have to find a way to ensure my survival. Zhou Hai secretly made up his mind and began to recall his experience in the game Doomsday. He remembered that there were many monsters and the supernatural powers of the Doomsday crystal in the game, and the world in the game was almost exactly the same as this Doomsday world. Since the game world is so similar to reality, perhaps some items in the game can also be used in reality. Zhou Hai suddenly had an idea. I remember, there is a defensive potion rewarded by an NPC in the game that can resist the attacks of zombies. Zhou Hai recalled the description of the potion in the game. Defense potion, also known as floral water, contains ethanol, rose musk, sodium citrate, mosquito repellent, and other ingredients. What? This potion for defending against zombies is actually the floral water used to repel mosquitoes in real life. Zhou Hai muttered to himself in surprise. This potion can also prevent zombies? If it really works, then I have to buy some and bring it to the Doomsday world. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai immediately turned off the computer and decided to buy some toilet water and bring it into the Doomsday world to verify its effect. The leader Zhu Bingheng quickly ran over and picked up the zombie crystal core on the ground with a proud smile on his face. Haha, I didn't expect that these second-level zombies could actually bring us crystal cores. We haven't gotten zombie crystal cores for many days, and we finally got this one. Zhu Bingheng held the crystal core, carefully holding it like a treasure, looking around, afraid that someone would snatch it away. Suddenly, he noticed a strange young man standing not far away. Zhou Hai did not join any team, standing there alone, looking particularly abrupt. Zhu Bingheng's expression instantly became alert, and he nervously put away the crystal core. Hey kid, what are you doing here? What do you do? Zhu Bingheng looked at Zhou Hai sharply, with a vigilant tone. In the Doomsday world, it is almost impossible to survive alone. The rule here is simple. Only by forming a team can you survive long. Fighting alone is almost like seeking death. Zhou Hai calmly replied, I'm just walking around here and taking in the scenery. Hearing this, everyone around him felt very strange. How could someone walk alone and wander around in such a dangerous place? Zhu Bingheng frowned and continued to ask, Are you alone? Yes, I'm alone. Zhou Hai did not hide it. Since you're alone, I'm relieved. Zhu Bingheng breathed a sigh of relief and seemed less nervous than before. In the Doomsday world, there are indeed many fights and killings between teams, especially in order to compete for resources and zombie crystal cores. There are often vicious conflicts between teams. But Zhou Hai alone obviously would not pose a threat. At this time, Li Yun, a female member of the team, came forward and seemed more enthusiastic than the others. She said to Zhou Hai, Hey, young man, don't you know that it is very dangerous to act alone in the Doomsday world? If you don't form a team, it is almost impossible to survive. Li Yun, then, made an invitation. Would you like to join our team? We are in need of people like you. Zhu Bingheng interrupted immediately after hearing this, with dissatisfaction on his face. Li Yun, what are you talking about? You invite people to join the team casually. Have you got my consent? Li Yun was a little flustered when she heard this and lowered her head. I'm sorry, Captain. I just felt that our team was too short-handed. I took the initiative to invite you because you said you needed more people to join. Zhu Bingheng sighed helplessly. We need capable people, not rookies like this. He turned to Zhou Hai and continued to sneer. Look at you, acting alone, without any special abilities, and without any combat power. I'm afraid you're not even as good as ordinary refugees. Our team does not need such people, who will only consume our limited resources. Li Yun nodded, looking somewhat helpless. She understood what the captain meant. Zhu Bingheng turned around and patted his backpack. Okay, everyone is tired. Let's take a break and replenish some energy. The team members sat down and began to take out some limited supplies and water from their backpacks. Even though they got the zombie core, they were still in a heavy mood because their supplies were really limited. To survive in the Doomsday world, water and food were more precious than gold. You performed well today, and everyone worked hard. To reward you, I'm going to give you a little surprise. Zhu Bingheng said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a baked potato from his backpack and deliberately showed it off in front of the team members. The team members' reactions were beyond Zhou Hai's expectations. Seeing this ordinary potato, everyone showed excited expressions. Captain, are you really giving us roasted potatoes? That's great. I haven't eaten this kind of thing for a long time. I'm so touched. I've never eaten such delicious food. Thank you, Captain. Li Yun was so excited that tears came out. Captain, you are so kind. How can we repay you? Zhou Hai was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Is this a potato? He said to himself, in my world, this kind of thing can be found everywhere. How can the unsold potatoes make them so excited? He sighed in his heart that the Doomsday world made even ordinary food a luxury. What a different world, Zhou Hai said with emotion. Chapter 14, Doomsday Potatoes. Although Zhou Hai's muttering was not loud, it was heard by the team leader Zhu Bingheng. After all, Zhu Bingheng lives in a Doomsday world. He had devoured several zombie crystal cores, and although he did not gain any superpowers, his sensory abilities have been greatly enhanced. He is very sensitive to the sound around him. Otherwise, how could he serve as the captain? Therefore, even though Zhou Hai spoke in a low voice, the other party still heard it. Zhu Bingheng's face suddenly looked unhappy. Boy, what did you just say? Zhu Bingheng immediately questioned Zhou Hai. You didn't say anything. Zhou Hai didn't want to offend them. so he pretended to be stupid. After all, Zhou Hai still doesn't know their background. Don't think I didn't hear you say. This is just an ordinary potato. It's not a good thing. There's nothing to get excited about. You said this, didn't you? Do you admit it? Zhu Bingheng acted as if he would not give in. In his opinion, this potato was not ordinary. The soil in the Doomsday world has been severely damaged due to years of acid rain and is completely unsuitable for growing crops. In addition to the land polluted by acid rain, there is also serious desertification. There is not enough water in ordinary soil to feed plants. Therefore, crops such as potatoes that can fill the stomach are difficult to grow in a Doomsday world. Only in the isolation rooms built by the superpowers in the Doomsday Castle can a small amount of potatoes be grown. For them, getting a potato is already a very difficult thing. A bite of baked potato is even more delicious. But in Zhou Hai's words, potatoes were actually belittled as worthless, which naturally made Zhu Bingheng a little angry. Don't get excited. I'm just telling the truth. In my opinion, potatoes are really not precious. It's not difficult to get potatoes. Listen to what Zhou Hai said. Zhu Bingheng was so angry that he laughed. Since you can say something like that, I can conclude that you are indeed a rookie who has never seen the world. You have no idea how hard to get potatoes and how precious they are in the Doomsday world. Since you think a potato is nothing special, can I understand that you have a lot of potatoes? So much so that you can't eat them all? You can get potatoes easily? Is that right? Zhu Bingheng originally thought that after he said this, Zhou Hai would be speechless or even ashamed to the point of being embarrassed. But he never expected it. What Zhou Hai said next completely shocked them. That's right, I do have a lot of potatoes. It's really not difficult to get potatoes. What? What did you say? You have a lot of potatoes? Don't play tricks on us. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the ability, take out the potatoes and put them in front of me so that we can open our eyes. If you can't produce it, then we can only think that you are talking nonsense. Zhou Hai originally didn't want to show his strength. However, he took a fancy to the zombie crystal core in the other party's hand. If Zhou Hai wants to improve himself and gain superpowers, he needs to continue to devour zombie crystal cores. If they could use potatoes to exchange for the zombie crystal cores they had just obtained, that would be a good deal. Just wait for me here. I'll be back soon and bring you the potatoes. Zhou Hai said. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. Seeing that Zhou Hai had left temporarily, those people didn't care. In their opinion, a rookie like Zhou Hai is just showing off. How could a rookie have so many potatoes in a Doomsday world? Zhou Hai went through the back door and returned to his warehouse room. He left his room and went outside the factory. Outside the factory, there are large tracts of farmland. In the nearby farmlands, farmers grow potatoes. Now is the harvest season. The farmers nearby also knew Zhou Hai, but they were not very familiar with him. Brother, I want to buy you some potatoes. Zhou Hai came to a farmer. This farmer is selling potatoes. A tricycle is full of potatoes, and he is selling them at a big discount. After all, the price is the cheapest when there is a bumper potato harvest. If you don't sell as much as possible, it will easily sprout and no one will buy it. Therefore, the price of potatoes is the lowest at this moment. How much do you want to buy? Choose for yourself, said the farmer with a smile. How about this? I want all the potatoes in your truck. Please calculate the total price. After you buy it, you could drive it directly to my house. Zhou Hai said. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, the farmer was stunned. You want all the potatoes in this tricycle? Yes, I want them all. How about this? Just tell me the price for this truckload of potatoes. There's no need to weigh them. It's too much trouble. As long as the price is about the same, I'll just buy it. Zhou Hai was also unambiguous. He is not sure of money now, so there is no need for him to be so fussy. Since potatoes are so valuable in the Doomsday world. So if we sell this thing in Doomsday, it will definitely be in great demand. Well, young man, since you are so sincere, I will tell you a number. This truckload of potatoes is indeed quite a lot. If we calculate by kilogram, the total weight is about 8,000 or so. Then I'll give you an integer, 10,000 yuan, and buy all the potatoes in this truck. Zhou Hai said. Merciful. Seeing that Zhou Hai was so straightforward, the farmer agreed immediately. Zhou Hai paid the money immediately. Soon, the farmer drove a cart full of potatoes to Zhou Hai's factory. Put all the potatoes in the warehouse. After buying the potatoes, Zhou Hai filled a sack of potatoes, walked through the back door of the warehouse, and came to the Doomsday world again. Far away, Zhou Hai discovered that the team had not left yet and was resting there, talking and laughing, so he walked towards them. see Zhou Hai appear again. Zhu Bingheng was obviously surprised. He instinctively thought that Zhou Hai might not come back after he left. Unexpectedly, I saw Zhou Hai again. Zhu Bingheng was even more surprised when he saw Zhou Hai carrying a sack of things. "You, why are you back again? Didn't you leave?" Zhu Bingheng asked. "Didn't you just say you wanted to see if I had any potatoes? Could you get some? I'm coming here now, so you can see it with your own eyes. Open this sack and see what's inside." As he spoke, Zhou Hai put the sack on his back on the ground. Female team member Li Yun hurried forward to check and was immediately shocked. "Oh my God, there are so many potatoes. Why are there so many potatoes?" Several other team members came forward to check, and sure enough, it was a sack full of potatoes. This immediately shocked everyone. Potatoes in the Doomsday world are extremely precious. Those who have been hungry for a long time were reluctant to eat a bite of the baked potatoes. But in front of Zhou Hai, there was a sack full of potatoes. Such a scene made them feel incredible. Even, it's hard to understand. How did this seemingly newbie get so many fresh potatoes? Chapter 15 Exchange for Crystal Core. Captain Zhu Bingheng was completely confused. He always thought that Zhou Hai was just bragging and showing off his eloquence. But I didn't expect that Zhou Hai actually had so many potatoes. "Oh my God, how did you get so many potatoes?" Sorry, brother, I did say something a bit too much just now. I'm sorry here." Zhu Bingheng's attitude suddenly changed dramatically. From looking down upon him just now to looking at him with admiration now. Seeing that Zhou Hai had so many potatoes, Zhu Bingheng began to have other ideas in his heart. If they could get Zhou Hai to join their team, they will get this sack of potatoes, which will solve their food problem for a long time. If they could get this sack of potatoes and eat them sparingly, it would be enough for them to eat for a month or two. After having such a little thought, a friendly smile immediately appeared on Zhu Bingheng's face. "Haha, brother, our team is short of people right now. I see that you are alone. It is very difficult for a person to survive in a doomsday world. Even if you have so many potatoes to fill your stomach, it is still very dangerous if you encounter zombies and monsters alone. How about this? You join our team. We can cooperate with each other to protect your safety. What do you think?" Before, Zhu Bingheng despised Zhou Hai because he was a rookie and was unwilling to accept him into their team. Now, seeing that Zhou Hai had so many potatoes, his previous attitude and thoughts suddenly changed. Zhou Hai naturally saw the contrast between before and after. He knew it very well in his heart. The other party wanted me to join them simply because they were attracted by the sack of potatoes I brought. Zhou Hai said with a faint smile, "No, I'm fine on my own. I don't want to join any team." "Huh? You really don't want to join our team?" Zhu Bingheng was a little surprised. "Well, there's no need for me to join the team. These potatoes I have are enough for me to eat alone." Zhou Hai said, This." Zhu Bingheng was suddenly speechless. He looked at the potatoes in front of Zhou Hai, and his saliva was almost flowing. "Can you give us some of your potatoes? It must be very heavy for you to carry so many potatoes by yourself, and it would be inconvenient to walk around. You can't finish it all by yourself in such a short time. Why don't you share some with us? Besides, we saved you just now. If we hadn't acted in time and killed those level 2 zombies. I'm afraid you've been eaten by those zombies." Zhu Bingheng finally spoke out his true thoughts. All he wanted was the potatoes. Zhou Hai saw that the other party had really taken the bait and said with a faint smile, "No problem. I can give you some potatoes, but you have to exchange them for something. I see you just got a zombie crystal core. If you're willing to give me the zombie crystal core, I can consider giving you some potatoes. If you can give me a few more zombie crystal cores, I can give all the potatoes to you. I see you haven't had a full meal for many days. These potatoes are enough for you to have a full meal." Zhou Hai's words are very attractive. If you run out of zombie crystal cores, you can continue hunting zombies and continue to obtain crystal cores. But they had no way of getting so many potatoes. Even if you take the crystal core and exchange it for something from the Lord of Doomsday City, you will definitely not be able to get so many potatoes. Zhu Bingheng immediately became excited. "Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhu Bingheng quickly confirmed. "Of course I didn't lie to you, but the premise is that you give me enough zombie crystal cores. If it's just a zombie crystal core, it can't be exchanged for so many potatoes." Zhou Hai continued. Zhu Bingheng had almost no hesitation. "I made up my mind immediately. A few days ago, they have obtained 2 zombie crystal cores. One of the zombie crystal cores was obtained from a level 3 zombie. Level 3 zombie crystal cores are extremely precious, because by devouring the 3rd level zombie crystal core, there's a high probability of obtaining Doomsday powers, and hunting a third-level zombie is a very difficult task. Even with the concerted efforts of their team, they were able to barely hunt down the third-level zombie. It can be said that any level 3 zombie crystal core is extremely valuable. Originally, Zhu Bingheng planned to keep the third-level zombie crystal core and devoured himself to gain stronger superpowers. But now, after hearing Zhou Hai's exchange conditions, he decided to take out the third-level zombie crystal core as a bargaining chip. Okay, I'm willing to exchange. I want to use 3 zombie crystal cores in exchange for all your potatoes. Do you agree? After Zhu Bingheng said this, he looked at Zhou Hai with anticipation. He was very afraid of being rejected by Zhou Hai. The team members around him were also looking at Zhou Hai expectantly, hoping that Zhou Hai would agree. In their minds, this sack of potatoes is much more valuable than 3 zombie crystal cores. Sure, Zhou Hai note that. Seeing that Zhou Hai agreed, Zhu Bingheng and others breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly took out 3 zombie crystal cores and placed them in front of Zhou Hai, fearing that Zhou Hai would go back on his word. After Zhou Hai took the zombie crystal core, he gave all the potatoes to the other party. The transaction between the two parties was very pleasant, and each side got what they wanted. Leaving the Doomsday world, Zhou Hai returned to his room. On the table, there are 3 shiny zombie crystal cores. This time, he directly swallowed a zombie crystal core into his mouth. As the crystal core entered the body, a fiery energy began to spread within the body. An inexplicable force began to flow through Zhou Hai's body, filling every capillary in his body. Zhou Hai felt a pain in his body. The energy seemed to burst his body, making him sweat all over and constantly consuming body fat. The next moment, Zhou Hai fell in a coma instantly. The whole person's consciousness seemed to have entered a vast blue ocean again. He felt his body being wrapped by endless sea water and slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. His consciousness was wandering in the sea, unable to find a way out. There was no way to float to the surface, and even breathing was a little difficult. I don't know how much time had passed. Zhou Hai suddenly woke up and opened his eyes abruptly. He found that he had been unconscious for a long time. The sky outside was already pitch black. He quickly checked the time and found that it was already past 2 in the morning. After calculating the time, he was unconscious for more than 10 hours. Chapter 16, Space Blade. While in a coma, Zhou Hai's body fat was constantly being consumed. He was covered in sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. He quickly stood on the scale and measured his weight. Sure enough, this time after swallowing the crystal core, he lost a lot of weight again. A lot of the fat on the face and body was consumed. Zhou Hai looked in the mirror and found himself looking more handsome. Gradually, he regained some of his handsome appearance. Before he got fat, Zhou Hai was also a handsome guy. Otherwise, how could he be in a relationship with Shen Xinman? It seems that if I swallow a few more crystal cores, my originally obese body will soon lose weight successfully and return to my previous handsome appearance. Zhou Hai standing in front of the mirror. As he spoke, he lifted his hair handsomely. But the next moment, the mirror in front of me suddenly shattered. A huge gash was made. This situation scared Zhou Hai. What happened? Why did the mirror break? And there was such a big cut on it. Zhou Hai touched the huge crack on the mirror and felt a little strange. Just now, he just waved his arms. A huge crack appeared in the mirror in front of me. Think about it carefully. Zhou Hai discovered that when he waved his arms just now, a stream of energy seemed to be released from his hands, cutting a hole in the mirror in front of him. With a curious mind, Zhou Hai wanted to try again. This time, he came outside the room, and there was a big tree inside the factory. Zhou Hai waved his wrist towards the big tree. Swoosh! A powerful energy flashed past. A sharp blade slashed out from the void. The tree in front of me was actually cut in half. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hai was completely frightened. Could it be I have gained a special power? This kind of special power seems to have appeared in the game, The End of the World. The name of this ability is called Space Blade. It can create a sharp blade out of thin air within space, and its power is very strong. This ability is an extremely rare level 5 ability in the game. Not only is the probability of this ability appearing extremely low, it is also extremely difficult to obtain. In this game, there are very few people who possess this ability. Presumably, in a real Doomsday world, there are only a few people who possess this kind of supernatural power. Oh my god, I'm so lucky that I got a level 5 supernatural power. This is only my second superpower, and it's actually a terrifying level 5 superpower. I can't imagine what kind of horrible superpowers I can gain if I swallow a few more crystal cores. This is the first time I have obtained such a powerful superpower. Zhou Hai found it very novel and wanted to try a few more times. Then, he came to a broken machine. This machine is made of steel and was originally used to produce and manufacture food, but it has now been abandoned. Zhou Hai waved his hand lightly, and the space blade slashed out instantly. The steel machine in front of me was actually cut into 2 pieces. This surprised Zhou Hai and gave him a more thorough understanding of the power of the space blade. It can even cut such hard steel, it seems. I don't have to be afraid when facing those zombies in the future. Zhou Hai only swallowed a zombie crystal core and gained a level 5 superpower. He still has 2 zombie crystal cores left in his hand. He wanted to quickly swallow both crystal cores, perhaps gaining other superpowers. But before devouring it, he replenished his body's energy and ate something. After all, if he fell into a coma again, it might take a long time. His body couldn't bear not eating for a long time. Therefore, Zhou Hai had a full meal first. Then he returned to his room and took out the second zombie crystal core. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the crystal core directly. But the strange thing was that this crystal core only made his body feel waves of energy, but did not make him fall into a coma. Nor did he gain any physical changes or superpowers. It seems that this zombie crystal core has no effect. Apart from consuming some of my body energy, it has not brought me any changes or benefits. This zombie crystal core is equivalent to a useless crystal core. It is a waste crystal core. What a shame. A crystal core was wasted. Zhou Hai was not discouraged. He has a crystal core in his hand. The last zombie crystal core is a level 3 zombie crystal core, which was obtained from a level 3 zombie. The higher the level of the crystal core, the greater the chance of obtaining superpowers. Moreover, the level of supernatural powers obtained is relatively higher. Therefore, Zhou Hai had great expectations and hopes for this crystal core. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it. The feeling this time is the same as the first time. In an instant, energy enveloped his body and pulled him into the ocean of consciousness. He fell into a coma again. I don't know how much time had passed. Zhou Hai woke up again. He was used to waking up from a coma, so the first thing he did after waking up was to change his clothes and take a shower. After taking a shower, I changed into new clothes. Zhou Hai began to explore the changes in his body to see if he had gained any new abilities or had changed. After some exploration, suddenly at this time, Zhou Hai felt that a completely new space had appeared within his consciousness. This space appeared in my consciousness like a brand new white room. After feeling this change, Zhou Hai suddenly became excited. Could it be that I opened the Sea of Consciousness space? The Sea of Consciousness is a space opened up within one's own consciousness. Although this space exists in consciousness, it can actually be used as a space. You can store some items in this space for your own convenience. The methods of storage and access are all controlled through thoughts. This kind of ability also appeared in the Doomsday Game. Thinking this in his mind, Zhou Hai decided to give it a try. He looked at the bag of spicy strips in front of him and tried to use his mind to store the bag of spicy strips into his sea of consciousness. At the beginning, he didn't grasp the trick, so naturally he failed repeatedly. However, because he was very familiar with the game, he used the methods in the game to control his own consciousness. After several consecutive failures, the next moment, the bag of spicy strips in front of me suddenly disappeared. When he checked his sea of consciousness, he found that the bag of spicy strips had already entered his sea of consciousness. Next, Zhou Hai tried again, using his consciousness to take the bag of spicy strips out of the space. Sure enough, the next moment, he actually succeeded in taking out the spicy strips. Spicy strips appeared on the table again. I succeeded? I didn't expect it to succeed so quickly. The ability of this sea of consciousness is simply amazing. I can actually move objects through my consciousness and store them in the space of my sea of consciousness. In this way, I can store a large amount of supplies in the sea of consciousness, and it will be convenient to access them at any time when I'm moving and walking in the Doomsday. After having this sea of consciousness space, from now on, Zhou Hai no longer had to go back to his home to get anything he wanted. You can take things directly from the sea of consciousness. Next, Zhou Hai planned to store a large amount of supplies, water, and various delicious foods into the sea of consciousness first. Chapter 17: Storage of Supplies. Zhou Hai planned to prepare more supplies and store all of them in water within the Sea of Consciousness. It can be accessed at any time for easy use. Although the area of this space is not very large at present. It is only about 5 or 6 square meters. But this space is enough to store a lot of supplies. Zhou Hai took some money and left his room. He came to a nearby commercial street. This commercial street is quite prosperous. There's a wide variety of food, restaurants, takeaways, shops, and more. Zhou Hai came to a restaurant and sat down directly. Zhou Hai had been to this restaurant before, and the food and rice were more to his taste. After taking the menu, Zhou Hai started ordering food directly. Many of the dishes here are home-cooked, which are more suitable for storage in the Sea of Consciousness. Braised spare ribs, fish-flavored pork shreds, mapo tofu, fish-flavored eggplant kung pao chicken, steamed fish, spicy and sour potato shreds, stir-fried green beans, cola chicken wings, braised chicken. Zhou Hai ordered more than a dozen dishes in one breath. At the same time, I also ordered a big pot of rice. After ordering the dishes and paying, Zhou Hai asked the boss to deliver all the dishes to his home. Left the restaurant. Zhou Hai came to a nearby store again. He was going to buy some more things. So he bought some masks and a microwave. If the food you bought is cold, you can heat it up in the microwave. Certainly. In the Doomsday world, there is almost no electricity. Therefore, if you want to use a microwave oven in the Doomsday world, you will need to buy a mobile power bank. After fully charging the power bank, it can provide power to the microwave oven and can be used for many days in the Doomsday world. Then, Zhou Hai came to a nearby drone store. I bought another remote control drone. After a full charge, it can fly for several hours. Drones are mainly used to explore terrain and complete some other small tasks. After buying what he needed, Zhou Hai returned home. I had just returned home when the dishes I ordered from the restaurant were delivered to my door. Then, Zhou Hai used his powerful consciousness to store all the food and prepared supplies into the space of his Sea of Consciousness. All the supplies in front of me disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, they were stored in the Sea of Consciousness. Then he stored some mineral water, bread, and various snacks into his Sea of Consciousness. With these supplies, I can enter the Doomsday world and stay there for a few more days. I plan to explore the apocalyptic world and see what's around, and see if there's anything valuable. If I can find something valuable, I can take it to the real world and sell it. Thinking this in his mind, Zhou Hai opened the back door of the warehouse again, re-entered the Doomsday world. Because the Doomsday world is too dangerous, with terrifying zombies and monsters everywhere. Therefore, he stayed near the back door and didn't dare to go too far away, let alone explore everywhere. Because he had no fighting ability before, if he encountered a scary zombie, he wouldn't be able to hide even if he wanted to. But now it's different. Zhou Hai has just obtained the supernatural power of Spaceblade. With such powerful superpowers, you won't have to be afraid if you encounter zombies again. Then, with sufficient supplies, Zhou Hai began to walk forward along the road in front of him. What I saw before me was a scene of desolation. There is dust and flying sand, and the air pollution is very serious. Living here for a long time, it is easy to get lung disease. Fortunately, Zhou Hai had bought some masks before and put them on immediately. Then, he activated his Eagle Eye ability. Through the Eagle Eye ability, one can observe the surrounding environment and various dangers nearby. Zhou Hai deliberately avoided places where zombies appeared and walked forward. Some lower-level zombies will not notice you as long as you don't get too close or make too much noise. He deliberately slowed down his pace, fearing to alert the zombies around him. After walking for a while, suddenly, Eagle Eye discovered a large villa area in front. The villa area is very large, with dozens of villas. These villas are now abandoned, and the villa area is overgrown with weeds. That's great. I didn't expect to find a villa area without walking too far. The villa area is usually where the rich live. When the losses hit, the rich must have fled in panic. Maybe they will leave some valuable treasures at home, such as gold jewelry, gold and silver jewelry, and the like. For people in the apocalypse now, these things are not valuable. But, to me, these are all valuable treasures. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai became excited. He hurried towards the villa area. However, he then faced a difficult problem. There were dozens of zombies gathered on an open space in front of the villa area. These zombies wandered around aimlessly, always reluctant to leave the area. If you want to enter the villa area, you must pass through these zombies, which will definitely alarm them. It looks like this time, I'll have to face the zombies head-on for the first time. However, I have the ability of Spaceblade, so dealing with these zombies shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Hai thought so in his heart. He also wanted to try out his space blade to see if it could be useful in the Doomsday world. As soon as they got closer, the zombies noticed Zhou Hai's presence. Ouch! These zombies were like ferocious beasts that had been hungry for many days. They opened their scarlet eyes and pounced toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai said this and waved his hand gently. Whoosh! The space blade immediately took effect. Two sharp blades appeared in the void and instantly cut into the zombie's body. Puff! With a few muffled sounds, the zombie that rushed forward had its body cut in half and immediately lost the ability to move. Although it was cut into two pieces, it did not have a headshot. These zombies were not dead. Instead, they continued to crawl towards Zhou Hai, dragging half of their bodies with their hands. But it is obvious that such zombies have lost their threat to Zhou Hai. You bunch of bastards, just die. As Zhou Hai spoke, he slashed out the void blade again. The zombies that kept rushing up were chopped into many pieces. The ground was blood red. Countless broken limbs and arms covered the entire venue. Although Zhou Hai felt a little nauseous when he saw this scene for the first time, he quickly adapted to it. If you live in a doomsday world for a long time in the future, you must adapt to such bloody scenes. After getting rid of the zombies at the door, Zhou Hai entered the villa area. Fortunately, there are not too many zombies in the villa area, and most of the zombies are isolated outside the villa gate. Zhou Hai began to search the villas one by one, searching for treasures. Check these villas to see if there are any good things left behind. Just enter the first villa. Zhou Hai was shocked by the scene before him. Chapter 18, Searching for the Villa. The villa in front of me is obviously a luxurious villa. The decoration inside is very high-end. Luxurious crystal chandeliers, expensive marble walls, and hand-carved pattern floor tiles. There are also various murals and calligraphy and paintings by famous people hanging on the walls. All of them show the noble status of the owner of this villa. Oh my God, the first villa is a luxury house. The owner must be very noble. Am I going to get rich today? It's just a pity that no matter how rich you are, you can't escape the fate in this terrifying doomsday world. Oh, it's a pity to leave such a nice house behind. As he said this, Zhou Hai sat directly on the sofa. This sofa is a luxurious leather sofa from an Italian brand. The feeling of sitting on it is extraordinary. This sofa is so comfortable. It would be great if we could bring it into the real world. Unfortunately, my sea of consciousness is too small to accommodate this large sofa. Otherwise, I'll take this sofa back. While sitting on the sofa and enjoying it, he kept sighing. Zhou Hai discovered that the villa had almost everything, including furniture, appliances, and daily necessities. Even the clothes in the closet are full. This shows, when the doomsday broke out, the owner of this villa must have left in a hurry, taking only some simple luggage and belongings. Most of the things were left in the villa. Since the owner of this villa seems so rich, there must be a lot of valuable things in the villa that he didn't take away. I must search thoroughly and not let go of anything valuable. Zhou Hai thought this in his heart and began to search room by room. First, Zhou Hai was the first to discover that the oil paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls were very extraordinary. Although Zhou Hai had no research on things like celebrity calligraphy and paintings. However, he had more or less seen famous calligraphy and paintings and knew the value of them. Some of the more amazing calligraphy and paintings by celebrities can be sold for millions or even tens of millions at auctions. Since this is a wealthy man, the calligraphy and paintings he collected should not be fake, right? Whether it's true or not, take these famous calligraphy and paintings away first. After we get out, find an industry expert to verify its authenticity. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai's consciousness moved. All the famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall disappeared and entered into his sea of consciousness. Then, Zhou Hai came to the master bedroom. There's a large dressing room. In the cloakroom, there are many gold and silver jewelry left by the hostess, including necklaces, rings, jade bracelets, and other jewelry. There are also foreign brand watches placed in the cabinet by the male owner. Wow, there's so many good things, but you didn't take any of them. It seems that the owner of this house was definitely not prepared in advance when he left the villa. You didn't even have time to take away so many valuable things. Aha, that's great. This way, I can get a great bargain. As Zhou Hai spoke excitedly, he stored all these items into his sea of consciousness. Then, Zhou Hai came to the host's study. There is a huge desk and cabinet in the study, and next to the cabinet, there's a safe that is as tall as a person. This safe is an encrypted safe and requires a password to open. In Zhou Hai's opinion, there must be valuable things in this safe. Then, Zhou Hai immediately used the space blade. Raise your hand gently. A powerful energy shot out, cutting the safe in two and forcibly breaking it open. Clatter. In an instant, a large amount of jewels and quite a few gold bars fell out. Seeing so many valuable things inside, Zhou Hai suddenly became excited and hurried forward to check. Damn, I came to the right place this time. There really are good things in the safe. I'm going to get rich now. Although so many gold, silver, and jewelry are not valuable in the Doomsday, they can definitely be sold for a lot of money in the real world. Without any hesitation, he once again stored everything into his sea of consciousness. After searching the entire villa and making sure that no corner was missed, Zhou Hai came to the rooftop of the villa. The rooftop was empty. Standing on a rooftop, you can see many villas nearby. Today, he only searched this villa and found a lot of good things. He has no plans to continue searching other villas. After all, it would take at least a week to search all the villas. It is almost impossible to search the entire villa area within one day. Gurgle. At this time, Zhou Hai felt that he was a little hungry. I looked at the time, and it was already noon. It was time for lunch. He immediately took out a microwave oven, a mobile power source, and several dishes from his sea of consciousness. Heat the food in the microwave. He sat alone on the rooftop and started to eat happily. In the horrific Doomsday world, being able to eat such rich food is probably something no one could imagine. After lunch, Zhou Hai continued to search for the second villa. The second villa was plain and ordinary, and not many valuable things were found in the room. But when he arrived at the villa's enclosed underground parking lot, he was immediately stunned. There was a whole row of luxury cars parked in the underground parking lot. Moreover, these luxury cars look very new, as if they were purchased not long ago. Among them, including Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Bentley, Maybach, waiting for a bunch of luxury cars. Oh my God, what does this family do? Do they specialize in selling luxury cars? Why are there so many luxury cars parked in the underground parking lot? Oh my God, many of the cars here are limited editions. That is to say, no matter how rich you are, you can't buy this car model. I really got rich this time, but it's a pity. With so many luxury cars, I can't drive them into the real world to show off. If I could drive into the real world and see me driving such an awesome luxury car, even young Master Xiao would be impressed. It seems that I must expand the area of my sea of consciousness a little more. Right now, the space in the sea of consciousness is only 5 or 6 square meters. If it could be expanded to 50 or 60 square meters, it will be able to accommodate several cars. You can bring the vehicle back into the real world. It seems that I need to continue to devour more zombie crystal cores so that I can continue to expand my sea of consciousness. Think of this. Zhou Hai has made his decision. He wants to exchange for more zombie crystal cores to expand the space of his sea of consciousness, in order to bring these limited edition luxury cars back to the real world. Chapter 19, Handing Out Leaflets. Zhou Hai locked the door of the underground garage, fearing that others would discover that there were so many luxury cars hidden there. Each of these luxury cars is worth millions or even tens of millions. The total value of so many luxury cars is at least tens of millions. Even if you don't drive these cars yourself, you can still make a lot of money by selling them to used car dealers. Therefore, Zhou Hai decided that no matter what, he had to find a way to bring these luxury cars back to the real world. In order to ensure that these luxury cars are not discovered by others, Zhou Hai planned to live in the villa area these days. On the one hand, he can protect those luxury cars from being discovered and destroyed by others. On the other hand, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to search all the villas. If you stay in a villa for a few days, you'll have enough time to complete the search of the villa. These luxurious villas are no longer inhabited. However, the living environment inside is still very luxurious and comfortable. There are mahogany furniture, leather sofas, spacious rooms, and even a gym, and the surrounding environment is very quiet. Everything made Zhou Hai feel that living in the villa was very comfortable. In addition, the food and supplies Zhou Hai brought with him were enough for him to stay here for a few days. Then, Zhou Hai came to the gate of the villa area. I carefully checked the safety and stability of the big iron gate to ensure that it was not damaged to prevent others from sneaking into the villa area. After making sure that the big iron gate was safe and stable, Zhou Hai returned to his villa, sitting on a leather sofa in the living room. Zhou Hai began to think, considering his next course of action. The most urgent thing I need to do now is to obtain more zombie crystal cores. If you want to obtain zombie crystal cores, you must exchange them with supplies. I brought a lot of bread and mineral water with me. These things are enough to exchange for a lot of zombie crystal cores. For those refugees, bread and mineral water are extremely precious things, much more precious than the zombie crystal cores in their hands. But how can I spread this news and let more people know that I want to exchange crystal cores? At this time, Zhou Hai suddenly thought of a solution. He had a drone with him. He planned to use drones to distribute leaflets to spread the news that he was going to exchange crystal cores. If enough flyers are distributed, someone will definitely see the message. Just do it. Zhou Hai immediately came to the study of the villa owner. He remembered that in this study, there was a dusty printer and a computer that had been abandoned for a long time. It would be great if you could print the flyers using a printer. Now, the only question is, can the printer be turned on? In addition, there is no electricity in the villa, so Zhou Hai's mobile power bank is needed. Fortunately, after Zhou Hai's operations, he successfully started the printer and computer. Zhou Hai started printing text immediately. Everyone, I am a Doomsday financier. I'm sending a message now. I have the supplies and water you need, and I want to exchange them for the zombie crystal cores in your hands. If you're interested in exchanging, please go to the following coordinate address to trade. I'm waiting for you anytime. After printing hundreds of copies of these texts, Zhou Hai started the drone and flew into the sky with all the leaflets. Start spreading and distributing it in places where there might be people nearby. The drone flew far away. About 2 hours later, the drone successfully returned. All the leaflets have been distributed. Next, Zhou Hai waited quietly for someone to come to the villa area to conduct a transaction. Time passes by every second. Soon it was evening. After dinner, Zhou Hai lay down on the big bed in the villa and began to rest. The sky gradually darkened. The Doomsday world shrouded in darkness is the most terrifying time, because the zombies at this time have stronger mobility than during the day. Some zombies that are afraid of sunlight will come out from dark corners and start looking for prey. Some mutated monsters are most active at night. At the same time, a few thousand meters away from the villa area, in a room of an abandoned building, there were 7 or 8 figures swaying constantly under the dim candlelight. This is a small team, 5 men and 2 women. They were gathered together, discussing something. The man in the lead was holding a leaflet. This flyer was distributed by Zhou Hai via a drone during the day. Look at the words on the flyer. A sinister and terrifying smile appeared on the face of the leading man. I didn't expect that there would be someone nearby who has supplies and water. What's even more ridiculous is that this person was so naive as to reveal his location. How stupid of him. In the Doomsday world, any supplies and water sources are targets for others to snatch. He is undoubtedly asking for trouble by exposing his position like this. Brothers, we have been hungry for several days. Someone has supplies and water. If we don't grab them, others will definitely grab them. Why don't we take the lead to prevent other teams from getting ahead of us? The leading man said this to his men. After hearing what the boss said, everyone else nodded. This is a lone wolf team. They are unwilling to exchange supplies by killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores. Instead, they specifically robbed other teams of their supplies and water, and by the way, took away the crystal cores from other teams as well. It can be said that they are a group of despicable bandits in the Doomsday world. The moment I saw the flyer, an idea had already emerged in the leading man's mind. Snatch the supplies and water from the person handing out leaflets. We should act without delay and find the Doomsday financier before the other teams do, and take away all the supplies he has. The leader gave orders to several team members around him. Yes, a group of people immediately took their equipment and started to act. Follow the address given on the flyer. They soon arrived near the villa area. It's here. If we haven't found the wrong place, the location marked on the flyer is right here, said the leader. Boss, there's a doorbell at the gate. Should we press it? Said a man next to him. Oh, you try it, the boss said to his men. The other party came to the doorbell and pressed it gently. Ding-ling-ling. In an instant, a clear alarm sounded from the security booth. Such a crisp sound actually scared all the members of the lone wolf team. They immediately perked up, holding their weapons and looking around nervously. After all, on a terrifying night, any sound would cause the zombies to become restless. Those scary monsters will also be attracted by the loud noise. They all tensed up. Fortunately, all the zombies nearby were killed by Zhou Hai, and no zombies were attracted. However, the sound of this ring made Zhou Hai, who was lying on the bed, sit up suddenly. Huh, someone's coming. Did someone see my flyer? And came to the gate of the villa. It's so late. Why would anyone come to trade so late? Zhou Hai didn't expect this. My flyers were actually seen by someone. However, what puzzled Zhou Hai was why these people came to trade in the middle of the night. Everyone knows that night is the scariest time, and it is also the time when zombies and monsters are rampant. If you want to trade, it is best to do it during the day, which will be relatively safer. Chapter 20 Lone Wolf Squad. The leader observed the surrounding environment and shouted in a low voice towards the villa gate. Anyone there? We heard there are supplies and water here, so we are here to trade. We have the zombie crystal core you need. Can we come out and meet? Of course, the leading man's words were directed at Zhou Hai. At this moment, Zhou Hai slowly walked out of the gate of the villa and saw the group of people in front of him. Zhou Hai could feel that these people were carrying a terrifying, murderous aura. Any team that survives in a doomsday environment has killed countless zombies and naturally carries a terrifying aura. The leading man was slightly surprised to see that Zhou Hai was alone. Brother, you were the one who sent out this flyer, right? We have zombie crystal cores. Do you really have supplies and water? Is it really possible to exchange zombie crystal cores for the supplies in your hands? Asked the leading man. Zhou Hai saw that these people looked a little haggard and tired. It could be seen that they seemed to have not eaten for a long time. They must have been hungry these days and are eager to exchange supplies. That's right, I have supplies and water. Can you let me see if you have any crystal cores? Zhou Hai was the first to put forward his request. Okay, no problem. After the leading man finished speaking, he took out several zombie crystal cores from his backpack. Looking at those azure blue zombie crystal cores, Zhou Hai was very satisfied. You have already seen the crystal core. Can you let us see if you have any supplies and water on you? Are you lying to us? The leading man knew it very well. In this terrifying doomsday world, people's hearts are very vicious. This place is full of fraud, robbery, betrayal, and killing. They were also afraid that they had been tricked into coming here and fallen into Zhou Hai's trap. No problem. Let me show you. As Zhou Hai spoke, he immediately took out several bags of bread and bottles of mineral water from his sea of consciousness. When these people saw the supplies in Zhou Hai's hands, they were immediately shocked. What? That's bread and mineral water? Oh my God, how can there be such precious supplies? Bread and mineral water are only available to the powerful lords of the Doomsday City. It is impossible for ordinary refugees and the Doomsday Squad to obtain such a precious thing. The moment I saw the bread, the members of the Lone Wolf Squad were all stunned. Because they had been hungry for several days, they started drooling when they saw such delicious food. Oh my God, I never thought there would be such delicious food. The last time I ate bread was 5 years ago. The last time I drank mineral water was 3 years ago. I can't even remember how these foods tasted. Oh my God, they were simply top-notch supplies. Those people were all very excited. They originally thought that it would be good enough to exchange some rotten canned food or wormy potatoes and a small amount of rice. But they didn't expect that the supplies were so good that they far exceeded their imagination. Seeing them so excited, Zhou Hai said calmly, "One of the zombie crystal cores in your hand can be exchanged for a bag of bread or a bottle of mineral water. Would you like to exchange? No matter how many crystal cores you have, you can exchange them." Zhou Hai stated his terms of exchange. Those people looked at each other, and they could see each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. A kind of tacit understanding was reached between their team members in an instant. Zhou Hai didn't notice. When the leading man looked at his team members, he slowly stretched out his hand and made a wiping neck gesture. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Zhou Hai and steal his supplies. They had no intention of handing over the crystal core at all. "We can exchange." The leading man said this and gave a look to the man next to him. The subordinate immediately understood what he meant and walked towards Zhou Hai step by step with the crystal core in his hand. "Hey, let's exchange. I'll use 2 zombie crystal cores to exchange for the bag of bread in your hand, plus a bottle of mineral water." As the man spoke, he stretched out his hand and handed over the lost crystal core. Just when Zhou Hai reached out to take the crystal core, suddenly, the man stretched out a third hand out of thin air. At the same time, the extra hand, holding a sharp dagger, suddenly stabbed towards Zhou Hai's neck. This man actually possesses supernatural powers. The man's special ability is that he can instantly grow 4 more arms, a total of 6 arms, and each arm can move freely. Normally, The four arms are always hidden and only extend out at critical moments. Fuck you. The Eagle Eye ability within Zhou Hai's body activated the defense mechanism in an instant. When encountering sudden danger, the Eagle Eye ability can be automatically activated to play a protective role. When the dagger in the opponent's hand stabbed at him, in Zhou Hai's eyes, all the movements instantly turned into slow motion. And Zhou Hai also saw clearly that the other party actually had murderous intentions. This moment, Zhou Hai understood it instantly. The people in front of him had no sincerity in making a deal. They actually wanted to kill him and take away the supplies on him. Fortunately, Hawkeye's ability was activated in time. Otherwise, he might have succeeded in his surprise attack. Zhou Hai quickly stepped back and then waved his hand gently. The space blade was released. Puff! I saw a shadow flash by, followed by a muffled sound. The supernatural man with 6 arms in front of him had his body cut into pieces by the space blade in an instant. The two halves of the body suddenly separated, and the man fell to the ground with a bang dead. What? This? The leading man was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the sneak attack by the man with special powers just now failed, and he was killed by Zhou Hai. This also made them realize how terrifying Zhou Hai was. You don't plan to exchange crystal cores at all. You want to kill me and take my supplies? Am I right? I didn't expect that I would sincerely send out flyers to invite people who really wanted to trade. In the end, I was still greatly disappointed. You guys are nothing but a bunch of bandits. You don't have any sincerity at all. After listening to Zhou Hai, the leading man stopped pretending. He immediately showed a horrified and gloomy expression. Haha, you're right. We're just a group of thieves. You can call us the Lone Wolf Team, specialized in looting other teams. Hand over all the supplies in your hands, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die miserably here, and no one will care whether you live or die. Welcome to the horrible Doomsday world. Haha, you poor idiot. You were so naive and stupid as to tell others that you had supplies and water with you. You are so stupid. As he said this, one of the leading man's arms began to mutate, and his expression gradually became ferocious. The originally normal hand began to grow bigger, thicker, and longer. Moreover, the arms are covered with thick blood vessels. The color of the skin gradually turned black and was covered with a layer of scales. Such a thick arm, as thick as a century-old dead tree, looks extremely exaggerated and terrifying. Could this be a supernatural power from the end of the world, the black unicorn arm? I didn't expect that this person is also a supernatural power owner. After seeing the other party's mutation, Zhou Hai immediately understood the special abilities that the other party possessed. Chapter 21, Seduction. The man was very confident about the black unicorn arm he possessed. The Qilin arm is indestructible and extremely strong. Even when facing a dozen zombies, he was not afraid at all. The last time he faced danger, his Qilin arm demonstrated its extraordinary combat power. He tore apart more than a dozen zombies by himself and blew up a huge monster, took out the monster's heart and swallowed it directly. Sometimes, monster crystal cores appear inside the hearts of monsters. Monster crystal cores are even rarer than zombie crystal cores. His terrifyingly thick arms possess extremely strong strength and super destructive power. With one punch from him, even a building could be knocked down. The power is comparable to that of cannon. Ha ha ha. Kid, you didn't expect that I'm a mutant, did you? I advise you to hand over the supplies obediently, otherwise your end will be extremely tragic. As the man spoke, he waved his terrifying Qilin arm and looked at Zhou Hai coldly. The other men also had disdainful smiles on their faces. Kid, where did you hide the supplies? Our boss has already given you a chance, so hand over the supplies quickly. Do you want to die? Yes, boy, we don't want to kill people casually. We give you a chance. You should kneel down and thank us. What are you still standing there for? Idiot, why don't you hand over all your supplies quickly and kneel down to thank our boss for not killing you? And at this time, an extremely charming woman walked out from the team. This woman has a great figure, a beautiful face, and flowing curly hair, and looks quite pretty. In addition, she was wearing super tight clothes, which showed off her perfect figure. She wore a small black jacket, which revealed her perfect abdomen and sexy belly button. What is even more eye-catching is that she also has a nose ring, which makes her look a bit rock and rebellious. The whole person looks extremely eye-catching. In the Doomsday world, the appearance of such a beautiful woman will make everyone take a second look. Little brother, stop struggling and just do what our boss asks. Otherwise, your life may be in danger. You know, in the Doomsday world, killing a person is like stepping on an ant. It's totally insignificant. As the woman spoke, she gave Zhou Hai a provocative and ambiguous look. It seems that there's a natural allure in her eyes. Zhou Hai knew it very well in his heart. In the Doomsday world, beautiful women are sometimes the most terrifying and deadly weapons. Therefore, Zhou Hai was not bewitched by the other party's beauty. But he said firmly, "Since you want to steal my supplies, I'm sorry, I can't give them to you. Unless you exchange it for crystal cores." Zhou Hai's position was very firm, which immediately made the leader angry. "Damn it, you bastard, after talking for so long, you still don't want to hand over the supplies. Then don't blame me for being rude. Go to hell, bastard." Boom! The leader threw a terrifying punch. The Qilin arm, carrying a violent impact force, blasted toward Zhou Hai. It was like a cannon firing a cannonball. Zhou Hai suddenly became nervous. As the Eagle Eye ability was activated, the opponent's movements gradually slowed down. After seeing the opponent's movements clearly, Zhou Hai immediately dodged. Then he waved his hand gently. Swoosh! The blade of space directly cut through the void. Phew! With a dull sound, the opponent's Qilin arm was cut off directly from his shoulder. Although the opponent's Qilin arm is extremely hard, the shoulder connection is a relatively weak spot. There is only a physical connection. It was easy for his void blade to cut through the flesh. Plop! With a dull sound, the huge Qilin arm was chopped off and fell to the ground. As the support of the physical body was lost, the Qilin arm began to change, gradually shrinking, becoming smaller, and losing its luster. In the end, it turned into an ordinary arm that was pitch black and burnt. Accompanied by the Qilin arm being cut off. The leader suddenly let out a painful scream. He had lost an arm, so it was naturally painful. Such a scene immediately frightened the people around. What? This? How is this possible? The boss's Qilin arm is broken. Oh my god, that's impossible. The boss's Qilin arm is extremely hard, almost indestructible. How could it be broken so easily? This? Boss. Boss, are you okay? Boss, are you okay? Several people around rushed forward and helped up the boss who had fallen to the ground. At the same time, these people looked at Zhou Hai with fear in their eyes. They didn't expect that Zhou Hai, who looked like an ordinary person, actually possessed terrifying supernatural powers. Boss, let's go. Let's evacuate here quickly. Hurry up and help the boss up. The deal is off. Let's go. Those people supported the boss and actually wanted to leave here. But how could Zhou Hai let them go so easily? Stop right there. Did I let you go? Zhou Hai directly blocked the way of those people. This group of robbers deceived themselves. He also wanted to kill me and steal my supplies. As a result, after realizing that nothing was working, you actually wanted to turn around and leave? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? You, what do you want to do? Are you trying to stop us from leaving? Our boss was injured by you, and we don't want to trade with you anymore. You still won't allow us to leave? You are so unreasonable. Those people said this with an air of shamelessness. Zhou Hai Smai Gon Li, you are so shameless. I was doing business with you in good faith, but you were murderous instead. And now that you've found yourself defeated and no match for me, you're actually turning around and leaving? Is there such a cheap thing in this world? Don't you have to pay the price for doing something wrong? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave, you can. Just hand over all the crystal cores on you, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will all die here. I just attacked your boss to teach him a lesson. I didn't want to kill him. I can kill any of you at any time. Zhou Hai's words immediately made everyone present gasp. They could all feel the terrifying aura emanating from Zhou Hai, seeing that Zhou Hai was unwilling to let them leave. The enchanting woman immediately took a step forward. She deliberately exposed the plump part of her chest, and her voice became delicate. Good brother, don't be so fierce. We know we are wrong. Can you give us a chance? All right, good brother. I'm just a little girl. You're so fierce. It scares my little heart so much. If you don't believe me, feel my heart. The charming woman approached Zhou Hai as she spoke, and actually wanted Zhou Hai to touch her breasts. Chapter 22 Women are Trouble. Good brother, please touch it. As the woman spoke, she moved closer to Zhou Hai. Her face is extremely charming. I'm afraid any man would be fascinated by such a beauty. Unfortunately, Zhou Hai didn't buy it at all. Although it was Zhou Hai's first time to enter the Doomsday world, he had read many novels about the Doomsday world. He knew it very well. In the Doomsday world, you cannot sympathize or pity any weak person. Otherwise, you will pay the price 100 times. Get lost, Zhou Hai said to the beautiful woman with a serious expression. You, don't be so fierce. Frightened by Zhou Hai's tough tone, the beautiful woman froze in place. Zhou Hai still spoke coldly. Don't come near me. I'll kill you too. If you don't want to die, get away. Oh, well, you're so fierce. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she did not dare to get closer to Zhou Hai, for fear that Zhou Hai would really have the intention to kill her. Zhou Hai didn't want to continue talking nonsense with them. What he wanted was just the crystal core. Originally, Zhou Hai wanted to exchange with them, but since these people wanted to rob his supplies, there was no need for him to be polite. I'll say it again, hand over all the crystal cores on you, or not. Zhou Hai's tone was terrifying and left no room for doubt. And at this time, there was a man who seemed to still have a glimmer of hope. He said boldly, Then, what if we refuse to hand over the crystal core? Then you die. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. The space blade is launched. Phew! With a dull thud, the man's body broke into 2 pieces, blood gushed out, and he died on the spot. Not even a scream was uttered. Oh my God, this is so scary. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's so powerful. Oh my God, forget it. Let's just hand over the crystal core quickly. I don't want to die here. These people immediately became timid. They suddenly realized that Zhou Hai's powerful abilities were far beyond their imagination. The space blade possessed by Zhou Hai is a powerful level 5 supernatural power. This level is already very high. The black unicorn arm is just a level 2 supernatural power, but it is already so terrifying. All the crystal cores are yours. We don't want them anymore. Yes, the crystal core is yours now. Can you let us go? These people immediately handed over all the zombie crystal cores. Get out of here, Zhou Hai said to them. After dropping the crystal core, those people left immediately. Zhou Hai picked up all the crystal cores on the ground. There were 4 crystal cores in total. Back to the villa. Zhou Hai did not swallow the crystal core immediately. He planned to collect a few more crystal cores tomorrow morning and devour them all after returning home. Zhou Hai knew very well that once he swallowed the crystal core, he would fall into a coma. It would be very dangerous if he passed out in the Doomsday world. After all, once he falls into a coma, he will not be able to wake up for a long time. During this period of time, no one can guarantee that there will be no zombies and monsters approaching the villa area. He cannot predict it at all. Therefore, he planned to devour the crystal core after returning to the real world. The next morning, a few more people appeared near the entrance of the villa. These people are not members of the team, but a few refugees acting alone and a few doomsday hunters. Someone rang the doorbell. Zhou Hai soon appeared in front of these people. Seeing Zhou Hai appear, one of the men boldly asked, Excuse me, do you have any supplies? I have a crystal core that I can exchange with you. I also have a crystal core. Exchange with me first. I was here first. You all didn't come earlier than me. You should have exchanged with me first. These people rushed to the front and wanted to be the first to exchange with Zhou Hai. I was afraid that if the exchange was too late, the supplies would be gone. Seeing these people so anxious, Zhou Hai quickly spoke out to comfort him. Everyone, don't worry. Everyone can exchange their own supplies. I have enough supplies, enough to exchange with you. So, come one by one, don't be so anxious. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, those people quieted down. Zhou Hai discovered that these people all looked haggard. His face was sallow. Some people were so hungry that they were skin and bones, and their eye sockets were deeply sunken. Some people were so hungry that they were shaking all over and could hardly stand. It was obvious that these people had not eaten for a long time. If I don't eat something today, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. Everyone listen to me. 1 crystal core in exchange for 2 loaves of bread or 2 bottles of mineral water. If you have more crystal cores, I can give you 2 more loaves of bread. If anyone is willing to exchange, you can come over now. This time, Zhou Hai relaxed the terms of the exchange, changing it to 1 crystal core in exchange for 2 loaves of bread. Because Zhou Hai didn't want these people to starve to death, he planned to keep them alive and keep them useful. Zhou Hai planned to assign some tasks to these people and ask them to help him complete them. So, this time Zhou Hai was very kind. Okay, I'll swap. I'll trade too. I have 5 crystal cores. Is that too much? Can you give me a few more loaves of bread? Suddenly at this moment, a doomsday hunter said this. Zhou Hai didn't expect that this person actually had 5 crystal cores in his hand. Said immediately, Okay, I'll give you 2 more loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Thank you very much. The Doomsday Hunter hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Soon, everyone exchanged their own supplies through crystal cores. Suddenly, there were more than 20 crystal cores in Zhou Hai's hands. Including the crystal cores obtained last night, there are almost 30 crystal cores in total. These crystal cores are enough for him to devour and digest for a while after returning to the real world. Then, Zhou Hai intends to implement his next plan. He said to the people in front of him, "Everyone, if you still want to get more supplies, I can give you a task. Once you complete the mission, you can come to me to exchange for supplies. First, I need a few people to go to the Golden Mountains and bring me some gold. The gold you bring back can be exchanged for bread and mineral water. Still come here to trade with me. Anyone willing to go?" After hearing what Zhou Hai said, some people expressed their willingness to complete it on the spot. Some people hesitated and looked embarrassed. There are many dangers over there in the Golden Mountains. The death rate for anyone who ventures there is extremely high. Near the mountains, there are horrible gold-eating beasts, various powerful bloodthirsty creatures, and high-level zombies lurking. Is it so easy to take the gold away? In addition, that place is also a place where thieves are rampant. Killing and blood are everywhere. It looks like a golden mountain range, but in fact, it is a terrifying abyss. But there are still people who are not afraid of danger, accept the task, and are willing to take risks. Chapter 23, 2 Days of Coma. I'd like to go. I'd like to go too. Isn't it just a little dangerous? What's there to be afraid of? It's better than starving to death. Yes, bringing back gold can be exchanged for supplies, which is better than starving to death. Immediately, several people expressed their willingness to complete this task. At this time, a man suddenly asked, "What would I gain if I could bring back a chunk of gold?" If you can bring back a large piece of gold, 1 piece of gold can be exchanged for 10 loaves of bread or 10 bottles of mineral water, Zhou Hai said. Hearing Zhou Hai say this, those people suddenly became excited. What? 1 piece of gold can be exchanged for 10 loaves of bread? My God, this is too good to be true. Yes, just taking a few pieces of gold can exchange for half a month's supplies. I must try it. Yes, I'd like to go too. Is there anyone who wants to form a team to go to the Golden Mountains? I'd like to be the first to sign up. Suddenly, when the people around heard that they could get such a generous reward, they became more motivated. Soon, these people formed a team and completed it. Left here and went to the Golden Mountains for adventure. With these people working hard, I believe they will be able to come back with gold soon. Wait until these people leave. Zhou Hai is also ready to return to the real world. He has collected enough crystal cores in the Doomsday world and needs to return to the real world to devour these crystal cores to expand his sea of consciousness. Not long after, Zhou Hai returned to his own food factory. Sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, Zhou Hai was very excited looking at the 30 zombie crystal cores in front of him. He planned to devour these zombie crystal cores in 3 batches. He needs a full meal before devouring. Make sure you don't go hungry during the time you're unconscious. After eating and drinking, Zhou Hai picked up the 10 zombie crystal cores and swallowed them. Boom! As soon as it was swallowed, a violent energy exploded within the body. Zhou Hai fell into a coma all of a sudden. The endless sea swallowed him up. I don't know how much time had passed. Zhou Hai woke up slowly. He was drenched in sweat, and his clothes and bed sheets were soaked. He quickly took a shower and changed his clothes. Then start to check your own sea of consciousness. Sure enough, the area of the sea of consciousness has indeed expanded a bit. It has expanded from the original 5 or 6 square meters to more than 20 square meters, which is several times larger. Great, it seems these crystal cores can really expand my sea of consciousness. If I swallow all the crystal cores, my sea of consciousness may be large enough to accommodate all the luxury cars in the villa. I checked it again, carefully. Zhou Hai discovered that he did not gain any supernatural powers. Almost all of the crystal cores Zhou Hai obtained were first-level zombie crystal cores. Swallowing a first-level zombie crystal core can only enhance the original superpowers, but it cannot gain new superpowers. So that's how it is. Swallowing a level 1 zombie crystal core can only enhance the original ability, but cannot develop new abilities. Understand. At this moment, Zhou Hai seemed to understand some of the functions of the crystal core. After another hearty meal, Zhou Hai continued to pick up the zombie crystal core and swallowed it again. Soon, he fell into a coma again. The power of the first-level zombie crystal core is not very strong, so Zhou Hai was not unconscious for long. After 2 days, check the sea of consciousness space again. This place has actually become a space of more than 100 square meters. Haha, that's great. Such a large space is enough to accommodate many luxury cars. I want to bring all the luxury cars in the villa back to the real world. As Zhou Hai thought this, he prepared to enter the Doomsday world again. But before entering the Doomsday world, he wanted to sell all the gold and silver jewelry, necklaces, brand-name watches, and celebrity paintings and calligraphy that he had previously acquired. So Zhou Hai carried a big box and took all his things to the Oriental Gold shop again. As soon as the shop owner saw Zhou Hai, he immediately became extremely enthusiastic. Last time, Zhou Hai sold a large amount of gold to them, allowing their gold shop to make a lot of money. Seeing Zhou Hai again was like seeing the god of wealth. The owner of Oriental Gold Shop is called Yin Baojun. Mr. Yin, we meet again. Zhou Hai was the first to greet. Haha, god of wealth. I've been looking forward to your coming back since the last time we met. Finally, I've got your comeback, huh? Yin Baojun said this while greeting them with a smile. Boss Yin, I brought some gold this time, and I want to sell it to you. Let me show you, Zhou Hai said as he opened the box. Pieces of pure gold appeared in front of Yin Baojun, shocking him immediately. Oh my god, it's really good stuff, but it looks very pure. Brother Zhou, if you don't mind, I'll have my men check the goods? No problem. Zhou Hai was very straightforward, because he knew that the gold in Doomsday was extremely pure and definitely not fake at all. After some verification, they were all found to be pure gold. The shop owner was also very straightforward, and I paid directly. Millions in hand. At this time, Zhou Hai took out some jewelry, necklaces, and valuable gold watches from a box. Boss, take a look at these luxury goods. Will you accept them? These things are all good things. And these famous calligraphy and paintings are all priceless. Seeing so many luxury goods and valuable items, Yin Baojun took a breath again, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A single painting or calligraphy by a famous person might be worth tens of millions. Oh my god, if I'm not mistaken, this famous calligraphy and painting should be Shui Zhaowen's 1,000 Miles of Borderland map. Oh my god, this painting is a rare treasure. His last work was sold for 200 million yuan at an auction. This masterpiece from the same period is worth at least hundreds of millions. Oh my god, this is such a precious thing. Where on earth did you get it from? After hearing what the shop owner said, Zhou Hai was suddenly shocked and showed an incredible expression. What? This picture is worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god, I'm rich then. Originally, Zhou Hai didn't like this picture. Even when he was searching for treasures in the villa, he didn't think of taking this map with him. He was originally searching for gold and jewelry. He just casually put this picture into his sea of consciousness. Unexpectedly, the most valuable item turned out to be this famous calligraphy and painting. Little brother, you are awesome. Where did you get this? The shop owner couldn't help but ask. Naturally, Zhou Hai couldn't tell the other party. These things were brought back from the Doomsday world. Hey, boss, let me ask you, do you want to buy this picture? I'll sell it to you cheaply, 80 million. Zhou Hai directly quoted a price. Chapter 24. Hundreds of millions of famous paintings. 80 million. To buy a famous painting? Yin Baojun took a breath of cold air. Although he knew that if he bought this thing for 80 million, he would definitely make a fortune. However, he is not a professional in this area. He mainly purchases gold and does gold jewelry business. He has never purchased antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, or the like. Naturally, he was also an outsider when it came to celebrity calligraphy and paintings. So, Yin Baojun said with some sigh, I can't accept this, but I can introduce you to someone who is also a friend of mine. My friend is a professional in this field. He is also a big boss who specializes in purchasing and auctioning celebrity paintings and calligraphy, antiques and jade, and specializes in the luxury goods industry. If you really want to sell it, I can take you to see him. When Zhou Hai heard the other party say this, he was naturally very grateful. Okay, thank you, Boss Yin. Soon, under the leadership of Yin Baojun, they came to a luxury building. The entire building is dedicated to the luxury goods industry. There is also a professional auction company upstairs, as well as a luxury goods appraisal shop and a second-hand jewelry shop. They saw a bearded man who looked like a boss in an office. After both sides introduced themselves, Zhou Hai knew that the man in front of him was called Huyongshan. He is the owner of this building and a big shot in the luxury goods industry. He is also very well known in the industry, and his net worth is inestimable. Boss Hua, could you please help me appreciate this painting? Let me know how much it is worth. Zhou Hai placed the painting 1,000 Miles of Borderland in front of Huyongshan. Originally, Hui Yongshan didn't care too much. A nonchalant look. After all, what good things can a young man like Zhou Hai come up with? But when he saw this picture, Hui Yongshan stood up immediately. Immediately come over and take a closer look. The expression on his face became more serious. Oh my God. This can't be true. A long-lost masterpiece. 1,000 miles of frontiers. Reappeared in the world? Impossible. This is unbelievable. Hui Yongshan is a famous connoisseur and can tell at a glance that this is a real painting. He was afraid that he had seen it wrong. He quickly found several appraisal experts to help with the appraisal. In the end, everyone agreed that this was the long-lost famous painting. 1,000 miles of frontiers. They believe, once this famous painting comes out, it will definitely shock the world and rewrite history. Hui Yongshan looked at Zhou Hai with trembling hands. Little brother, are you really determined to sell this painting? You name a price. Zhou Hai could see the excitement of these people and knew that this was a great treasure. Then, Zhou Hai was not polite either. He just stretched out a finger and said, 100 million. Hui Yongshan was stunned at first, and then he felt ecstatic. If this painting were to be sold at an auction, it would fetch at least 200 million yuan. If you can really buy this famous painting for 100 million, it will definitely be a huge profit. Okay, I bought it. I can pay now. Hui Yongshan was afraid that Zhou Hai would change his mind later, so he immediately decided to buy it. An hour later, Zhou Hai made more than 100 million yuan from the famous watches, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings by famous people. Just as Zhou Hai left, a young and beautiful woman walked out of the room. The woman is about 20 years old. She has bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, a charming figure, and is wearing gorgeous clothes. It highlights one's nobleness. Dad, who was that boy just now? He's so powerful. At such a young age, you can actually own so many valuable calligraphy and paintings, as well as precious jewelry. Whose noble son is this? The woman was Hui Yongshan's youngest daughter, Hui Siding. She is the apple of the Hui family's eye. What? Are you interested in him? Hui Yongshan asked. Of course not. I was just asking casually. Hui Siding quickly denied. This is the first time I've met him, too. I've never seen this person before. His name seems to be Zhou Hai. What? Zhou Hai? Dad, are you sure? Is his name really Zhou Hai? Hui Siding immediately seemed a little excited. What's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? Do you know him? Hui Yongshan looked puzzled. There's a classmate in our school named Zhou Hai. Is this the man? The woman quickly took out her cell phone and showed a group photo in front of her father, asking him to confirm it. Yes, that's him. Is he a classmate of your school? Hui Yongshan asked curiously. Yes, he is a classmate of our school. Hui Siding nodded. Your classmate is really amazing. How come I have never heard of such a capable person before? This? I don't know either. Anyway, in my impression, Zhou Hai is quite low-key. He doesn't show off his abilities. I only knew that his family runs a business, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Hui Siding said, in the future, you should get to know your classmate better. Maybe his family is a powerful and large family. If we can get to know such a big family, it will be of great help to the development of our business. Hui Yongshan said this, encouraging his daughter to take the initiative to get to know Zhou Hai. Now, Zhou Hai has already left with the money. Returned to his own food factory. Just returned to the factory. Zhou Hai received a call from his roommate Cao Wei. Hi. I called you these past few days but couldn't get through. What are you doing? Why does my phone show that it's always turned off? Oh, nothing. I forgot to turn on my phone. Zhou Hai said quickly. He has been in the Doomsday world these days, and his cell phone is turned off. Therefore, Cao Wei was unable to contact Zhou Hai for several days. What do you want from me? Zhou Hai asked. It's like this. Tomorrow is the birthday of our class beauty, Xiaowen. She invited our entire class, as well as some students from other classes, to attend her birthday party. I heard that this birthday party will be held in his luxurious villa, and there will also be a pool party and a cake feast. There are many wealthy second generations present here. Don't forget to come and join us. Listen to what Cao Wei said. Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. Xiaowen is the class beauty in their class. Not only that, she is also one of the recognized beauties in the school. Not only is she beautiful, but she also comes from a very prominent family. Her father runs a number of large companies, so her family must be very rich. At the same time, she is also the target of pursuit for many rich second generations. When he was in school, Zhou Hai was quite inferior and didn't dare to contact Xiaowen at all. It can be said that there's not much overlap between the two sides. I won't attend anyone's birthday party. Zhou Hai said. How can you not go? She invited all the classmates to go. How can you make special arrangements? You have nothing to do at home anyway. Why not go out and move around? Make more friends. I know you just broke up, so you must be in a bad mood. But you can't stay at home all the time. Just come out and get some fresh air and relax. Cao Wei immediately started preaching. This made Zhou Hai feel a little embarrassed. Okay then, let's go. Give me an address, and I'll go there tomorrow night. Zhou Hai said. Okowo. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hai is ready to enter the Doomsday world again. Chapter 25, Luxury Cars. Zhou Hai has been thinking about it all the time. I want to bring all the luxury cars in the villa back to the real world. After much difficulty, the space of the Sea of Consciousness was expanded to more than 100 square meters, and it could finally accommodate those luxury cars. Zhou Hai did not hesitate. After taking some simple supplies, I entered through the back door. Back to the Doomsday world again. This time, he arrived at the villa area with ease. He walked through the familiar road and entered one of the villas. In the closed underground parking lot, I saw those valuable limited edition luxury cars again. Haha, that's great. Now, everything belongs to me. As he thought this, his mind moved. Through his own consciousness, he loaded all the luxury cars into his own sea of consciousness. After doing all this, Zhou Hai did not stay for too long and returned to the real world. After returning home, Zhou Hai was extremely excited. Hey, let me take out a sports car and drive it for fun. Experience the feeling of a sports car speeding at lightning speed. While saying this, he immediately came to the nearby road. A Ferrari was taken out. Sitting in this car, I feel so happy. On this road, see if there is anyone driving faster than me. Boom, boom, boom. Step on the accelerator, and it takes very little time to accelerate to 100 meters. The vehicle was launched like a cannonball. The red, flame-like exhaust coming out from the back of the car looks extremely handsome. This car is like Batman's chariot in a science fiction movie. No matter where you appear, you will become the focus of the audience. The next day, Golden Diamond, Yending Villa. The birthday party of class beauty Xiaowen will be held here soon. This villa is Xiaowen's own villa. The villa is very large, covering thousands of square meters, and is a top-level luxury villa. Xiaowen is 19 years old, at the beautiful age of being as pretty as a flower. She has a distinguished family background, stunning looks, and is a prominent figure in school. Therefore, many classmates came to Xiaowen's birthday party, and many rich second generations and school handsome boys came to the party. There are many rich second generations who want to show themselves well at birthday parties, want to win Xiaowen's favor. At this time, people have already arrived at the villa one after another. They met Xiaowen, who was dressed very beautifully in a princess dress. Many rich second generations were drooling over Xiaowen when they saw how beautiful she was now. I couldn't help but come forward to get close to her and take the initiative to build a closer relationship with Xiaowen. Xiaowen, this is my birthday present for you. I hope you like it. Xiaowen, this is my gift. I carefully selected it for you. Xiaowen, happy birthday to you. I hope you become more and more beautiful. This is my gift. Many rich second generations surrounded Xiaowen, giving her gifts and showing her courtesy. Accompanied by the classmates appearing one by one, Cao Wei discovered that Zhou Hai had not arrived here yet. So, Cao Wei, who was a little anxious, immediately called Zhou Hai to ask, Hi, Xiaowen's birthday party is about to start. Why haven't you come yet? Don't come too late and delay the birthday party. I'll be there soon. I'm on the way, Zhou Hai said. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhou Hai appeared in the villa. Boom, boom, boom. The Ferrari luxury car made a roar. It kicked up a cloud of dust, did a beautiful tailspin, and stopped at the door of the villa. Many students around were shocked when they saw this luxury car suddenly appear. It also caused a lot of discussion among people. Wow, what a beautiful sports car. Whose rich second-generation car is this? He actually showed up here in such a luxurious and beautiful car. Could it be Xiao Yusheng, young Master Xiao? Only young Master Xiao has such strength to show up in such a luxurious sports car. Yes, it must be young Master Xiao who is here. After all, young Master Xiao specializes in sports cars, and only young Master Xiao can afford such a luxurious car. Master Xiao is really awesome, driving such a luxurious car to pick up girls. I'm afraid Xiao will soon become Master Xiao's woman. Alas, there is nothing we can do. It is because young Master Xiao has such strength that we are really envious of him. Driving a sports car to pick up girls, those women will fall for you easily. Many people saw Ferrari luxury cars. Everyone thought that the person in the car must be Xiao Yusheng, so they kept talking about it. Even Shen Xinman, who had already arrived here, believed that the person in the car must be Xiao. In recent days, the relationship between Shen Xinman and Xiao has become a little distant. The main reason was that young Master Xiao was too fickle and had many women around him, which made Shen Xinman a little unhappy. Ever since Shen Xinman cheated on Zhou Hai, betrayed Zhou Hai, and became Xiao's woman, I haven't contacted Zhou Hai since then. After all, in her eyes, Zhou Hai is a waste, a fat otaku. His family's food factory also went bankrupt. For Shen Xinman, Zhou Hai had completely lost his appeal. On the other hand, Xiao, although she is a little fickle, she is willing to be with Xiao. When Shen Xinman saw the red Ferrari appear, an excited expression appeared on her face. Today, she wore Xiao's favorite purple dress. After Xiao gets down from the Ferrari, she will be the first to appear in front of him and let him be attracted by her beauty again. Therefore, as soon as the red Ferrari stopped, Shen Xinman was the first to run to Ferrari with a charming smile on her face. But when the Ferrari door opened, when Zhou Hai walked out, everyone was surprised. Who is this? Hey, who is this handsome guy? He doesn't look like Mr. Xiao. Yeah, this person doesn't seem to be Mr. Xiao. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Is he the handsome guy in our school? Why haven't I seen him before? So handsome. This person looks familiar, but I can't remember him right now. Who is this handsome guy? He is so powerful. He can even afford such a luxurious sports car. Zhou Hai successfully lost weight by swallowing a lot of zombie crystal cores, and his appearance also changed slightly, turning into a handsome guy. He is also a handsome guy with perfect abdominal muscles. Swallowing zombie crystal cores can continuously consume Zhou Hai's body fat, changing his body shape and even his appearance. Therefore, in a short period of time, Zhou Hai's entire appearance was transformed. He changed from a fat otaku who was so fat that it was unbearable to look at, to a handsome guy with a standard body. Therefore, many people did not recognize Zhou Hai at first. Even Zhou Hai's roommate, Cao Wei, almost failed to recognize Zhou Hai the moment he saw him. You are Zhou Hai? Oh my god, it's only been over half a month since we last met. How come you become so handsome? Oh my god, I almost didn't recognize you just now. As Cao Wei said this, he walked forward and greeted Zhou Hai. Now, Shen Xinman, who was still standing in a daze in front of the luxury car, finally recognized Zhou Hai after hearing what Cao Wei said. See Zhou Hai's current appearance and his handsome luxury car. Shen Xinman almost dropped her jaw. What? He's Zhou Hai? How is this possible? Shen Xinman couldn't believe it. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Zhou Hai carefully. Chapter 26 Reacquaintance. Oh my god, it's really classmate Zhou Hai. Many classmates also recognized Zhou Hai. Normally, these students are indifferent to Zhou Hai. Even many female classmates look down on Zhou Hai. However, now seeing Zhou Hai become so handsome and driving such a luxurious car, many boys are envious. When those girls looked at Zhou Hai, there was a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. Zhou Hai, I didn't expect that you have changed so much after not seeing you for a few days. You have become so handsome. By the way, it seems that there is no contact information between us yet. What's your phone number? Let's add a contact. One of the female classmates who knew Zhou Hai said this. He gave Zhou Hai an ambiguous smile. Yeah, Zhou Hai, we don't have any contact information either. We are classmates. How can we not have contact information? What's your cell phone number? I'll add you too. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Another female classmate said this and hurried forward. I want to add Zhou Hai's contact information. These girls' attitudes towards Zhou Hai suddenly changed drastically. In the past, I have never seen these girls take the initiative to come forward and ask for contact information, just when Zhou Hai was surrounded by those girls. Shen Xinman, who was standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. Finally reacted. Is this Zhou Hai? How is that possible? How did Zhou Hai become like this now? So handsome. Much more handsome than before. He's driving a red Ferrari. What's going on? Shen Xinman could no longer understand the reason why he broke up with Zhou Hai. On the one hand, it is because Zhou Hai is no longer handsome after he gained weight. On the other hand, she knew that Zhou Hai's family was left with no money after their business went bankrupt. That's why I chose to break up with Zhou Hai. At this time, she saw Zhou Hai walking up to her. Shen Xinman couldn't help but ask casually, Zhou Hai, is this red Ferrari yours? Did you buy it? She now urgently wants to know the answer. Zhou Hai just glanced at Shen Xinman in front of him. he said with a cold smile. Now, what does it have to do with you? Why should I tell you to get out of the way and don't block the road? Zhou Hai showed no mercy to the other party. After all, when they broke up, Shen Xinman said a lot of vicious words, which deeply hurt Zhou Hai. He no longer had any good feelings towards Shen Xinman. Therefore, facing Shen Xinman's initiative to speak, Zhou Hai did not give her any good look at all. It was at this time. Suddenly, a man screamed loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of people around him. Oh my God, this is incredible. I know what kind of car Zhou Hai is driving. It turned out to be a special limited edition Ferrari, the Ferrari LaFerrari. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration in less than 3 seconds. Its hybrid power is as powerful as a jet engine. There are only 500 of this car in the world, and the price of each one is around 25 million. Please note that it is US dollars. This is the information I found on the internet. Oh my God. The man said this while holding his cell phone. He looked up information on his mobile phone and introduced the situation of this car. What? $25 million? Oh my God, this is killing me. It's unimaginable to have such an expensive car. The students around him all showed shocked expressions. Sigh again and again. At this time, Shen Xinman, who was standing next to him, also heard the man's introduction. She suddenly became extremely excited. What did you say? How much is this car? Shen Xinman came to the boy at once, fearing that she had heard it wrongly. It's 25 million US dollars. The man repeated. That's impossible. That's an astronomical figure. Let me see your phone. As Shen Xinman spoke, she snatched the boy's phone. I carefully checked the introduction about this car on my phone. Shen Xinman carefully compared the pictures on the internet with the red Ferrari in front of her. She was finally convinced. The luxury car on the internet turned out to be Zhou Hai's car. This time, Shen Xinman was completely shocked. She even felt her head getting dizzy. Oh my God, 25 million US dollars, unbelievable. Unbelievable. When did Zhou Hai become so rich? Did he really get rich? But how could he change so much in just half a month? No matter how Shen Xinman thought about it, she couldn't understand it. Just at this moment, there was another roar coming from the door of the villa. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the roar of cars. Several more luxury cars appeared at the door. The man driving in the front was none other than Xiao Xiao. This time, he was also invited to attend Xiaowen's birthday party. In order to show off, he drove his own luxury car this time. I want to show off in front of all my classmates and seduce a few beautiful girls at the same time. Hey, whose car is this? It's parked in a place where it shouldn't be parked. Drive away quickly. This parking space can only be used by my luxury car. Other vehicles are not worthy of being parked here. Didn't you hear? Whose car is this? You dare to park your junky car in front of my car? Get away. Drive away quickly. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Xiao stuck his head out of the window and shouted loudly towards the front. The luxury car parked in front was Zhou Hai's Ferrari. This time, Xiao Xiao drove a Lamborghini worth more than 5 million. He originally thought that his car should be the most expensive one among all the cars attending the birthday party. So, he didn't take other people's cars seriously at all. Now, Zhou Hai was just about to leave. Then he heard Xiao Xiao yelling in the back, which made Zhou Hai a little unhappy. Where did this dog come from? It's barking nonsense. Zhou Hai turned his head and looked behind him. Take a closer look. Only then did he see clearly the person in the car. It was actually Xiao Xiao, with whom he had had a conflict. But at this moment, Xiao Xiao did not recognize Zhou Hai. After all, Zhou Hai's appearance had changed a lot, and Xiao Xiao didn't recognize him for a while. He was still shouting loudly from behind. Didn't you hear? Whose red car? Drive away now. Do you know that this parking space belongs to my Lamborghini? Do you think you can park your junky car here? The other party shouted arrogantly, but Zhou Hai ignored him. Instead, he stood there, looking at Xiao Xiao, who kept shouting as if he was a fool. Xiao Xiao saw Zhou Hai standing in front and guessed that the red car must belong to Zhou Hai. So continue shouting. Hey kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Drive your lousy car away. This parking spot belongs exclusively to me. I'm driving a Lamborghini, so I need to park it in the most conspicuous place so that everyone can see my car. This is not the place for your car to be parked. Don't you understand? Drive away quickly. I'm telling you, my car is very expensive. If you accidentally hit my car, you won't be able to afford the compensation with your life. Chapter 27. Xiao Xiao Pretends. I saw that Zhou Hai had no intention of driving away. Xiao Xiao suddenly became a little angry. Damn it, he is so shameless. I'm counting to 3 now. If you don't drive away, I'm going to crash into you. I'm telling you, if you damage my car, you can't afford to pay for it. As Xiao said this, he stepped on the accelerator and acted as if he was about to drive forward. Boom, boom, boom. The throttle flies up. Xiao's Lamborghini made a roar, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Oh my God, what is young Master Xiao going to do? He's actually going to rush up and knock the Ferrari over. This is crazy, absolutely crazy. Oh my God, are 2 luxury cars about to collide with each other just to compete for a parking space? This is incredible. Mr. Xiao is too crazy. He actually wants to crash into the Ferrari. Holy shit. Just sit back and watch the show. I want to see if young Master Xiao really dares to crash into them. Huh. Anyway, neither of the 2 luxury cars is mine, so I could just crash into them. Many of the students watching around were thinking this in their hearts. They're all here to watch the fun. What kind of conflict will happen between 2 people driving luxury cars? 3, 2, 1. Just as Xiao finished shouting, his Lamborghini suddenly rushed out, pretending to knock the Ferrari away. But at this moment, a younger brother beside Xiao saw clearly the shape and name of the Ferrari in front of him. He was immediately terrified. Although he has never driven a Ferrari LaFerrari, he has seen and viewed it online. I am extremely yearning for and fond of this luxury car. However, he also knew that he might not be able to buy this Ferrari LaFerrari in his lifetime. After all, this car is too expensive. It's a bit outrageously expensive. I saw that Xiao's car was about to hit it. The younger brother immediately rushed to the front and stopped Xiao's car. Mr. Xiao, stop the car immediately. Don't hit it. If it really hits us, we're doomed. When Xiao saw his younger brother blocking the car, he was speechless. Depend on. Are you crazy? What are you doing in front of my car? Who are you with? If the car in front doesn't move away, isn't that giving young Master Xiao no face? Can I indulge him? That little brother seemed a little anxious. He quickly waved his hand, signaling Xiao to get out of the car. Then he stammered hurriedly. Mr. Xiao, you really can't hit it. If you really hit it, you'll be finished. Seeing my younger brother so nervous, Xiao became even angrier. His own younger brother, instead of cheering him up, stood on the other side, which immediately made Xiao a little unhappy. Whose friend are you anyway? Why do I feel like you and I are not on the same team? You're not helping me now, but you're still speaking for others. The younger brother quickly waved his hand and said, No, Mr. Xiao, of course I am with you. But look at the car in front of you. What brand is it? Once you see it clearly, it won't be too late to hit it. Xiao still looked indifferent. There was a strong sense of disdain in his expression. What good car can it be? I'm sure all the cars here are rubbish. Only my Lamborghini is the coolest. The younger brother was also speechless and spoke quickly. Mr. Xiao, go and take a look. You will know when you see it. Fuck, what's wrong with taking a look? As Xiao said this, he walked to the car in front with some impatience. Look carefully. He was slightly surprised to find that it was a Ferrari. And when he saw the shape and brand of the car clearly, he immediately took a breath of cold air. Oh my God, this is a Ferrari LaFerrari? Am I seeing things? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a rare and scarce car appear in this city? Most of these cars are overseas, and few people in China can own them. Did I see it wrong? Xiao rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Want to be completely sure whether this is a real Ferrari LaFerrari. As a luxury car enthusiast, Xiao has seen too many luxury cars. He has conducted in-depth research on various luxury cars and has his own insights and understanding of domestic vehicle brands. Therefore, their understanding of luxury cars is much deeper than that of ordinary people. He could tell at a glance whether it is a real luxury car. When he looked at it carefully, he was completely sure that the car was actually a Ferrari LaFerrari. This immediately made Xiao gasp. His whole expression changed a little. Oh my God, a top-notch limited edition luxury car from abroad. The Ferrari LaFerrari, the masterpiece of Ferrari, the one-of-a-kind supreme luxury car, with an acceleration comparable to that of a jet plane. It's actually real. Oh my God, it actually appeared in front of me. It's incredible. Young Master Xiao was a little frightened. When he thought about how he almost crashed his car into something just now, he broke out in a cold sweat. The Ferrari LaFerrari is too expensive. Every car part is expensive. If his Lamborghini really crashed into it and damaged any part, he couldn't imagine how much money he would have to pay in compensation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Luckily, I didn't really bump into it. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. It really scared me to death. Looking at the luxury car in front of him, Xiao couldn't help but say this. He patted his chest and let out a long sigh. The younger brother beside him hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Xiao, it's a good thing I reminded you, right? If I hadn't reminded you, you would have really bumped into it. Xiao looked at the younger brother beside him and immediately smiled with luck. It was your kind reminder, otherwise I might have really gotten into trouble today, but I am surprised. Who on earth can afford such a luxurious car? It's even more expensive than my Lamborghini. As Xiao said this, he looked up at Zhou Hai carefully. At the beginning, he really didn't recognize Zhou Hai. After all, Zhou Hai's appearance had changed. However, when he looked closely, he recognized it at once. Zhou Hai, how could it be you? This Ferrari is yours? When Xiao said this, he himself found it a little unbelievable. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari that is nearly 40 times more expensive than his car. In his eyes, a poor loser like Zhou Hai is not worthy of being compared with him. But now Zhou Hai not only looks more handsome. How could he become so rich? Driving such a luxurious sports car completely stole his limelight. This made Xiao unable to accept it for a while. Chapter 28, Is the Car Rented? Zhou Hai looked at Xiao and said with some disdain, Didn't you just say you were going to crash your car into my Ferrari? I'm giving you a chance now. Do you dare to bump into me? As Zhou Hai said this, he pointed to his Ferrari. Huh? This? You kid, don't be so arrogant. Xiao was suddenly speechless. Of course, he knew the price of Zhou Hai's car. Although Xiao's family is very rich, if he really crashes the other party's car, I'm afraid the compensation will be an astronomical figure. And it was at this time, Xiao has a younger brother named Sun Gong. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Mr. Sun's mind. He seemed to have thought of a possibility. He was immediately shocked by his own brilliant idea. Mr. Sun quickly came to Xiao's side, said in a low voice, Mr. Xiao, based on our understanding of Zhou Hai, this guy is just a poor loser. He can't possibly afford such a luxurious Ferrari. Not to mention, it's a limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari. Then I thought of a possibility. I think this is the only possibility. That is, Zhou Hai's luxury car was rented from a car rental shop. Master Xiao, think about it. How can a poor loser like him really afford such a luxurious car? It must be a rental car. I spent several $100s renting it for a day and drove it out to show off. By the way, pick up a girl on this occasion. Otherwise, how could he really afford it? What do you think, Xiao? Mr. Sun's words immediately hit Xiao's brain. In an instant, Xiao seemed to have figured out. The brain suddenly became active and excited. All previous doubts and problems seemed to be resolved at once. Ha! Why didn't I think of that? I think you were right. You are absolutely right. It's impossible for a poor loser like Zhou Hai to afford such a luxury car. There's only one possibility. He rented the car to show off. I was almost fooled by him just now. I thought he really bought the car. After figuring out this problem, Xiao suddenly became excited. He instantly regained his confidence. Ha! Zhou Hai, you are quite good at pretending. If I wasn't smart enough, I would have almost been fooled by you. Did I really think that you were so rich that you could afford a Ferrari? If I'm not mistaken, this Ferrari of yours, I think you rented it from a car rental shop, right? Ha! You dare to show off in front of me with a rented car? Upon hearing what Xiao said, many people around who were still in shock immediately came to their senses. They still trust Xiao more. After all, Mr. Xiao is a well-known rich man, so of course everything he said is true. Even if Zhou Hai was rich, he couldn't afford such a luxurious Ferrari. Therefore, most people believe that what Xiao said was right. What? Rented? Oh my God, I really thought he bought this luxury car. Yeah, I also thought he bought the car, but it turned out to be a rental. How funny. Oh my God, it's actually a rental car? I got so excited just now for nothing. How embarrassing. I don't have the ability to do this, but I still have to pretend to be so. It's actually a rented car, haha. It's so shameful. He was exposed by Master Xiao. How can Zhou Hai still have the nerve to be here? There were many people who originally admired Xiao. After hearing what Xiao said, they immediately believed what Xiao said. He kept pointing fingers at Zhou Hai and making fun of him. Mr. Xiao at this moment, he felt as if he had caught Zhou Hai's weakness. The whole person became even more arrogant. He immediately regained his previous confidence and arrogance. Ha! Zhou Hai, I really want to know, did you spend so much money to rent a luxury car just to show off? Or did you have other purposes? Oh, I see. Haha. Your girlfriend Shen Xinman betrayed you and cheated on you. Are you eager to get her back? In order to win your ex-girlfriend back, you rented a car. Do you want to show off? Show off your strength and make your ex-girlfriend change her mind. What a pity you've been exposed by me. You're so embarrassed, huh? After listening to Xiao's analysis, many of the classmates around also laughed. Most of these students have heard about Zhou Hai. He knew that Zhou Hai's ex-girlfriend had betrayed him and became Xiao's woman and plaything. Therefore, Xiao's analysis was immediately accepted by many people. Oh, how pitiful. In order to win back his ex-girlfriend, he actually rented a car to show off. It was so embarrassing that young Master Xiao exposed me on the spot. It was so funny. A man like this with a pig brain wants to compete with Master Xiao for a woman. Give up on this idea. Renting a luxury car to get my ex-girlfriend back. Haha, awesome. Many people present were talking at once, and everyone was very happy. And at this moment, Shen Xinman was there. She had been listening silently to the words of the people around her. Originally, she was a little shocked and puzzled to see Zhou Hai driving such a luxurious car. She couldn't believe that Zhou Hai was so rich that he could afford a luxury car worth $25 million. Now, after listening to Xiao's analysis, I immediately understood. It turns out that Zhou Hai was just pretending to be rich. This made Shen Xinman even more annoyed with Zhou Hai. She immediately squeezed out of the crowd, came in front of Zhou Hai. He spoke to Zhou Hai in an impolite tone. Zhou Hai, so you rented a luxury car here just to win me back? To make me come back to you and be your girlfriend again? I'm telling you, just give up on this idea. A poor loser like you is not worthy of me. I would rather kneel on the ground and lick the ass of Master Xiao than be friends with someone like you. I feel sick when I see you now. Shen Xinman's words immediately caused a burst of laughter from the people around her. Everyone was there to watch the fun. Everyone wants to see how Zhou Hai will continue to pretend and perform. Now, after hearing what Shen Xinman said, Xiao also felt extremely happy. A slight smile of contempt appeared on his face as he looked at Zhou Hai in front of him. Since Zhou Hai has been exposed, I'm afraid there's no way to keep pretending. Zhou Hai, let me tell you, you want to show off in front of me, but you're still too young. It takes strength and money to be pretentious. Do you think you can show off in front of me just by driving a rented luxury car? Haha, you really underestimate me. Seeing that Zhou Hai did not refute, Xiao continued to humiliate and belittle Zhou Hai. Just when many people were watching the fun and constantly laughing at Zhou Hai, a girl walked out from the crowd. This girl is extremely beautiful, with a charming figure and outstanding looks. What is even more valuable is, she is dressed very fashionably and beautifully, just like a female star. Any girl would feel inferior in front of her. After the girl came in front of everyone, he spoke slowly. You guys are so funny. I really don't know what right you have to laugh at Zhou Hai. The girl's words immediately caused a stir in the audience. Chapter 29 School Beauty appears. This beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the crowd. It was Hua Siding, the recognized campus beauty in their school. Hua Siding's father is a famous luxury goods collector and owner of a famous auction house. At the same time, he is also the founder of a top luxury brand, Huiyong. Not long ago, the famous painting 8,000 Miles of Frontier that Zhou Hai sold was sold for more than 100 million yuan. This painting was sold to Hua Siding's father, Huiyong. When Zhou Hai was selling this famous painting, Hua Siding was watching from aside. Therefore, Hua Siding naturally knew Zhou Hai, and she also knew that Zhou Hai must be very rich, and he would definitely not rent a car to show off. Zhou Hai earned more than 100 million just by painting a picture called 1,000 Miles of Frontier. This means that Zhou Hai's wealth must be more than just this money. It's because I know Zhou Hai is a rich man. That's why Hua Siding was willing to take the initiative to stand up and speak for Zhou Hai. See Hua Siding appear. The eyes of many boys around suddenly lit up. They immediately turned their eyes to Hua Siding. In their eyes, Hua Siding is their dream goddess, a top-notch beauty. All the boys in the school wanted to get closer to Hua Siding. However, Hua Siding has always been cold and arrogant, and is unwilling to give any boy a chance. Even Xiao, who is always suave and charming, couldn't do anything to Hua Siding. See Hua Siding appear in front of me. Xiao knew that his good opportunity had come. He suddenly laughed. He came in front of Hua Siding with a smile on his face. So she's the campus beauty of Hua University. Haha, you definitely don't know Zhou Hai very well. Let me introduce you to Zhou Hai, a poor loser from a very poor family. He can't possibly have so much money to afford such a luxurious car. You know, even I can't afford a Ferrari LaFerrari. What's more, He is a poor loser. Hui University, we didn't mean to make fun of him. It's just that his behavior of renting a luxury car to show off and pick up girls is so low and shameless that we look down on him. After listening to Xiao Xiao's explanation, Hui Siding looked disdainful. Moreover, she seemed to be prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly stood up and spoken for Zhou Hai. You mean this Ferrari LaFerrari was rented by Zhou Hai from a car rental shop? Hui Siding asked. Yes, it must be rented, Xiao Xiao said with great confidence. Hui Siding smiled faintly and continued. Based on the information I got, and the information I got from my dad, in our city, there's not a single car rental shop that can rent out a Ferrari LaFerrari. In other words, there is no Ferrari LaFerrari in any car rental store. Even in China, the few Ferrari LaFerrari cars are all in the hands of super invisible wealthy people, and it is even more impossible for them to be rented out. You know, a Ferrari LaFerrari is worth $25 million. If converted into domestic currency, it would be about $180 million. Think about it carefully. Which car rental store owner would be so stupid as to rent out a luxury car worth nearly 200 million yuan to someone else? If this car gets scratched or hit, who can afford the compensation? Such a simple truth. Don't you want to think about it? What was Siding said made sense. Very logical. After listening to Hui Siding's analysis, Xiao Xiao was suddenly a little dumbfounded. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still felt that what Hui Siding said made sense. It is impossible for a car rental shop to rent out such an expensive car. If this is really the case, then there is only one possibility. That is, this car was really bought by Zhou Hai himself. Such a thought immediately made Xiao Xiao a little bit unbelievable. I don't believe he is so rich. He can afford such an expensive luxury car. Xiao Xiao said immediately. Not only Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it. The people around couldn't believe it. Mr. Sun, the younger brother beside Mr. Xiao, quickly spoke up. I don't believe Zhou Hai is so rich either. Zhou Hai smashed a luxury car of Mr. Xiao before. That luxury car was worth more than 6 million. If he is really that rich, should he take out the money to compensate Xiao Xiao for his losses? If he really has money, he should immediately take out several million to compensate Xiao Xiao. What do you think? Isn't that right? Mr. Sun's words were immediately echoed by several other younger brothers around Mr. Xiao. Yes, I'm sure he can't afford the money. How could a loser like him possibly come up with so much money to compensate young Master Xiao? Now, Xiao Xiao came in front of Zhou Hai, said word by word. Zhou Hai, you smashed my car inside the gymnasium. Since you are so rich and can't afford such an expensive luxury car, shouldn't you compensate me for the damage to my car? I won't ask you to pay too much. Just give me 3 million. Don't you like to show off? Can you come up with so much money at once? Haha, if you can come up with 3 million, I can kneel down and lick one of your shoes. I'm sure you don't have the ability to do that. Xiao Xiao didn't believe that Zhou Hai was a rich man. Moreover, he was willing to kneel down and lick Zhou Hai's shoes, provided that Zhou Hai could come up with so much money. Seeing that young Master Xiao is still so arrogant, Zhou Hai decided to teach Xiao Xiao a lesson and make him suffer a little. Then, Zhou Hai said to the people around him, Everyone, did you all hear that? If I can come up with 3 million right away, Mr. Xiao is willing to kneel down and lick my shoes. Mr. Xiao, don't regret it. I'll take out 6 million right now, and I want you to lick both of my shoes clean. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, directly opened the door of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Several black leather suitcases were taken out from inside. These black leather boxes are full of cash. This money was part of what Zhou Hai had just taken out and was temporarily placed in the car. I just took it out because I needed it right now. Pa! As the suitcases were opened one by one, piles of coins appeared in front of everyone. It just scared everyone silly. They had never seen so much cash before. They were so scared that their eyes widened and they couldn't believe it. Shen Xinman, who was standing nearby and watching the fun, was also shocked when she saw the box full of cash. Shen Xinman couldn't believe it. Zhou Hai actually has so much money? If luxury cars can be rented, then there's no way to cheat with so much cash. It's all cash. At least tens of millions in cash. Zhou Hai was also not vague. He directly took out 6 million and threw it in front of Xiao Xiao. Said in a cold tone, This is 6 million. Consider it a gift from me to you. Now, fulfill your promise. Kneel down and lick both of my shoes clean. Zhou Hai's behavior completely frightened everyone present. Xiao Xiao was also frightened and stunned. Chapter 30. Playing with Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao saw the 6 million in cash in front of him, he was a little shocked. It even feels a little unreal. Just now, Xiao said that if Zhou Hai took out 3 million, he would lick his shoes. It was just something he said casually. He didn't think carefully when he said this, because he thought that no matter what, Zhou Hai would not be able to come up with so much money on the spot. However, he completely underestimated Zhou Hai's strength. Zhou Hai brought back a large amount of gold and various valuable calligraphy and paintings from the Doomsday world. These things made him a lot of money. For Zhou Hai, as long as he can continue to obtain gold in the Doomsday, he will be able to obtain a steady stream of money. Therefore, money is readily available to Zhou Hai. Even if he gave 6 million to Mr. Xiao, he would not feel the slightest bit of pain. However, for the sake of face, and to make Xiao pay the price he deserved, Zhou Hai was willing to take out 6 million and play with Xiao. He wanted to use this money to destroy Xiao. Mr. Xiao, weren't you quite awesome just now? Everyone heard you say that you would lick my shoes as long as I paid you 3 million. Let's start now. I'll give you 6 million to lick both of my shoes clean. Zhou Hai said this as he sat down next to him. He crossed his legs and pointed at his shoes at Xiao. Signaled to the other person that it is time to come over and lick your shoes. Zhou Hai's behavior immediately shocked the people around him. Oh my god, Zhou Hai actually took out 6 million? Oh my god, I'm afraid I won't be able to earn this much money in my entire life. He can just casually throw out 6 million, and it's like giving it to young Master Xiao for free. He's so powerful and rich. How rich is Zhou Hai? He threw out 6 million without blinking an eye. This amount of money seems to be nothing to him. Oh my god, so much money. It would be great if you could give it to me. I'm willing to lick your shoes. At this time, many people looked at so much money and were extremely envious. They even wanted to replace Xiao and lick Zhou Hai's shoes. Zhou Hai, can I lick your shoes instead of Xiao? Can you give me this money? I am willing to lick your shoes. I'm willing to do that too. If you don't want this much money, why not give it to me? Give me this money and I'll lick your shoes. I would like to do that too. There were many students around who originally looked down on Zhou Hai, and some even had been mocking Zhou Hai. At this moment, everyone was willing to lick Zhou Hai's shoes just to get the money. Looking at these people, one by one, they have lost their self-esteem and fallen into depravity. Zhou Hai just smiled coldly. Sure enough, money is a good thing. It can make those who originally looked down on you kneel down and surrender immediately. But Zhou Hai ignored these people. Instead, he looked at Xiao again. Mr. Xiao, what are you waiting for? What are you still wasting time on? Are you regretting what you just said so soon? 6 million is right in front of you. Kneel down and lick my shoes clean. Zhou Hai was not polite at all and did not give the other party any face. Now, seeing Zhou Hai so domineering, the campus beauty who was siding stood up and spoke for Zhou Hai. Mr. Xiao, you must be honest and not go back on your words so easily. You just said you could kneel down and lick shoes as long as Zhou Hai could pay the money. Now that Zhou Hai has done it, what are you still hesitating about? Kneel down now. Many classmates also supported Hua Siding's idea. These people are loyal fans of the campus beauty, and they all admire Hua Siding very much. When they heard Hua Siding say this, they all expressed their support for Hua Siding. Yes, the school beauty is right. Xiao, you must keep your word. Kneel down quickly. I support the school beauty. Kneel down and lick Zhou Hai's shoes. Zhou Hai is too powerful. Just based on this strength, I support Zhou Hai. Xiao, kneel down. In this society, whoever is stronger can win respect and support. Originally, many people supported Xiao. But now, seeing that Zhou Hai is so capable and has the help of a beautiful schoolgirl, they all began to support Zhou Hai. The younger brothers around Xiao. At this moment, everyone was very embarrassed. They also didn't expect that Zhou Hai was so rich. They no longer dared to be arrogant. They all shut their mouths and dared not speak nonsense. At this moment, Xiao became a little isolated and helpless. You're embarrassed to kneel down, right? It's okay, I'll help you. Seeing that Xiao was reluctant to kneel down, Zhou Hai raised his hand and grabbed Xiao's shoulders, pressing him to the ground. Plop! Xiao couldn't bear the force from Zhou Hai's hand and actually knelt down. The next moment, Zhou Hai grabbed Xiao's head, forced him to the ground, and made him lick his shoes. Oh, don't do it. Please stop it. Xiao was unable to resist at all. After all, Zhou Hai has now swallowed a lot of Doomsday crystal cores, and his own power has become extremely terrifying. If he used all his strength, Zhou Hai could easily crush Xiao's head. He only used 20 of his strength to make Xiao unable to resist, and he could only allow Zhou Hai to humiliate him. After struggling for a few minutes, Only then did Zhou Hai let Xiao go. Young Master Xiao was humiliated beyond recognition. His mouth was covered in dirt and his face was dirty. The originally neatly trimmed hair turned into a mess. The current state is really miserable. Seeing Xiao's miserable appearance, many people around him gasped. Oh my God, is this what happens when you offend Zhou Hai? This is horrible. When did Zhou Hai become so powerful? He can manipulate Xiao like a pro. It's effortless at all. Did Zhou Hai work out? Why did he become so strong? He was subdued by Zhou Hai. With just one hand, Xiao was completely unable to resist. Oh my God, young Master Xiao is in such a pity. Many people couldn't help but feel sad when they saw Xiao's appearance. Zhou Hai said after teaching Xiao a lesson. Get out of here right now. Do you still have a nerve to stay here? Young Master Xiao no longer had the face to stay here. I could only leave here in shame and misery. Wait until Xiao leaves. Peace gradually returned to the villa. After seeing what happened just now, many people changed their views of Zhou Hai, especially the ex-girlfriend Shen Xinman. My impression of Zhou Hai has changed drastically. Original. She looked down on Zhou Hai and even felt a little disgusted with him. However, now Zhou Hai has not only successfully lost weight, but also become a handsome man. He also had a lot of money and became a rich man. Of course, Shen Xinman was extremely shocked in her heart. She now feels a little regretful about breaking up with Zhou Hai. Chapter 31 Bitch Regrets. There is a girl next to Shen Xinman. Her name is Fong Li. Fong Li is Shen Xinman's good friend. This time, they came to attend the birthday party together. These two people are both materialistic women who are greedy for money and profit-driven. They were shocked by the amount of money Zhou Hai brought. I can't take my eyes away. He kept staring at the cash in Zhou Hai's car. Oh my God, if my ex-boyfriend was this rich, I definitely wouldn't break up with him. Man, I never thought that your ex-boyfriend Zhou Hai is so powerful. Not only did he drive a luxury car, but he also brought so much cash. The way he beat young Master Xiao just now was so domineering. From now on, even young Master Xiao will have to bow down to Zhou Hai. Don't you regret breaking up with Zhou Hai? After hearing what her good friend said, Shen Xinman immediately fell into deep thought. Of course she regrets it now, especially when he saw Zhou Hai, who is so rich now and drove such an expensive luxury car. He felt extremely jealous and regretful in his heart. Just now, she saw Zhou Hai casually throw out 6 million. It seems that 6 million is just a drop in the bucket for Zhou Hai. This made Shen Xinman a little jealous and a little shocked. She now began to think how great it would be if she could become Zhou Hai's girlfriend again. She will have endless money and can drive an enviable luxury car. Hearing her good friend ask this, Shen Xinman said a little embarrassedly, I do feel a little regretful, especially now that Zhou Hai is so rich and powerful. I feel a little regretful, Seeing Shen Xinman sighed, Fong Li said with a smile, Man, since you feel a little regretful now, why don't you express your feelings to Zhou Hai now? As long as you are willing to continue dating him, maybe Zhou Hai will agree to get back together with you. After all, you've been together for such a long time, and you have a lot of feelings for each other. As long as you take the initiative and admit your mistakes, maybe Zhou Hai will forgive you. Besides, Zhou Hai showed up today in a luxury car, dressed so handsomely. Wasn't it just to win you back? Since he came here for you today, why can't you give him a chance? After listening to Fong Li's words, Shen Xinman seemed to have figured it out all at once, and her mind became clear instantly. She suddenly felt that there was a real chance today to get back together with Zhou Hai. Yes, Lily, what you said reminded me. Mr. Xiao said that Zhou Hai showed up here in a luxury car just to get me back and make me his girlfriend again. If I can act more relaxed, give him a chance. Maybe we can really get back together and become boyfriend and girlfriend again. Shen Xinman believed in what Xiao said without a doubt. After hearing what Shen Xinman said, Fong Li nodded. Continue to speak to the other party. Man, why are you still hesitating? Now is the chance, go find Zhou Hai. Just talk to him clearly, clear up the misunderstanding, and you can get back together. Shen Xinman nodded. She walked towards Zhou Hai step by step. Her face was full of confidence, because she knew that with her charm, sexy figure, and exquisite facial features, she would be able to charm Zhou Hai. Let Zhou Hai kneel down under his pomegranate skirt again. With his confidence, Shen Xinman came in front of Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, I have something to say to you. Do you want to hear it? Hearing what the other party said, Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. What do you want from me? Zhou Hai asked. Shen Xinman breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to speak slowly. It's like this. I know that you showed up here today, driving a luxury car and dressed so handsomely, all in order to win me back. Let me be your girlfriend again. I know that you still have me in your heart and that you still love me deeply. But you have to know that the relationship between us has been somewhat broken, and my heart has been hurt once. If you really want to win me back, let me be your girlfriend again. I hope you can show your sincerity and intent to impress me. I want you to kneel before me and sincerely confess your love to me again, in front of everyone, so that everyone can be a witness. Not only that, I also need some sense of security. If you are willing to give me this car, or let me keep some of the money, I will feel at ease. Don't think too much. I'm just an insecure girl. Money and luxury cars just make me feel a little more secure. I'm not the kind of person who is vain and greedy for money. I need luxury cars and money. I just want to see your sincerity. If you can do this, I'm willing to get back together with you and be your girlfriend again. Shen Xinman said these words in front of everyone. Many of the students around her also heard what she said. Suddenly, many people were surprised and shocked. I couldn't help but discuss it in a low voice. Many students present knew what happened between Zhou Hai and Shen Xinman. Knowing that Shen Xinman had betrayed Zhou Hai and cheated on him, she fell into Xiao Xiao's arms. Many classmates looked down on such a woman. No one expected it. Ever since Xiao Xiao was severely punished by Zhou Hai, Shen Xinman actually changed her mind and wanted to get back together with Zhou Hai. This immediately shattered many people's three views. Shen Xinman's best friend, fondly. Seeing that Zhou Hai was a little surprised and didn't react, he quickly stepped forward to assist. Zhou Hai, I'm Shen Xinman's best friend. It takes a lot of courage for Man to forgive you this time and give you a chance. I hope you can cherish it. Agree to Man's request and kneel down to confess your love again. I also hope that you can continue to be together and continue to live happily. And just at this moment, for unknown reasons, some classmates around them thought that Zhou Hai and Shen Xinman were a couple and wanted to take this opportunity to confess their love to each other. Then, these students, who had no idea what was going on, started to make a fuss. Kneel down and confess. Yes, kneel down and confess your love. What a romantic scene. Love finally gets married. I haven't seen anyone confess their love for a long time. Woo! I'm so touched. These people who had no idea of the situation began to urge Zhou Hai to kneel down and confess his love to Shen Xinman. Now, Zhou Hai saw this group of people and their ridiculous behavior and actions. I feel a little speechless and ridiculous. He never thought about getting back together with Shen Xinman. Zhou Hai had long discarded this kind of vain woman. It is even more impossible to actively seek reconciliation. These requests and ideas of the other party are completely wishful thinking on their part. Zhou Hai showed up in a luxury car this time, not to win back Shen Xinman. Everything is their misunderstanding. Then, Zhou Hai looked at Shen Xinman and spoke slowly. You've been talking for a long time. It's my turn to say something. I only have one thing to say now, and it only has 3 words. I heard Zhou Hai was about to say 3 words. Shen Xinman felt a surge of anticipation in her heart. Fong Li's hands were shaking with excitement. Many of the students around began to speculate. Aha, I get it. The next 3 words Zhou Hai will say will definitely be, I do. Yes, it's just as I thought. It must be the 3 words I do. TSK. What a pair of lovers. The envy of others. Those students who didn't know the inside story were still making wild guesses. Chapter 32, One Idiot. Shen Xinman and her bestie. Everyone thought that the 3 words Zhou Hai was about to say were I do. Therefore, a hint of shyness appeared on Shen Xinman's face. Fong Li was so excited that she was a little at a loss. But what Zhou Hai said next completely shattered their beautiful dreams. What an idiot. Those are the 3 words I want to say. What an idiot you are. You are a bitch who's been played with by other men and kicked away. You're still daydreaming here? You want me to give you the luxury car and the money? And even kneel down and confess my love to you? Beg me to get back together with you? You are really like a dung beetle wearing a flower. You are so conceited. Zhu Beiji dreams of getting married. What a nice dream. Do you think I'm out of my mind? I want to confess to you. When you abandoned me and cheated on me, you didn't treat me as a human being at all. Do you regret it now? Get out of my way and stop disgusting me. Zhou Hai's words completely shattered Shen Xinman's dream. It also left her best friend petrified and stunned on the spot. Huh? How could this happen? They never expected it. Zhou Hai would say something like this. They originally thought that Zhou Hai drove a luxury car and brought so much money just to win Shen Xinman back. But now it seems that they were wrong. At this time, although Shen Xinman was rejected by Zhou Hai, but she still didn't give up and had no intention of giving up. The main reason is that Zhou Hai is too rich now. Shen Xinman was unwilling to give up such an opportunity to become a wealthy lady. If she could become Zhou Hai's woman, she would never have to worry about money again in her life. Then, Shen Xinman continued to speak shamelessly. Zhou Hai, you are so heartless. After so many years of relationship, can you just forget it? Although there is a small conflict between us, you can't be so heartless as to break up with me completely just for such a small matter. I broke up with you before just to piss you off, not because I really wanted to break up with you. Actually, deep down, I still love you. Don't you care about our old relationship at all? Don't you have me in your heart at all? At this time, Shen Xinman began to perform sad scenes and inner dramas. She started to use her previous relationship to kidnap Zhou Hai. I want Zhou Hai to feel the guilt in his heart. At this time, Shen Xinman's best friend jumped out again and started to persuade her. Zhou Hai, the previous conflict between you is just a test of your relationship. Real love must go through various tests. Your breakup is just a test of love. Could it be that you can't even withstand this little test? Seeing this woman, he began to persuade her again. Zhou Hai was a little annoyed. He no longer has any feelings for Shen Xinman. I have also completely seen the true face of this woman. Then, Zhou Hai spoke every word seriously. I'll say it again. I've completely given up on you, so stop coming to me with your licking face. I don't have any feelings for you anymore. Go away and stop talking nonsense to me. Zhou Hai's statement this time was very firm. Shen Xinman completely gave up the idea of getting back together. It also completely shattered Shen Xinman's daydream of becoming a gold digger. After rejecting them, Zhou Hai no longer paid any attention to them. And at this time, Hua Siding, the campus beauty, was secretly delighted when she saw Zhou Hai rejected Shen Xinman. So she took the initiative to speak to Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, can I invite you to dinner tonight? I have something to talk to you alone. Okay, no problem. Zhou Hai not that VD. Zhou Hai and Hua Siding's intimate behavior also made Shen Xinman completely desperate. She knew that she was completely out. Many classmates around could also see that the campus beauty seemed to be particularly proactive toward Zhou Hai. Everyone knows that Hua Siding is the campus belle. She has always been cold and arrogant. I have never seen her take the initiative to invite boys to dinner. She behaved very arrogantly, like a goddess who was high above and unattainable. Many rich second generations are trying hard to pursue Hua Siding. However, Hua Siding didn't take these rich second generations seriously at all and even ignored them. Many rich second generations would be excited to be able to speak to Hua Siding. More people were disappointed. Hua Siding wouldn't even look at them. But Hua Siding was so proactive towards Zhou Hai, even acting a little ambiguous. This immediately made many of the rich second generations around him extremely jealous. Oh my God, the school beauty actually took the initiative to invite Zhou Hai to dinner. It's simply unimaginable. Is this still the always cool and beautiful school beauty? How could she take the initiative to invite a boy to dinner? That's impossible. Did I hear it right? The school beauty actually took the initiative to invite Zhou Hai? Damn it. I pursued Hua Siding for a long time before, but she ignored me. Yes, I have invited Hua Siding countless times before, hoping to have a meal with her to improve our relationship, but she simply ignored me. It's a rare occasion for a big school beauty to take the initiative. It's like the sun rising from the west. What's so charming about Zhou Hai that the pretty girl in the school can invite him? The rich second generations present all express their confusion. There's only envy and jealousy in their hearts. Soon, at the invitation of the campus beauty, Zhou Hai and Hua Siding sat at the same table. Moreover, the two were sitting next to each other. It wasn't long before they were seated. The real birthday party began. Today is the birthday of Xiao Wen, the class beauty. The other person was wearing a princess dress and looked particularly beautiful. Surrounded by several of her good friends, she slowly walked down the stairs. Along with this, there were also many blessings and gifts from classmates. Xiao Wen's family influence is not as strong as that of the campus beauty. However, they're also considered a wealthy family in the city. Xiao Wen's father also runs various businesses. Therefore, Xiao Wen also has no shortage of suitors. These boys who want to pursue Xiao Wen want to take this opportunity to show themselves well. Therefore, The gifts they brought out were all very thoughtful. Xiao, this is the gift I carefully prepared for you. Armani lipstick, signature model. Xiao, this is my gift to you. I hope you like it. It's a Van Cleef Arpels necklace. Xiao, you will definitely like the gift I give you. Lancome Cosmetics. This is my gift, Hermes crocodile leather bag. Many rich second generations gave out various gifts to express your thoughts and love. Seeing these classmates giving such luxurious gifts one by one, many students felt that their gifts were a bit shabby and even a bit embarrassing. And just at this moment, was citing the campus beauty next to him, looked at Zhou Hai and asked, "What gift are you going to give Xiao?" Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. To be honest, before Zhou Hai came, he hadn't even thought about giving the other party a gift, because I came in a hurry. Now, being asked this by Hua's sighting, Zhou Hai was a little unsure of how to answer. Chapter 33, Birthday Gift. Seeing Zhou Hai was a bit awkward, Hua's sighting said with a faint smile, "You didn't prepare any gifts?" No. Of course I prepared a gift," Zhou Hai said quickly. "It's quite mysterious. I'm looking forward to it." "Well, since you don't want to tell me, in order to maintain a sense of mystery, I won't ask you. I'll go deliver the gift first." Hua's sighting said this, then stood up and left. Walked towards Xiao. She was preparing to give Xiao the brand-name diamond bracelet she had carefully prepared. Now, Zhou Hai started thinking quickly. What should I give to Xiao? He came in a hurry. If Cao Wei hadn't called to urge him, he wouldn't even want to come. However, since he was already here, he couldn't lose face. Especially in front of the campus beauty Hua's sighting, he must not appear to be too stingy. At this time, he suddenly remembered. In his own sea of consciousness, there are some things obtained from the Doomsday. So Zhou Hai hurriedly explored his own sea of consciousness. See if there is anything I can give to Xiao. First of all, what appeared in Zhou Hai's consciousness was some gold and some food. A gold? You can't just give gold as a gift, right? That seems a bit too old-fashioned. Besides, no one would give gold to others at a birthday party. Then what should I send? Zhou Hai thought so, and looked not far away through his consciousness. Several luxury cars appeared in front of us. These luxury cars were all obtained from the Doomsday Villa. The Ferrari he is driving now was obtained from the villa. When Zhou Hai saw one of the pink convertible sports cars, his heart suddenly moved. For a moment, he seemed to see the gift he was going to give. If I give this pink lady's luxury sport car to Xiao, it would be a great gift. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai has made up his mind. Just give me this luxury car. Although this luxury car is indeed too expensive for ordinary people. As an ordinary birthday gift, it is indeed too heavy. But Zhou Hai now owns quite a few luxury cars. If he wants more luxury cars, he can still get them from the Doomsday world. Therefore, luxury cars are no longer precious things to him. In the Doomsday world, these luxury cars are not even worth as much as a box of bread. For him, giving away a luxury car is not painful at all. Just when Zhou Hai had figured it out, Xiao and others came to Zhou Hai. "Zhou Hai, thank you for coming to my birthday party. I heard that you've been busy lately and haven't been in school often. I'm very happy that you can come to my birthday party." As Xiao spoke, she handed a glass of champagne to Zhou Hai. After Zhou Hai clinked glasses with the other party, he drank it in one gulp. Most people have given gifts. Only Zhou Hai had not given out his gift yet. So, Zhou Hai knew that it was his turn to give a gift. So he said, "Xiao, I'm going to give you a surprise gift. It's just that this gift is a bit big and not easy to take out. So I want to make this gift appear through magic." Zhou Hai knew it is indeed not a good idea to show off a car in front of everyone. Displaying the ability to move consciousness in the sea of consciousness space in public will scare everyone present. Then, at Zhou Hai's request, a huge black curtain was pulled up at the scene. Standing in front of the black curtain, you can't see what's behind it at all. Everyone stood in front of the curtain, and Zhou Hai was the only one speaking to everyone. "Are you ready?" Everyone has just seen that there is nothing behind the curtain. In 3 seconds, the curtain will open. As the crowd shouted 3, 2, 1. Then the curtain opened. A pink convertible sports car appeared in front of everyone. This luxury car was the gift that Zhou Hai took out from his sea of consciousness. The appearance of the luxury car stunned everyone at once. They're not only attracted by the magic of this magic. What's more, the gift Zhou Hai gave was so expensive. Oh my god, is this the gift Zhou Hai sent? A convertible sports car? This is simply inhumane. It's just a gift. Is Zhou Hai crazy? Giving such an expensive thing. What a surprise. I'm afraid no one would have thought of such a special gift. I really want to be friends with Zhou Hai. At a classmate's birthday party, he gave me $1 million luxury car. Damn, I want to have a birthday party too. Everyone present couldn't help but start discussing it. Zhou Hai actually wanted to give Xiao a luxury car. Such a special and expensive gift instantly made other people's gifts pale in comparison. No matter how good a gift is, it pales in comparison to a sports car. See this luxury car. Xiao was also shocked. Who doesn't want a luxury car? What's more, this pink luxury car is really suitable for girls to drive. Zhou Hai, is this your gift? No way, you are going to give this car to me. Xiao has never received such an expensive gift in her life. Zhou Hai smiled and said, yeah, I don't know what gift to give you. After thinking about it, I decided to give you a car. This car is very suitable for girls to drive. You should like it, right? I like it, of course I like it, but such an expensive gift, I really can't accept it. Xiao also knows how to handle gifts properly. She and Zhou Hai are just classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao felt it was inappropriate to rashly accept such an expensive gift. Zhou Hai said, it's nothing, just a car. To me, it's just an ordinary gift. You accepted other people's gifts, but you didn't accept mine. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? After listening to what Zhou Hai said, Xiao also felt that what he said made sense. In the end, she accepted it. Now, Shen Xinman was sitting in the middle of the field, not far away. Seeing this scene, I felt extremely stimulated and shocked. Originally, she should have been Zhou Hai's girlfriend, and that pink luxury car should be given to her. Unfortunately, Zhou Hai gave it to an ordinary classmate, which made Shen Xinman's jealousy become even more crazy. After giving the gifts, next, it's time to blow the birthday cake. Everyone had a great time. Not long after, the birthday party is over. School beauty who was citing took the initiative to exchange contact information with Zhou Hai and agreed to have dinner together when they are free in the future. Being able to get the contact information of a campus beauty is the dream of countless second-generation rich people. It also makes many rich second generations feel jealous and envious. Except for Zhou Hai, who was citing has never given her contact information to any boy. The birthday party is over. Zhou Hai drove away from the birthday party and returned to his factory. The next day, Zhou Hai brought all the equipment and ordered a lot of takeout, which he put into his sea of consciousness. With these food and equipment, he entered the Doomsday world again. He was ready to go to that Doomsday luxury villa area again. He only searched 2 villas, but he had already found a lot of valuable things, and there were still many villas that he had not had time to search. This time, he planned to search all the villas bit by bit. See if he can find something more valuable. Chapter 34, Horrible Monster. Zhou Hai is already very familiar with the location of the villa area. Therefore, after entering the Doomsday world, he went directly towards the villa area. I walked along the familiar route without encountering any zombies along the way. He quickly entered the villa community. Then, the search for the 3rd villa began. He wanted to see if there were any valuable things in the villa. Zhou Hai, yes, lucky. Some gold, silver, jewelry, and ornaments were found in this villa. He was not polite at all and put all these things into his sea of consciousness. And in the collection room of the villa, Zhou Hai saw at a glance an ancient sword inlaid with gems hanging on the wall. The hilt of the sword and its scabbard are all inlaid with various gems and diamonds. The whole sword has a very ancient shape, like the sword of some important figure in an ancient palace. As soon as you look at this thing, you know it's valuable. Therefore, Zhou Hai did not hesitate and directly stored the sword into his sea of consciousness. It seems I'm lucky. If I sell this sword, I will definitely make a lot of money. Zhou Hai felt excited, just took a step forward. His expression froze again, because something he had longed for appeared before his eyes. He had only heard of this baby in Jay Chou's songs. I have never actually seen it in reality. This is blue and white porcelain. Oh my God, is this really blue and white porcelain? Just like what Jay Chou described in his lyrics. So beautiful. This is the real blue and white vase. The glaze is like the sky after rain, and the body of the bottle is painted with peony branches. The cobalt blue petals are smudged on the white body, like ink staining rice paper. The glaze is as transparent as ice, and a fine crackle pattern winds down the mouth of the bottle. It really is like the blue sky waiting for the rain. Zhou Hai was shocked by the beautiful blue and white porcelain vase in front of him. This thing must be very valuable. TSK. Today is really a big harvest. While saying this, Zhou Hai did not hesitate at all and quickly stored the blue and white porcelain vase into his sea of consciousness. After searching for a while, Zhou Hai still didn't find anything more valuable. So he prepared to leave here and search in the next villa. But just when Zhou Hai was about to enter another villa, suddenly, his eagle eye ability was automatically activated. It made him slightly stunned. What's going on? My eagle eye ability will only be activated automatically when there is danger. Could it be? Is there something dangerous around here? Such a thought suddenly entered Zhou Hai's mind. The next moment, he released his consciousness. The eagle eye ability is like a patrol drone in the sky, looking down from a high altitude. The surrounding terrain and various existing dangers were all displayed before our eyes. Zhou Hai suddenly discovered that a mutated monster appeared in the villa in front of him. The monster looked like a giant mutated spider. It has 8 legs, a round belly, and a pair of emerald green eyes, and looks extremely scary. The mouth is like a praying mantis's, with long sharp teeth on the top and bottom. If a person is bitten by such sharp teeth, the body will probably be pierced. The monster was very large, about the size of a car. There was a light blue light above the monster's head, making it look a little different. It hides inside the villa, constantly observing the surrounding environment. It seems to be waiting for humans to come. Oh my god, if I didn't have the eagle eye ability, I would have been ambushed by this monster. I never thought that there was a mutant monster hiding in this abandoned villa. What should I do? This monster looks quite powerful. Just when Zhou Hai was thinking, suddenly, he sensed another group of people appearing around him. There were quite a few people coming, probably about 20 to 30. They drove several rusty pickup trucks and appeared near the villa community. These people held their own in their hands. Most were armed with machetes and spears, and a few were armed with shotguns. Oh my god, what's going on? Why are there so many people here? What are these people doing here? How come the originally quiet villa area has suddenly become so lively? Zhou Hai also felt very strange. The appearance of these people and this monster immediately disrupted Zhou Hai's plan. He originally wanted to search the villa. However, it seems that things may not go smoothly now. Zhou Hai intends to find out clearly. What are these people doing here? Then, Zhou Hai appeared in front of them after those people entered the villa. However, Zhou Hai hadn't had a chance to speak yet. Those people spoke to Zhou Hai first. Hey kid, I want to ask you something. Have you seen a monster appear here? The monster was very large, like a spider. When they asked this, Zhou Hai immediately realized it. It turned out that these people came here following the monster. Their purpose is to find the monster. Zhou Hai thought to himself, since these people are here to look for monsters, why not tell them the location of the monsters? Let them help you get rid of that monster. In this way, I can continue searching for the villa with peace of mind. With the existence of that monster, Zhou Hai never dared to act safely in the villa area. So Zhou Hai decided to tell them the truth. Oh, I think I saw a monster coming in just now. It's just like you said. It's inside that villa. As Zhou Hai said this, he pointed to a villa not far away. Those people didn't dare to trust Zhou Hai easily. After all, in a doomsday world, it is impossible to easily believe a stranger's words. So, one of the leading men spoke to Zhou Hai with a serious face. Boy, are you sure the monster is in that villa? You didn't lie to us, did you? Zhou Hai quickly patted his chest and said, Of course not. I saw the monster as soon as I got here. I would never lie to you. After listening to what Zhou Hai said, I found that his attitude was quite sincere. Then, those people's eyes were all focused on the villa. Brothers, everyone get ready for battle. That's a monster with a monster crystal core. If we kill that monster, we will be able to obtain a powerful monster crystal core. Next, we must get rid of the monster and get what we have always wanted. The leading man said this to the people around him. Keep encouraging them. Zhou Hai is right next to him. After hearing what they said, Zhou Hai immediately understood. It turned out that these people came for the monster crystal core. Monster crystal cores are extremely scarce, much more precious than zombie crystal cores. Its effect is also more powerful than the zombie crystal core. Of course, obtaining a monster crystal core is hundreds of times more difficult than obtaining a zombie crystal core. It is said, by devouring the monster's crystal core, if you're lucky enough, you can gain unexpected supernatural powers. Therefore, more advanced hunters often hunt monster crystal cores. Chapter 35, Crazy Killing. Follow my command. Today, we must kill that monster. If I can devour a monster core, I can evolve powerful superpowers. I will help you capture a lost Doomsday town so that everyone can have a Doomsday base. The leading man stood in the crowd and kept giving orders, constantly encouraging and brainwashing those present. Okay, we believe you, and we will listen to you. That's right, you are the future Lord of Doomsday City. We will definitely follow you to the end. With just one monster crystal core, our boss can become the Lord of Doomsday City. We must give him our full support. Yes, yes. Only when our boss becomes the Lord of Doomsday City can we live a good life in the future. That's right, I'm willing to fight today, even if I die in battle. The people present here. Each of them looked extremely excited and thrilling. But the excited expressions of these people made Zhou Hai, who was standing next to them, feel a little abnormal. Although this matter has nothing to do with Zhou Hai. Even if they die, it's none of their business. However, Zhou Hai always felt something was weird. These people were armed with simple cold weapons, including machetes, spears, and some simple hunting rifles. Can we really kill that monster? I heard that monsters are very powerful. The higher the level of the monster, the harder it is to deal with. I saw a blue light on the head of that monster just now. It should be difficult to deal with. It seems. I'm afraid a fierce battle will take place. Zhou Hai thought so in his heart. Zhou Hai quickly hid far away, fearing that he would be affected. Now, the battle is about to begin. The leading man immediately commanded 2 team members to enter the villa from the main door and side door respectively. Explore and locate the monster. The others were divided into 3 teams and acted according to circumstances. After completing the arrangements, the group started heading towards the villa. But soon, the 2 team members who had just entered let out a scream. Then, there was no sound from inside. Everyone around was terrified. Seeing the situation, they also knew that the 2 team members who had entered had been killed by the monster. 3 teams also entered the villa from different places. Over there. Suddenly, a man saw the monster hiding on the roof and immediately shouted loudly. But the next moment, the monster's tentacles suddenly grabbed out. It pierced the man's body directly. The man just watched his body being pierced and died on the spot. The others, armed with machetes and spears, rushed towards the monster madly. Unfortunately, these people are no match for the monster. If they rush forward, they will only die. Puff, puff, puff. A crazy killing was taking place in the villa. It is difficult for ordinary humans to gain an advantage when facing monsters, and they die one by one under the monster's claws and teeth. And oh, I can't do that anymore. We can't hold on any longer. This monster is so scary. I'm so scared. Boss, let's retreat. We are no match for the monsters. One of the young men was called Xiao. He was not very old, probably only about 18 years old. Oda was holding a machete and didn't dare to rush forward. He stood there, trembling with fear. He had never dealt with a monster before and had no idea how terrifying the Doomsday monster was. Seeing the monster's strong fighting power, many people died. Oda kept yelling at the boss outside. Their boss stood outside and did not enter the villa. Seeing that Xiao was such a coward, he immediately cursed him. What are you afraid of? You're just a piece of trash. If you can't even kill a monster, how can you deserve a Doomsday Town? In order to get Doomsday Town, I want you to keep moving forward instead of retreating, until the monster is killed. Don't be afraid. Just follow the strategy one have laid out. Attack from different directions at the same time. We can definitely kill the monster. The boss standing outside. He commanded his men to attack with just his mouth, while he stood in a relatively safe place. At this time, the other man who had been brainwashed spoke to the frightened young man with a determined look on his face. Yes, Xiao, we should listen to the boss and not back down. According to the boss's plan, we will attack from different directions. Anyone who dares to retreat will be the sinner of this mission. Don't you want to have a Doomsday Town with delicious food and plenty of water? Just think about it. What a wonderful and happy life that would be. That kind of paradise-like life is what we are pursuing. So, Xiao, muster up your courage and don't be afraid. Let me show you a demonstration. The man seemed full of confidence. He acted like he was not afraid of death at all. However, just as the man finished speaking, a strange hand pierced his body directly, from front to back, completely through. The man was stunned at that moment. His expression was completely frozen. Ah! The man let out a scream. His eyes widened, unable to believe it. Looking at his pierced body, he stretched out his hand and shouted at the boss outside. Boss have saved me. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live a happy life. However, before he could finish his words, his head was bitten off by the monster, and he became a headless corpse. See this scene. Xiao, who was a little scared just now, was now shaking all over and even peed his pants out of fear. The crotch of his pants was wet. Obviously, he had peed inside his pants. He kept backing away. He knew that he was still young. I can't just die at the hands of a monster. Woo, boss, I can't do it anymore. I don't dare. I want to go back. Please let me go back. Oda was so scared that he burst into tears. But the Doomsday monster will never let anyone go. Even if you appear cowardly and pitiful, it is still impossible to change your own fate in the cruel Doomsday. Puff! A strange hand pierced through the young man's body, and Oda received a box lunch on the spot. Oh! Screams came from inside the room. The ground was already covered with blood. Fresh corpses were lying on the ground. Their deaths were extremely tragic. The leader was already terrified at this moment. He brainwashed so many people just to exchange them for a monster crystal core. But he himself is a person who is afraid of death. Now, seeing so many of his men died, it was difficult to obtain the crystal core. So, the boss was also a little scared. You guys hold on a little while, I'll go back to get reinforcements. The boss said this and turned to leave. It seems that he's more afraid of death than anyone else, obviously preparing to escape. It was at this time. Another team appeared here. Zhou Hai noticed the appearance of this team at a glance. Huh, why is there another team here? This is really lively. It seems that these people are not afraid of death. The monster just wiped out one team, and now a second team is coming. Then I will continue to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Zhou Hai is just watching the fun now. He doesn't want to get involved. The team that just appeared also came for the monster crystal core. They followed the scent of the monster all the way and chased it here. Unexpectedly, the battle broke out here ahead of time. This team is a professional hunting team. The leading man was called Zhou Hai. Several of his men are also professional doomsday hunters, and some of them were even former members of the King's Guard. Therefore, these people are all top professional hunters. Seeing the scene of killing in front of me, these people couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. Oh, how pitiful. Why do these people dare to fight a level 2 monster? They must be tired of living. The one who spoke was a cold and beautiful woman. She looked at the blood and killing before her eyes, as if she had long been accustomed to it all. Chapter 36 Blade Team. A cool and beautiful woman with a pair of long legs that make people salivate. A pair of tight black leather pants shows off her long and beautiful legs. A slender waist that is so thin that it cannot be held in one hand. And the plump and well-proportioned buttocks below were constantly twisting. The upper limbs are even more attractive. There were 2 towering mountains, and even under the clothes, one could feel the huge amplitude of the shaking. It was really astonishing. A delicate face that looks like it was created by AI, with fair skin and smooth hair. Such a stunning beauty doesn't look like someone living in a doomsday world at all. Everyone Zhou Hai met looked weathered. No matter how exquisite a woman is, it is impossible for her to be too perfect in such an environment. But the woman in front of me was so perfect, like a modeled character that had walked out a comic book. Oh my God, how can this woman be so refined? Am I seeing things? Is this a real person or a robot? Why doesn't she look like a woman from the apocalypse at all? Zhou Hai kept sighing. The woman also saw Zhou Hai, who was staring at her not far away. Snort. The woman snorted coldly and gave Zhou Hai a disdainful look. She ignored Zhou Hai and continued to look ahead. Front. The monster is killing crazily. The team that entered the villa had been slaughtered to the point where only a few people were left. The leader turned around and ran away. He doesn't care about the life or death of his teammates at all. When the leader saw another group of people appearing here, he suddenly became excited. He immediately came in front of Zhou Hai. Keep begging. Please save us. Our team was ambushed by a monster and suffered heavy losses. Please help us, please. The man looked pitiful and begged for their help. Seeing the man in front of me begging constantly, Zhou Hai snorted coldly and said, "Get lost, you useless bastards. If you don't have the ability, don't come and provoke the monster." What a bunch of rubbish. They deserve to die. As the captain of the Blade team, Zhou Hai never sympathizes with the weak and never pities the losers. Because he knows very well, in the cruel doomsday of survival of the fittest, whoever has the better ability will survive. The weak can only be eliminated by doomsday. Please, save us, I really please. I don't want to see all my teammates die in there. They are living lives. Can you just not save him? The boss was still kneeling and begging. It seemed that he wanted to move the team in front of him with his tears. Now, the cold woman who had been standing next to him, with a cold and arrogant look on her face, like an AI beauty, became a little impatient. Brother Lei, why are you arguing with him? Let me handle it. After the cold woman finished speaking, she suddenly pulled out a long knife from behind her back. Swoosh! The knife came down with a wave of his hand, and the blade drew a perfect arc, flashing a cold light, and instantly cut across the opponent's boss's neck. Then, a bloody head rolled off the other person's body and fell to the ground. The woman's move was clean and efficient, and she killed the man in an instant. Killing a person was like stepping on an ant and did not cause any emotional fluctuation on the woman's face. Put away the long knife. The woman spoke slowly. There's no need to say too much to this kind of loser. How dare this loser kneel down and beg us? I hate people who are afraid of death the most. They deserve to die. Zhou Hai was shocked by the cold, killing power of this beauty. I didn't expect that such a beautiful woman with perfect looks and charming figure would be like a cold, killing machine. Not only is he bloodthirsty, but he is also decisive and looks very cold and arrogant. Cao Wei said with a faint smile, "Sheer, you are still so impulsive. I originally wanted to ask him about the monster, but now you killed him with one strike." The beautiful lady named Sierra said with a cold smile, "We've been tracking this monster for days. We have a good understanding of the combat power of this monster. Now, it's our turn to take action. I don't want to delay any longer. Today, I must kill this monster." After hearing Sierra's words, Captain Lei nodded. Then, the group slowly approached the villa. They all drew out their swords and turned into real blade warriors, stepping on the corpses on the ground. The blade team began fighting the monster. The monster killed everyone it saw. Seeing another person rushing over, he stretched out his long tentacles and began to attack frantically. The members of the blade team were agile and kept moving around, avoiding the monster's attacks. Brother Lei found the right opportunity. He swung the long knife in his hand. Puff! With a dull thud, one of the monster's tentacles was cut off. This irritated the monster even more, and it moved even faster. Start killing more crazily. Blade warriors are a group of people who have received special training. They are a professional hunting team. Won't be easily attacked by monsters. Puff! There was another muffled sound, and the monster's other tentacle was cut off. I saw that the monster was almost unable to hold on. The captain immediately shouted at Sierra, "Sheer, it's up to you. Go up quickly and chop off its head." These people create good opportunities for beautiful women. Sierra leaped up and flew more than 10 meters into the air, and the cold long knife in her hand chopped towards the monster's head. Puff! The blade passed by. A huge monster head fell to the ground. Then, the figure of the beautiful Sierra also fell to the ground, looking extremely handsome and cool. Then, Sierra cut open the monster's head with a knife and took out a blue monster crystal core. She slowly raised the crystal core and said excitedly, "We got the monster core." Seeing that they had successfully obtained the crystal core, all the team members became excited. "Huh, that's great. I finally got the crystal core. It's not easy. We have worked so hard for so many days just for this crystal core. It still takes a beautiful lady to resolve the battle." The team members kept praising Sierra. At the same time, they all relaxed their nerves. Just this time, where no one is paying attention, a tentacle of the monster that had been chopped off actually moved slowly. Although the monster's head was chopped off, it was not completely dead. The severed tentacle still retained the last bit of vitality. Zhou Hai possesses the powerful eagle eye ability, so he is the first person to sense danger. Not good. The monster is obviously dead, but why do I still feel there is danger? Could there be other monsters? Just as Zhou Hai was increasing his attention and constantly observing the surrounding environment, he suddenly saw the monster's tentacles, which were actually powerful. The next moment, the monster's tentacles suddenly leaped up and attacked the beautiful Sierra from behind. "Hey, beautiful lady, be careful behind you." After Zhou Hai realized the danger, he shouted quickly, "Huh?" Hearing Zhou Hai shout, Sierra was stunned for a moment, and then her fighting instinct made her dodge quickly. The sharp tentacle passed through the beautiful woman's arm, accompanied by a scream. The beautiful woman's arm was cut with a bloody wound. She rolled over and over to avoid the attack of the tentacles. The other members saw the situation clearly and took action immediately. The tentacle was cut into several sections, and only then was it completely dead. Chapter 37: Beauty Injured. The team members were relieved to see that Sierra was fine. They quickly expressed their gratitude to Zhou Hai. If Zhou Hai hadn't reminded her, Sierra might have died on the spot. Now, the look in the beautiful Sierra's eyes when she looked at Zhou Hai seemed to have changed a little. She originally thought that Zhou Hai was just an ordinary Doomsday refugee. Just like those dead people, he has no special abilities. So, from the first time she saw Zhou Hai, Sierra didn't even want to look at him. However, Zhou Hai was the first to discover the danger and reminded her. If Zhou Hai hadn't reminded her, she would have been ambushed by the monster and killed on the spot. Although Sierra did not die. However, the injured area appeared slightly black. The wound was obviously infected. Many monsters carry horrible and contagious viruses. If a person is injured by a monster, even if he does not die, the festering of the wound and the spread of the virus can still kill him. Not good. Your wound seems to be infected. The monster carries a virus. If you don't take good care of the wound, your skin will gradually fester and eventually become life-threatening. Zhou Hai said this immediately, although Zhou Hai is not a doctor. However, he has played the game The Last Days. Knowing the settings in the game, once infected by monsters, people will gradually turn into zombies or terrifying monsters. Captain Legu also became anxious and panicked. It's over. What should I do? Elfea, you are injured, and the infection of the wound is very fatal. But we don't have any medical kits or any basic medicines to treat wounds or to prevent wound infection. Only in the palace of the Dragon Empire, in the hands of ministers and overlords, are there emergency medical supplies. After Lei Gu said this, there was a hint of despair on his face. This is the horrible Doomsday world. Once people are infected with the virus, most of them cannot be saved. Once it is discovered that the person cannot be saved, then there's only one option left, which is to give up. Completely abandon the injured person and let him or her fend for himself or herself. Because carrying an injured person who absolutely cannot be saved is a burden to the team. Sierra saw her wound. It seemed that he had understood his fate. Then, she sighed slowly and said somewhat sadly, "Let's go. Take the monster core and leave here. Don't worry about me. I'm going to die anyway. I won't live much longer. Just let me fend for myself." After saying this, Sierra seemed to have determined that she was a dead person. She slowly closed her eyes. Clear tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Zhou Hai looked at the beauty in front of him, feeling a little sorry that she would soon die. Sierra is so beautiful. She's the most beautiful woman Zhou Hai has ever seen in the Doomsday world, no doubt about it. Zhou Hai couldn't bear to see such a beautiful woman die. What's more, the other party has a monster crystal core. Monster crystal cores are more powerful than zombie crystal cores. By devouring monster cores, you can gain more powerful strength and abilities. If you can get the monster crystal core, Zhou Hai is willing to help Sierra. Then, Zhou Hai spoke slow. Is it possible to prevent Shear's viral infection if there is a medical kit with disinfectants, bandage materials, painkillers, and anti-infective drugs? Can it save Sierra's life? Hearing Zhou Hai say this, the members of the Blade team immediately looked at Zhou Hai. The leader, Brother Lei, nodded quickly and said, "Of course, as long as there are disinfectants and anti-infection drugs, death can be avoided to a large extent. There is great hope of saving Sierra. But these things are extremely scarce and impossible to find." What do you mean by these words? Do you have a solution? Or do you have a first aid kit? Brother Lei looked at Zhou Hai with disbelief. At the same time, the other members looked at Zhou Hai with disbelief. Among them was a male team member. He couldn't help but speak, his tone full of sarcasm. "Brother Lei, why are you talking so much nonsense to these ordinary Doomsday refugees? I think he is just an ordinary person, without even basic superpowers. It's even more impossible that he is from the Dragon Empire. Even if he knows basic first aid knowledge, what good is that? There's no first aid kit or medicine. What he said is all bullshit. It is useless. Brother Lei, let's go. Shear can't be saved. Let's not waste time." This male team member seems very cold-blooded. After mocking Zhou Hai, he was about to leave, leaving Sierra alone here. After listening to what the team members said, Brother Lei also nodded and said to Zhou Hai, "Yeah, why am I talking to you so much nonsense? No matter how much I say, it's all in vain." After saying these words, Brother Lei planned to pack up and leave with his team members. Sierra let out a long sigh. She knew that she would not live long, and her face showed loss and haggardness. "I have a way to get a first aid kit. I can get you the medicine you need, whether it's disinfectant or anti-infective medicine." Zhou Hai suddenly said this. Hearing Zhou Hai say this, Brother Lei and the others were slightly stunned. "What did you say? You can get a first aid kit and medicine?" "Yes, I can get these things," Zhou Hai said in a firm tone. "How is that possible, you? Are you kidding me? Do you know how precious those things are? Ordinary people can't get them. Even the owner of Doomsday Manor finds it difficult to get them. Brother Lei still didn't quite believe it. Let's do this. Wait for me here. I'll go get the medicine and be back in a bit. When the time comes, when it is laid before you, you will believe it. Don't go, I'll be right back. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. He saw that there was no one around and quickly arrived at the back door of the warehouse. In an instant, he passed through a door of nothingness. Only Zhou Hai can pass through this void gate. No one else can pass through it. The gate of the void connects to the food factory at the back door. After returning home, Zhou Hai immediately went to the pharmacy outside. There are all kinds of medicines in the pharmacy. Sister, give me some medicine. Povidone iodine, alcohol, cotton pads, normal saline, oral antibiotics, gauze elastic bandages, potassium permanganate tablets, erythromycin ointment, anti-infection drugs, detoxifying serum. Zhou Hai asked for all the medicines that could treat infections and viruses. Carrying all the medicines, Zhou Hai headed towards the Doomsday world again. Chapter 38 Monster Crystal Core. Zhou Hai took these medicines and returned to the Doomsday world. Now, Brother Lei and others were still waiting anxiously there. At this time, one of Brother Lei's subordinates was called Jiang Ruetian. He suddenly spoke. Brother Lei, I suddenly have a bad idea. Did we fall for that kid's trick? How could that guy have a medical kit? That man was walking alone in the apocalypse, without even a helper. He must not be a high-ranking figure in Doomsday Town. High-ranking figures must have many subordinates around them. Only those big shots can get medical kits. In my opinion, we have definitely been deceived by that kid. He said he was going to find a medical kit, but his real intention might be to find reinforcements. He must have set his eyes on our monster crystal core and wanted to snatch it away. But he was no match for us alone, so he went to find help. We are still waiting here foolishly for him to come back. Aren't we being fooled? Jiang Ruetian immediately expressed his analysis. When Brother Lei heard what his men said, he immediately felt that it made sense. You're right. We might have been fooled. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. After the two of them finished talking, they looked at Sierra, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face. I'm sorry, Sierra. We really should go. After Lei finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave with his men. He planned to leave Sierra alone there. It was at this time. Zhou Hai, who was not far away, had already appeared. Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. I brought you the medical kit you requested, as well as a lot of medicine. As Zhou Hai spoke, he came in front of everyone. After opening the medical kit, there were all kinds of medicines in it, all of which were very precious medicines. After seeing these drugs, Lei Gu and others were immediately shocked. What? Is this really a drug? Where on earth did they get this medicine from? It's impossible. It's unbelievable. Yeah, how is it possible? Where did you get it from? Everyone in the Blade team looked at Zhou Hai in unison. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. His opinion of Zhou Hai also changed immediately. Originally, these people looked down on Zhou Hai. No one would believe that Zhou Hai could get a medical kit. However, the facts slapped them in the face and forced them to believe it. I found these drugs by accident in a villa. It may be that the villa owner hid the drugs. Later, the villa owner died, and the drugs were well preserved. You don't need to ask any more questions. Anyway, let me ask you now, do you want it? Brother Lei hesitated a little, but still spoke. Yes, of course. But are you going to just give us the medicine you worked so hard to get for free? This is the apocalypse. No one would be so kind as to give away their precious medical kit for free. Listen to what Brother Lei said. Others quickly echoed. That's right. In this world, any precious material is extremely scarce. We don't know you, and we don't have any special relationship. Why did you give these drugs to us? In this world, fair trade has always been important. Tell me what you want. Jiang Ruetian seems to understand human nature particularly well. He got to the point right away. Of course, Zhou Hai couldn't give it to them for free. He had long been eyeing the monster crystal core in the other party's hand. Then, he said with a faint smile, I do want to use these drugs to exchange something from you. I am more interested in the monster crystal cores in your hands. If you're willing to exchange, I can give you this medical kit. In addition, I am willing to give you a few magical potions that can drive away zombies. This magical potion is called floral water. If you encounter zombies, spray them with the floral water, and they will not dare to approach you for a certain period of time. Apply the floral water on your body, and the zombies won't dare to get close to you. After listening to what Zhou Hai said, the members of the Blade team all looked at each other. Jiang Ruetian laughed and said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. I didn't expect that you would take a fancy to our monster crystal core. You know, we worked hard to track this monster for several days just for this crystal core. How could I possibly give it to you? You were just daydreaming. In Jiang Ruetian's heart, monster crystal cores are extremely precious. It is even more precious than Sienna's life. After saying this, Jiang Ruetian looked at Brother Lei and said, Brother Lei, don't be fooled by him. We finally got the monster core. How could we give it to him? As for Xier, we can only apologize. Obviously, Jiang Ruetian didn't want to use the monster crystal core to save Xier. But Brother Lei obviously has his own ideas. Just shut up. As long as there is any way, we must save Xier's life. This monster crystal core was obtained by Xier at the cost of his life. Although the crystal core is important, Xier's life is more important. After Lei Ge finished speaking, his face looked serious. Jiang Ruetian also wanted to persuade Brother Lei not to give the crystal core to Zhou Hai. However, Brother Lei ignored the other party. Instead, he came directly in front of Zhou Hai. Give me the crystal core and give us the medical kit. Thank you very much, Brother Lei. Zhou Hai smai fai li. After taking the monster crystal core, he immediately gave the medical kit to the other party. Brother Lei quickly used the medicine in the medical kit and began to treat Xier. After disinfecting the wound, he used serum to treat the other party. I took some drugs orally to prevent the spread of the virus. Antiviral ointment was applied to the wound site. After some treatment, the wound was bandaged. Xier's complexion gradually improved, and the spread of the virus was curbed. After completing the treatment for Xier, the sky gradually darkened. After dark, the environment outside will become more terrifying and bloody. You may encounter various unexpected dangers at any time. Therefore, the entire team decided to stay in the villa temporarily tonight. Zhou Hai had no plans to leave and also stayed in the villa. They also gradually began to trust Zhou Hai. As time goes by, the members of the Blade team began to feel hungry. Brother Lei took out the little potatoes he had stored. This potato is black all over. It is a baked potato and looks hard. Everyone must be hungry. Take turns and have a bite. Fill your stomach first. At this time, Jiang Ruetian quickly jumped out, pointed at Zhou Hai, and said, Brother Lei, we can't feed him. This potato is the only food we have left these days. We don't have enough to eat for ourselves. If we give him some, we will have even less. Jiang Ruetian seems to have a lot of opinions about Zhou Hai. Everything is targeted at Zhou Hai. Perhaps it was because Zhou Hai took away their crystal cores, which made him feel very unhappy. Chapter 39, Food Paradise. Brother Lei was a little disdainful of Jiang Ruetian's words. No matter what, it was Zhou Hai who saved Sienna's life. He is the lifesaver of our team. We can't isolate him. After saying this, Brother Lei handed a potato that was bitten to pieces to Zhou Hai and said, Brother, you should eat a bite too to fill your stomach. Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. Look at the black potato in front of you. No appetite at all. Although potatoes are delicious food for people in the Doomsday. However, for Zhou Hai, it was extremely unpalatable. Then, Zhou Hai said quickly, I want to eat this black potato. You guys can keep it for yourself. I have food to eat. How about this? I still have some food here. I'll take it out and share it with everyone. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he took out a thermos from his sea of consciousness. These people were slightly stunned. They didn't expect that Zhou Hai actually obtained the ability of sea of consciousness space. There are many superpowers in Doomsday. Members of the Blade team have seen someone with this ability before. Therefore, Zhou Hai was not too shocked to have this special ability. After the heat preservation pot is opened, there are braised chicken rice, sesame chicken, barbecue meatballs, and stir-fried pork shreds. In addition, there's a big pot of white Thai fragrant rice. Everyone present was shocked to see that Zhou Hai had brought out so many delicious dishes. Oh my god, this is a delicacy that can only be found in heaven, right? Am I seeing things? Am I starving? Someone rubbed his eyes quickly, looking unbelievable. The others' heads were also buzzing with shock. My goodness, I was once a member of the King's Guard. I have also seen the food that the people around the king eat every day. The food they eat isn't that good. Where did you get all these delicious foods? Another team member also kept sighing. Oh my god, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Not only can you find rare medicines, but you can also get such delicious food. Who the hell are you? Seeing Zhou Hai take out so many delicious foods, these people's eyes lit up. His attitude towards Zhou Hai changed a lot immediately. And Xier, the originally very cold and arrogant beauty, looked at Zhou Hai with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Everyone, I'm sure you're hungry. It's fate that we meet. There's so much food that I can't finish it all by myself. How about this? Let's share it together. Hearing Zhou Hai say this, those people were drooling. Is it really possible? Then we won't be polite. As these people spoke, they immediately rushed up and started eating with big mouthfuls. Zhou Hai handed a chicken leg of fried sesame chicken to the beautiful Luo Lingxi. Beauty, are you hungry? Eat more, and I'll give you the most delicious chicken drumstick. Thank you. Luo Lingxi quickly expressed her gratitude. She was indeed hungry. After taking the chicken leg, he started eating it with big mouthfuls. And at this time, Jiang Ruetian has always looked down on Zhou Hai and been against him. He licked his face and sat in front of the food, ready to enjoy it. Zhou Hai spoke to the other party without any politeness. Hey, who allowed you to eat? Did I tell you to eat? Huh? This? Jiang Ruetian was slightly stunned, looking embarrassed. Zhou Hai, eat. Jiang Ruetian's face turned red with embarrassment, and he was a little speechless. Didn't you just say that you wouldn't even give me a few potatoes? Actually, I didn't plan to eat it, but your expression really annoyed me. Since you looked down on me, then, I'm sorry, I looked down on you too. So, you don't have any share of these meals. Zhou Hai was not polite at all. For Zhou Hai, revenge is what he has to take, and he will speak his mind when he has something to say. Never hold it in, and never waste time on internal matters. Be good to those who are good to you. He would rather be a villain than a hypocrite. If someone wants to go against you, then, sorry, the other party can only admit that he has bad luck. I'm sorry, I was indeed a little offensive just now. I apologize to you, Jiang Ruetian said immediately. Zhou Hai knew it very well in his heart. The other person apologizes only so that you can forgive him and eat delicious food. Zhou Hai would never be so stupid. Apologize? It's late. If you want to eat, then you can wait a while. Let's finish eating first, then we can talk. Have no choice. Jiang Ruetian could only leave here silently and sit aside. I watched several people enjoying the delicious food. Several people ate like hungry ghosts, wolfing down the food. In the end, the whole chicken was eaten, with only a few chicken bones left. Jiang Ruetian could only gnaw on chicken bones. All the rice, dishes, meatballs, and chicken were eaten up. Everyone ate very well. This was the most filling meal they had had in the past year. Thanks for the food, bro. Tomorrow we will leave here and head to more dangerous areas to hunt higher-level monsters and obtain monster crystal cores. We will be separated tomorrow. Brother Lei said to Zhou Hai. When Zhou Hai heard that they were going to hunt monsters, he immediately became interested. Zhou Hai wants to obtain more monster crystal cores. If I could exchange food for crystal cores from them, it would be a good deal. So Zhou Hai said quickly, why not take me with you so we can cooperate with each other? I can provide you with food every day and ensure your diet. All you need to do is give me a monster crystal core as a reward after completing this hunting mission. How about that? He immediately put forward a condition for cooperation. After listening to Zhou Hai's words, Brother Lei thought about it for a while. Their mission this time was extremely difficult. It may take more than 10 days to complete. Daily food and water sources are indeed big problems that need to be solved. You can't go hunting those monsters on an empty stomach. If Zhou Hai can really guarantee their food and water supply, they can consider cooperation. Just as Brother Lei was thinking, the beautiful Luo Lingxi spoke first. I agree to this cooperation. I trust him. Ever since Zhou Hai rescued Luo Lingxi and provided them with food, Sierra began to have a better impression of Zhou Hai. Okay, since Shier has said so, I agree to this cooperation. Zhou Hai smai fai li. He stretched out his hand and said, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. The two sides shook hands and reached a preliminary cooperation intention. It's very late. After everyone finished the discussion, they began to rest. The Doomsday Villa district at night. It's so quiet it's a little scary. Zhou Hai lay on the bed and took a rest. The other members were also exhausted after a hard day's work. But, just when Zhou Hai was about to fall asleep, suddenly, there was a rustling sound and a woman's moaning. Aha! What's going on? Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. How could a woman make such an ambiguous and enchanting sound late at night? After hearing this voice, Zhou Hai couldn't fall asleep all of a sudden. He quickly moved towards the direction of the sound. While walking towards the sound, Zhou Hai's mind suddenly started to run wild with thoughts. This kind of moaning sound must come from a woman. Shier is the only beautiful woman in the team. Could this voice be made by Sheer? Why are you not sleeping at night and making such noises? What are you doing? Could it be? In an instant, Zhou Hai's mind began to wander. Some disgusting images appeared in my mind. As the sound got closer, Zhou Hai came to the vicinity of Sierra's room. Sure enough, the sound came from Sierra's room. Is this beautiful lady really doing something shameful? While thinking about this, Zhou Hai had already arrived at the window of the other person's room. Who's outside, sneaking around, looking for death? Suddenly, Sierra's voice came from inside. Along with the sound, a dagger shot out from the window and flew past Zhou Hai's face. It almost stabbed Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai was shocked. Oh my god, I almost got disfigured. I finally succeeded in losing weight and becoming handsome again, but I can't let it be ruined so easily. Just at this moment, a figure appeared behind Zhou Hai. The person who appeared was Sierra. What are you doing? Sierra appeared behind him and asked quickly. Huh? Nothing, I just heard a strange sound, so I wanted to come over to see what it was. Zhou Hai said with a smile. My stomach hurts so much. My period just came. Sierra said quickly. She continued to hold her stomach, a look of pain on her face. Oh, so that's it. I understand. After hearing what the other party said, Zhou Hai immediately understood. It seems that I was wrong just now. When a woman's period comes, she can't stop it. Even in the Doomsday world, this kind of thing cannot be stopped. Seeing Sierra's painful expression, Zhou Hai knew that she must be in pain. So he said, should I get you some painkillers? By the way, do you have enough sanitary napkins? How many are left for daycare and night care? But as soon as Zhou Hai asked this question, he felt that he had asked an unnecessary question. Where are the painkillers in the Doomsday world? Not to mention sanitary napkins, these things are scarce items. Fortunately, Zhou Hai is not a woman. Otherwise, if she encountered such a thing in the Doomsday, she would not know how to deal with it. How about this? Wait a moment, I'll get you some painkillers. Huh? Where are you going at this late hour? It's too dangerous around here. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he turned around and left. When Sierra saw Zhou Hai go to find painkillers, she was immediately touched. In the Doomsday world, there has never been a man who cares about her as much as Zhou Hai. Originally, Sierra was a cold goddess. It is difficult for other men to get close to her, let alone win her heart, because she always believed that all men who wanted to get close to her just wanted to get her body. She keeps her distance from most men, never give anyone a chance. But Zhou Hai's series of performances and his ability to obtain supplies and medicines made her look at him with new eyes. It also made her feel a little bit favorable towards Zhou Hai. Now, Zhou Hai has left the villa, although it is more dangerous at night. However, Zhou Hai has the ability of eagle eyes, so he can observe the surrounding environment very well. After avoiding some zombies, he quickly arrived at the location of the Void Gate. The body passed through the Void Gate and entered his own food factory. He came to the pharmacy outside the food factory. I bought some painkillers there and also bought some feminine products like sanitary napkins in the store. With these things, Zhou Hai returned to the Doomsday world again. Inside the villa area, Sierra still felt severe pain in her lower abdomen, so much so that beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It was at this time that Zhou Hai came back. Seeing Zhou Hai coming back, Sienna's face showed a rare trace of relief. Sorry for the wait. Here are the painkillers for you. Take them. And these feminine products are for you. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he gave Sierra a large box of sanitary napkins and other things. Oh my god, is this a sanitary napkin? It's really a sanitary napkin. Where did you get it from? In the Doomsday world, it is almost impossible to obtain this thing. I've only heard of it being used before, but we've never used it before. I heard that this thing is very useful and can protect women. Sierra looked incredulous. Seeing such magical things Zhou Hai got, I have an even better impression of him. Don't just stand there, take some painkillers. Zhou Hai said. Sierra nodded and took the painkiller. Soon, she felt a warmth in her lower abdomen, and the pain seemed to gradually disappear. Thank you very much. Don't be polite. If you need anything in the future, just let me know and I will help you if I can. Zhou Hai said with a smile. The two chatted for a while. Then they each returned to their own rooms to rest. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, everyone set off. Their goal this time was to go to a remote town. I heard that there are many monsters there. Almost all the people in the town were slaughtered by the monster. The entire town has turned into a desolate place and piles of bones. There was almost no one left alive. No one dared to go to this town because the monsters here were extremely ferocious. Before, There were also several teams that came here to hunt monsters. But in the end, almost none of those teams survived. When they set foot in this small town, the first thing they saw was the bones, skulls, and human heads everywhere on the ground. These are all what was left after the monsters slaughtered them. The surrounding buildings all looked dilapidated. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and the air was filled with a bleak smell. After arriving here, the members of the Blade team first investigated the surrounding environment and the locations where the monsters appeared. In the team, there is a member who has a special ability. He could track the smell of monsters. By smell, you can determine the location of the monster. Therefore, this team member has been responsible for tracking and investigating the monster. This team member is called Da Fei. Soon, Da Fei was arranged by Captain Lei Gu to investigate the monster's traces. Not long after, Da Fei is back. His face seemed a little ugly. Captain, no. This is bad. We should leave here. It's too dangerous here. The monsters here are all very high level, and most of them are in a violent state. No, we can't stay here. We have to leave quickly. Da Fei's expression was very flustered, even a little panicked. Big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he looked terrified. As he spoke like this neurotically, he picked up the things on the ground and prepared to leave here first. Brother Lei knew that Da Fei was an expert in investigating monsters. His special ability is that he can determine the location of monsters, how dangerous they are, and whether there are crystal cores in the monsters. It was the first time he saw Da Fei so flustered. In the past, no matter what kind of monster he encountered, he had never seen Da Fei so panicked. This also made Brother Lei a little worried. Could it be that the monsters here are much more terrifying than the previous ones? Chapter 41, Doomsday Bats. Da Fei grabbed the things on the ground and prepared to leave. Hey, where are you going? Where can you go by yourself? Brother Lei quickly grabbed Da Fei and asked, No matter where we go, it's better than staying here. Staying here is tantamount to committing suicide. I'm still young, and I don't want to die yet. If you don't leave, I'm leaving. Da Fei seemed to be frightened by the monster. Brother Lei knew very well that Da Fei was an expert on monsters. What the other party said must make sense. Da Fei's abnormal behavior this time shows that the monster here is not ordinary. It was more terrifying than any monster they had encountered before. However, now that they have come here, they cannot leave easily. Brother Lei definitely didn't want to leave like this before getting the monster crystal core. Da Fei, calm down and listen to me. We are all experts in killing monsters here. You don't have to be so scared. Tell me, what did you see? Brother Lei also wanted to know. What on earth could scare Da Fei like this? Brother Lei had never seen Da Fei so panicked. Being constantly persuaded by Brother Lei, Da Fei finally calmed down a little, and his face and expression no longer showed the panic he had just had. I saw flying monsters. They have jet black wings, steel-like fangs, and terrifying claws. They can even emit harsh sound waves that can give people a splitting headache after hearing them. They're huge in size. They are mutated bat monsters. Da Fei finally described the appearance and characteristics of this monster. Hearing that the monster was a bat monster, several people gasped, because they knew very well that this monster was extremely brutal. Moreover, they will actively attack people and will never give up until they kill the person. It was precisely because of this that all the people in the town were massacred. Just at this moment, a howl was heard from the sky. Apparently, this is the sound of the bat monster. Several people were startled. Be careful, there seems to be a bat monster nearby. Brother Lei quickly reminded everyone. It was at this time. A huge figure flew across the sky. This figure was a bat monster. For a moment, it seemed as if the sunlight was blocked out. Several people immediately hid under a dilapidated house so that they were not discovered by the bat monster. We have to find a place to hide. If we walk on the bare streets without any protection or hiding places around us, we will be easily attacked by bat monsters. We must find a sturdier building and take advantage of the building's cover and the terrain to find a chance to fight the bat monster. Brother Lei immediately expressed his thoughts. Everyone agreed. Soon, they found a huge church in front of them. The black church, built with a lot of steel bars and concrete, can effectively resist the attacks of bat monsters. Everyone follow me and hide inside the church together. As Lei Gu said this, he rushed out first and rushed towards the church at a rapid speed. The others followed closely and also followed Brother Lei towards the direction of the church. Soon, everyone entered the church smoothly. The tall black dome, the colorful murals, and the cross of Jesus hanging high above. All these things indicate that this was a large and popular church before the end of the world. Pity. Once the end of the world comes, everything will be destroyed. The former church has become dilapidated today. At this time, Brother Lei began to speak. Everyone be ready to fight at any time. While it is daytime, let's lure a monster here and kill it. It is more advantageous for us to fight during the day. If it is at night, these monsters will be more difficult to deal with. Xiao Jiang, let's do it the same way as before. Go and lure a monster first. Lure the monster into this church, and the others should prepare for an ambush. If a monster comes in, we will kill it immediately. Remember one thing, the bat monsters are very powerful. We can only deal with them one by one. We must not lure more than 2 monsters here at the same time, otherwise we won't be able to handle them at all. Before, Jiang Ruitian was responsible for attracting monsters, while the others were responsible for ambushing and killing them. But this time it's different. There is one more person in the team, that is Zhou Hai. So, when Brother Lei asked Jiang Ruitian to lure the monster again, he was a little hesitant and unhappy. Last night, because of the conflict between him and Zhou Hai, he didn't get to eat and only gnawed on some remaining chicken bones. In the morning, he only ate a little bit of other people's leftovers. Therefore, he has always been unhappy with Zhou Hai. Now, he was naturally a little unhappy to be asked to complete such a dangerous mission. Why should I go? I eat the least in the team, but I do the most dangerous work. For last night till now, I'm still hungry and have no strength, so I don't want to go. You guys let Zhou Hai go. He is a newcomer in the team, so I think it is the most appropriate thing for him to go. This time, Jiang Ruitian did not listen to Brother Lei's instructions, but started to lose his temper. Jiang Ruitian's performance immediately caused dissatisfaction among others. Xiao Jiang, what are you talking about? As a member of the Blade team, don't you want to do it anymore? Zhou Hai only joined us temporarily and has a cooperative relationship with us. We can't let Zhou Hai take such a big risk. Brother Lei quickly helped Zhou Hai, and at this time, Sierra, who had been silent, came to Jiang Ruitian, said coldly, "Do you still want to do it? If not, we don't mind leaving you here alone. Or I can finish you off myself." As Sierra spoke, she raised the long knife in her hand and pointed it at Jiang Ruitian, who disobeyed orders. Now Sierra is on Zhou Hai's side. After all, Zhou Hai had helped her twice. It not only cured her of the virus that infected her, but also helped relieve the severe pain during her menstruation. In the end of days, Zhou Hai is the most caring man she has ever met. So no matter what, she will stand on Zhou Hai's side. Huh? This? He saw Sienna's cold blade pointing at his face. Jiang Ruitian felt that he had no choice. Don't do it. I'm going to go out and attract a monster. Jiang Ruitian knew that the beautiful Sierra was a man of her words and was decisive in killing. Although Sierra looks so perfect, she is ruthless when killing people. So, reluctantly, Jiang Ruitian got up and left, heading towards where the monster was. Chapter 42. Prepare for battle. Seeing Jiang Ruitian leaving, everyone else prepared to face the monster's attack. Under les arrangements. Everyone hid under the bunker, using the wall as cover. Once a monster rushed in, they would attack it from the front and back. Zhou Hai was arranged to be next to Sierra and protected by Sierra. Sierra is the most powerful fighter here. If he is asked to protect Zhou Hai will be the safest. Actually, Zhou Hai didn't need their protection at all. After all, he possesses the supernatural power of Space Blade. The Space Blade is powerful enough to deal with ordinary monsters. However, Zhou Hai did not show his special ability. This was his last resort to protect himself, and he could not easily show it to outsiders. Now, Jiang Ruitian has arrived in the town, walking alone on the desolate road. As he walked forward, he kept complaining. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. I shouldn't have joined this team. I'm always asked to do the most dangerous things, but no one respects me. Even the new members have a higher status in the team than me. It's so fucking frustrating. I'm so pissed off. Jiang Ruitian felt very unhappy. He kept cursing, and it was obvious that he had a lot of resentment toward the team he was in. Suddenly at this time, a dark shadow flew across the sky. Jiang Ruitian was shocked. Oh my god, that's the flying bat monster. They flew towards the river valley area. It turns out they are near the river valley. As he said this, Jiang Ruitian headed towards the river valley. The river valley is some distance away from here. When we walked over, we saw a huge hillside in the distance. And below the hillside is a dry river valley. The monsters are hiding over there in the valley. Jiang Ruitian finally climbed up the hillside. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. Damn it, you made me do this thankless job. If this town wasn't full of monsters, I would have quit the team long ago. While saying this, Jiang Ruetian wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked down into the valley. Seeing this, Jiang Ruetian was so frightened that his eyes widened. His face turned pale instantly, and he felt his hair stand on end. I saw a dozen bat monsters gnawing on the rotten meat on the ground near the dry river valley. Jiang Ruetian originally thought that there was only one bat monster here, but I didn't expect that there would be so many monsters gathered here. This was far beyond his expectations. Oh my god, there are so many monsters. It's over. If they find me, I'll be dead. Jiang Ruetian thought silently. He originally thought that there was only one monster here. He could then lead the monster to the church. Brother Lei said that these monsters are difficult to deal with. They can only attract one monster at a time. If there are more, they will definitely not be able to deal with them. Don't let them find you. Oh my god, don't get caught. Jiang Ruetian was so frightened that his whole body was shaking. Once discovered by the monster, he will not be able to escape. Those bat monsters are very fast and can fly in the sky. Their movement speed is definitely faster than his. However, the more you fear something, the more likely it will come. Just when Jiang Ruetian was cautiously preparing to escape from here, suddenly he stepped on a huge stone, and the stone actually moved, and then it began to roll down the hillside. Clatter. As the rubble rolled down, a loud noise was heard. The sound immediately attracted the bat monster's attention. Accompanied by the hissing of one of the bat monsters. A huge black shadow, flapping its wings, rose up from the valley. The black shadow rose from above Jiang Ruetian's head. The terrifying green eyes immediately spotted Jiang Ruetian. Jiang Ruetian was immediately frightened. It's over. We've been discovered by the monster. Oh my god, I'm going to die. Jiang Ruetian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Start running. He ran towards the church desperately. Jiang Ruetian usually runs very fast, and it is precisely because he runs fast that he is sent to attract monsters. The roars came from the valley. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 monsters chased towards Jiang Ruetian together. They chased Jiang Ruetian madly like a falcon that had spotted its prey. Jiang Ruetian runs quite fast. He ran as fast as he could and shouted to the people in the church. It's not good. Several monsters are chasing us. Help me. The people in the church also saw what was happening outside, especially those bat monsters flying in the sky. They were all startled at once. What's going on? What's going on? Why are so many monsters attracted at once? What's going on, Xiao Jiang? Didn't I tell you that you can only attract one monster? As the boss, Brother Lei was a little confused. He never imagined that Jiang Ruetian was so unreliable. How can they deal with so many monsters attracted here? Jiang Ruetian was still running frantically. Help me. Just as Jiang Ruetian was about to rush into the church, a sharp claw pierced his chest. Jiang Ruetian's expression froze instantly. His expression showed extreme panic. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the blood on his chest, his face full of despair. He knew that he would not survive. Help me. Jiang Ruetian managed to utter this sound with difficulty. But the next moment, Jiang Ruetian's head was bitten off by another bat monster. Then, his body was grabbed and flown into the sky. In midair, several bat monsters shared his body. The ground was stained with blood. The scene was extremely terrifying. Oh my god, this scene is a bit creepy. It was the first time that Zhou Hai saw such a horrific scene, and he was a little scared. I originally thought that I had adapted to the environment and cruelty of the apocalypse. However, when he actually saw the scene just now, he still underestimated the horror of Doomsday. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Ruetian would die at the hands of the monster. There is no time to be sad and upset. Everybody has to pull themselves together. Get ready for battle. This time, we may face several monsters at the same time, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Brother Lei quickly shouted this to the people around him, constantly cheering them on. Everyone drew their weapons. Get ready for a tough battle. The next moment, the bat monsters rushed into the church. No one dared to act rashly for fear of alerting the bat monster and exposing their position. Accompanied by a roar. One of the bat monsters had already discovered one of the members and suddenly pounced on that team member. Old 3, be careful. Brother Lei quickly shouted at one of the men. Fuck, I'm going to fight you. The third brother swung the machete in his hand violently and chopped hard at the bat monster that was rushing towards him. Chapter 43, Secret Help. The third brother is also a trainmaster. None of the people in Blade are weak. Therefore, even though he was targeted by the bat monster, the third brother did not panic at all. Puff! The knife fell with a sudden movement. It directly chopped off the bat monster's wings. Ouch! With a scream, one of the bat monster's wings was cut off. Green blood spurted out immediately. I'll go help. At this time, Sierra, who was beside Zhou Hai, hurriedly said this. Sierra knew that if he didn't help the third brother, he would be besieged by other bat monsters and would not survive. As a powerful fighter in the Blade team, Sierra naturally cannot sit and wait for death. Swoosh! Sierra moved as fast as lightning. Her body suddenly flew up more than 10 meters high, and the long knife in her hand chopped towards the bat monster's head. Puff! With one slash of the knife, the bat monster's head was chopped off. As the bat monster's head fell to the ground, a deep blue monster crystal core appeared inside its head. See this scene? Sierra suddenly became excited. Great! It's actually a crystal core. I didn't expect that the first monster had a crystal core in its body. Sierra quickly leaned over to pick up the crystal core on the ground. But at this moment, two monsters suddenly swooped towards Sierra at the same time. The huge claws grabbed towards Sierra's body. Sierra, be careful! Brother Lei quickly shouted this to Sierra. Be careful! There's a monster behind you. Zhou Hai also shouted at the other party. Zhou Hai discovered that the monster attacked very quickly. If you're not careful, you may be hurt by the monster. At the reminder of Zhou Hai and Lei Go, Sierra reached out to grab the crystal core and quickly rolled forward. Escaped the monster's claws. The monster's sharp claws pierced a big hole in the ground. If a person was stabbed, the body would probably be pierced directly and the person would die on the spot. Oh my god, that was a close call. After escaping the monster's attack, Sierra breathed a sigh of relief. A look of relief. But at this moment, another monster suddenly attacked from behind and came to Sierra's side. Not good. Sierra, be careful behind you. Zhou Hai immediately saw the monster and shouted. Sierra didn't expect that he was targeted by two monsters at the same time. She was just about to turn over and jump when she suddenly realized something was wrong. One of her feet was stuck in a crack in the ground, making it impossible for her to pull her foot out. If she couldn't pull her feet free, she would have to face the horrible monster head-on. There is no hiding, no escaping. We'll be killed by monsters instantly. See this scene. Lei Gu and others were instantly shocked. The others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. It's over, Sierra. Oh my god, Sierra. Is Sierra going to die? The others were still quite far away from Sierra, so even if they rushed over to help, it would be too late. At this moment, each of the team members showed an expression of despair on their faces. The scene of Sierra being slaughtered by monsters has already appeared in their minds. There was sadness and despair on his face. Some team members even burst into tears. Elfer, vous, don't die. Elfer, run away. Woo. Those team members screamed and shouted loudly. However, the cruel reality has been happening all the time. Swoosh. The bat monster's terrifying claws, like a sharp spike, stabbed towards Sierra's body. Sierra tried hard to pull her foot out, but for some reason, it was stuck so tightly that I couldn't pull it out. Just when a monster's claw was about to stab Sierra, a cold light flashed. Puff! The bat monster's sharp claws were cut by a sharp blade from nothingness. The claws were cut off directly. At this moment, Zhou Hai had to take action. The space blade was used to cut off the monster's claw. Because Zhou Hai's movements were relatively covert, and his attacks were very small. Therefore, no one else noticed that it was Zhou Hai who rescued Sierra. The monster instantly lost one of its claws and had no way to hurt Sierra. Originally, Sierra had already prepared to die. However, the next moment, she was slightly surprised to find that the monster's claws had been cut off. Not only Sierra was a little surprised, the other team members were also shocked. It feels incredible. The void blade just now. It was the space blade that Zhou Hai used. The next moment, Zhou Hai saw that the monster was not dead and wanted to attack Sierra. He used the space blade again. Puff! A cold light flashed. The monster's head was cut off directly. The huge head rolled to the ground. The monster is completely dead. What happened? Ist Roman letter Elfer okay? What cut off the monster's head? Oh my god, who did it? Could it be that there are other people around here who saved Sierra? Yeah, who did it just now? Why didn't I notice it? The person who just attacked must be an expert, an absolute expert, who can actually kill monsters from a distance. Is there a master nearby? Did you see it? Who did it? None of the people present noticed who had made the move. Therefore, they were all very confused, with confusion written all over their faces. How is it possible? There is only our team here. There can't be other people. Could it be that someone among us rescued Sheer? That's not right. None of us here have such a powerful ability that can kill monsters from a distance. Yes, telekinesis is generally a level 4 or higher ability. For example, being able to kill a monster remotely is a terrifying ability, and it must be at least a level 5 ability. No one in our Blade team has supernatural powers above level 5. So, it definitely can't be someone from our team. Could it be Zhou Hai? At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Zhou Hai at once. Even Sierra, who had just experienced a life and death situation, looked at Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, tell us honestly, were you the one who rescued Sierra just now? Brother Lei asked Zhou Hai hurriedly. Miha, are you kidding me? If I had such great abilities, I would have come here alone to kill monsters. Why would I need to team up with you guys? Besides the ability of space, I don't have any other powerful abilities. Zhou Hai said this with a smile. After listening to what Zhou Hai said, others sensed he was right. After all, Zhou Hai looks like a handsome guy with no special abilities. He needs to rely on others to obtain the crystal core. There is absolutely no way he could be that kind of hidden master. Just now, it was really not you who saved me. Sierra also looked at Zhou Hai and asked quickly, it's really not me. I also want such a powerful superpower, but unfortunately, I don't have that ability. Zhou Hai said, in the Blade team, there is a man named Li Guangjia. Hearing Zhou Hai say this, he immediately laughed. Li Guangjia obviously didn't think highly of Zhou Hai. In his heart, Li Guangjia has always liked Sierra. Seeing Sierra and Zhou Hai getting so close, he had long disliked Zhou Hai. If Zhou Hai hadn't provided them with food, he would have been rude to Zhou Hai. I saw Sierra mistakenly thought that it was Zhou Hai who saved her. This immediately made Li Guangjia even more unhappy. He spoke quickly. Sheer, you think too highly of him. How can he possess a level 5 ability? It's really funny. The person who saved you just now was definitely not Zhou Hai, because it's impossible for him to have such a powerful ability. Am I right? Zhou Hai? As Li Guangjia spoke, he looked at Zhou Hai. Yes, of course I don't have such a powerful ability. Zhou Hai said this quickly. Chapter 44. Going back on one's word. In Li Guangjia's eyes, apart from being a bit handsome, Zhou Hai is totally a good-for-nothing waste. How could this kind of trash possess a 5th-level supernatural power and be able to kill monsters with ease? Seeing that Zhou Hai himself denied having such supernatural powers, Li Guangjia smiled faintly. I couldn't help but think in my heart. Fortunately, it wasn't this loser who saved Sheer, otherwise, Sheer would have to give herself to him. I see Sheer's eyes looking at him are becoming more and more ambiguous. If I don't behave myself, I'm afraid Sheer will really like this loser Zhou Hai. Li Guangjia has always liked Sierra silently. However, Sierra has always been cold as ice and seems to have no affection for the men around her. But these days, he found that the look in Sierra's eyes when she looked at Zhou Hai seemed a little different. There's a hint of tenderness in his eyes. This obviously means that he likes her a little. After all, Sierra had never been so gentle to a man. The more Sierra likes Zhou Hai, the more unhappy Li Guangjia becomes, and the more he wants to keep Zhou Hai away from Sierra. Li Guangjia saw that Sierra was still a little frightened. He spoke quickly. Sierra, come to me, I will protect you. As for Zhou Hai, you should protect yourself well. Sierra can't protect you for the time being. Li Guangjia did this to prevent Zhou Hai and Sierra from being together and to prevent them from getting so close. Although Sierra was still in shock. However, she was still a little worried about Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, you'd better stay with me. It will be very dangerous if you're targeted by a monster. It can be seen that Sierra is very caring towards Zhou Hai. But Sierra's words immediately made Li Guangjia even more unhappy. Sure, you almost died in front of a monster just now, and you still want to protect others? You need others' protection now. How can you protect others? You should think about how to protect yourself. After saying this, he looked at Zhou Hai with some displeasure. Zhou Hai could see that Li Guangjia seemed to like Sierra a little. This would explain why Li Guangjia was so unhappy with him. It turned out that he was afraid that Zhou Hai would snatch the woman he liked. After understanding this relationship, Zhou Hai said calmly, Sheer, you should follow Brother Jia. I can protect myself. Huh? Can you really protect yourself? Sierra asked again. It's okay, don't worry. Zhou Hai said firmly. Seeing Zhou Hai so determined, Sierra nodded. Li Guangjie took this opportunity to quickly pull Sierra to his side and said, "Okay, stop talking. The monster is still over there. Let's just focus on dealing with it." Sierra nodded. Now, there were still a few monsters spinning in circles. These monsters are eating the monster that just died. The monster that Zhou Hai had just killed also contained a monster crystal core. The light blue crystal core was right on the ground, shining brightly, and was very attractive. But they all knew that they couldn't just rush up and pick up the crystal core now, because there are still several monsters there. If you rush forward, you will most likely be besieged. There are 2 monsters over there. Third brother, go forward and lead them away. I'll go pick up the crystal core on the ground. Captain Legus said this. The crystal core is right in front of them. They can't throw it away easily. Good. The third brother nodded and immediately rushed forward, attracting the attention of the 2 monsters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Brother Lei quickly stepped forward and picked up the crystal core on the ground. Next, several people worked together in perfect harmony and killed all the remaining monsters. They've been training for a long time and have already developed a very good understanding of each other. Even without Sierra's help, they could still kill those monsters. Looking at the monster corpses on the ground, several people breathed a sigh of relief. A satisfied smile appeared on everyone's face. In this thrilling battle, except for the death of one team member, everyone else was fine. Only Sierra's leg was a little sprained. However, it's not a big deal, and he will be fine after a few days of rest. After this battle, they obtained a total of 3 zombie crystal cores. Some monsters do not have monster crystal cores in their bodies. Being able to obtain 3 crystal cores is already very good. Zhou Hai, according to our promise, I will give you a crystal core. Today, rest in the church for a day, and we will leave tomorrow. We plan to use these crystal cores to go to the Lord of Doomsday City and exchange them for some necessary supplies. So we have to say goodbye. As Brother Lei spoke, he prepared to give Zhou Hai a crystal core. After all, it was already agreed before the cooperation. After completing the task, you need to give Zhou Hai a crystal core. Thank you very much. As Zhou Hai spoke, he reached out to take the monster crystal core. But at this time, suddenly, a man reached out and snatched the crystal core from Brother Lei's hand. When they looked clearly, they found that the person who tried to snatch the crystal core was Li Guangjie. He was very fast, and before anyone could react, he had already grabbed the crystal core. Ajay, what are you doing? Seeing that Li Guangjie snatched the crystal core, Lei Gu, Sierra, and others were suddenly a little puzzled. They looked at the other person with a puzzled look. Li Guangjie held the crystal core in his hand and said seriously, Brother Lei, you can't give him this crystal core. In order to obtain the crystal core, one of our brothers has already died. I finally got 3 crystal cores. How can I give him 1 crystal core so easily? This crystal core is stained with the blood of our dead brothers. We can't give it to an outsider like this. I definitely don't want to give it away for free. At this time, Li Guangjie immediately regretted his decision. Originally, Zhou Hai had a cooperative relationship with them. Zhou Hai provided them with food, and after they obtained the crystal cores, they gave 1 to Zhou Hai. However, at this moment, Li Guangjie actually took the initiative to regret his decision. Lei Ji's expression was a little serious. He said to the other party in an unhappy tone, Ajay, do you want to rebel? I'm the captain. You should listen to me. Give the crystal core back. We have already promised Zhou Hai that we will give him a crystal core. Keep your word. After hearing what Brother Lei said, Li Guangjie smiled coldly, said in a cold tone, Brother Lei, this is the end of the world. How can we talk about integrity? In the apocalypse, people are calculating against each other. Besides, Zhou Hai is just an outsider, not our teammate. Why should we keep our promise to him? Why don't we just kill him? At this moment, Li Guangjie not only did not want to give Zhou Hai the crystal core, he even had the intention to kill him and wanted to get rid of Zhou Hai. Now, although she sprained her foot, Sierra was still as energetic as ever. He started to scold directly. Asshole, are you still human? Zhou Hai helped us. He not only provided us with medicine, but also gave us food. Even if we are cold-blooded and heartless, we cannot kill our benefactors. Hand over the crystal core. Although Sierra is not the captain. However, your words still carry a lot of weight within the team. Almost everyone in the team obeys Sierra's words. Li Guangjie didn't expect this. Even Sierra, the girl he loved so much, stood on Zhou Hai's side at this moment. Chapter 45, Offending a Villain. Li Guangjie saw that Sierra was actually speaking up for Zhou Hai. It made him even more upset. Originally, he was unhappy to see Sierra and Zhou Hai walking so close. Seeing that Sierra actually turned against him for Zhou Hai made him even more furious. He held the crystal core in his hand and said coldly to Sierra, "Sierra, I have done so much for you and paid so much for you. Even my teammates know that I like you very much. Everything I did was for you. I didn't expect you to stand with an outsider. Tell me, are you in love with Zhou Hai? I have done so many things for you. Don't I deserve your love? Take advantage of this opportunity." Li Guangjie immediately spoke out all his inner thoughts. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. After hearing what Li Guangjie said, Zhou Hai immediately understood. Why did Li Guangjie always target him? It turned out that he was a little jealous because he saw Sierra walking so close to him and having a close relationship with him. It seems that Li Guangjie is being unreasonable. Sierra still spoke coldly. "One thing at a time, don't make wild guesses. I don't like anyone. I'm just fulfilling my promise. We promised Zhou Hai before. After the mission is completed, a crystal core will be given to him. He has been helping us these days. So, we must give him a crystal core. Hand over the crystal core in your hand." Although Sierra pretended to be calm when she spoke. However, everyone could feel the change in Sierra's inner emotions. She seemed to really like Zhou Hai. However, he was used to using a cold appearance as a cover-up. Elfia? Could it be that even you want to speak up for Zhou Hai? Li Guangjie felt desperate and isolated. In this team, it seemed that no one stood with him. Seeing that everyone was on Zhou Hai's side, Li Guangjie smiled coldly and gave up his last struggle. He gave the crystal core in his hand to Sierra very reluctantly. Sierra took the crystal core. He came in front of Zhou Hai and spoke. "This is the crystal core for you. Thank you for your help these days." Zhou Hai took the crystal core and expressed his gratitude. "Sure, if one day you encounter difficulties and need my help, you can come to the villa area to find me. As long as you ring the doorbell at the gate of the villa, I will know you are here when I hear the doorbell. Don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions." After hearing what Zhou Hai said, Sierra nodded. At the same time, Sierra also knew that after this separation, it might be difficult for them to meet again, because the Blade team has to go to more dangerous places and perform more difficult tasks. It's hard to say whether it's life or death. Maybe, in the next mission, Sierra will be swallowed by the monster. These people have long since put their lives at risk. Take life and death lightly. This is also why Sierra is so cold and emotionless towards everyone. In the Doomsday, life and death are just a matter of a moment, let alone feelings. After listening to what Zhou Hai said, Sierra nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember your words if I can come back alive. I'll go find you in the villa area. You have to wait for me in the villa area. Is this an agreement between us?" When Sierra spoke, her eyes became extremely gentle. Zhou Hai could see that Sierra seemed to be moved. Only, in the Doomsday world, having feelings is a very luxurious thing, because even surviving is very difficult. Zhou Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this is our agreement. If you can come back, remember to find me. I'll treat you to a nice meal." Sierra nodded again, then took the initiative to reach out and hug Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai could feel Sierra's warm embrace. In the chest area, the plump mountains. Li Guangjie, who was standing next to them, became even more jealous and angry when he saw Zhou Hai hugging Sierra. "Hey, are you guys done yet? Let go. Sierra is the goddess in my heart. How can I let you hug her casually?" As he said this, Li Guangjie stood between Zhou Hai and Sierra. The two people were forcibly separated. It can be seen that Li Guangjie is very jealous and dissatisfied with the intimate interaction between Zhou Hai and Sierra. Zhou Hai smiled faintly and ignored the other party's rudeness. He waved and said to Sierra, Lei Gu, and others, "Then I'll go first. Be careful on your way." "Well, you should be careful too," Sierra said quickly. Zhou Hai looked at the reluctance in Sierra's eyes and felt a little sad. I don't know why. Zhou Hai and Sierra had only been together for a few short days, but they seemed to have developed some inexplicable feelings for each other. Maybe it's because Sierra is so beautiful. Any man would be unable to resist being moved when seeing a stunning beauty like Sierra. Zhou Hai turned around, left the church, and walked outside. See Zhou Hai leave. The members of the Blade team immediately sat down to rest. Brother Lei took out some food and placed it in front of everyone. "Everyone, please eat something. These foods were left for us by Zhou Hai. This food is enough to sustain us for a while. Everyone, take a rest and replenish your energy." At Lei Ji's request, everyone sat down. But only Li Guangjie stood there motionless. I saw Li Guangjie still in a daze. Brother Lei quickly said to the other party, Ajay, why don't you eat something? Are you still angry about the crystal core? Okay, this matter is over. It's not worth worrying about. Let's eat. Li Guangjie said, You guys eat, I'm not hungry. I'm going to go to the bathroom first, and I'll be back soon. After Li Guangjie finished speaking, he turned and left the church. But after he left the church, he did not go to the bathroom. Instead, he looked in the direction where Zhou Hai left. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Of course, he was still angry about the crystal core. So, he planned to snatch the crystal core back. He also knew that his teammates would be very angry if they knew that he wanted to take back the crystal core. Therefore, he decided to do this secretly without telling anyone. Then, without telling anyone, he quietly chased in the direction of Zhou Hai. This time, not only does he want to snatch the crystal core back, he also wants to take the opportunity to get rid of Zhou Hai. In his eyes, Zhou Hai and Sierra's relationship is so close that Sierra has developed feelings for Zhou Hai. He would never allow anyone to take his goddess away from him. So this time, he was determined to kill all of them and get rid of Zhou Hai once and for all. Chapter 46, You're Dead. After leaving the team, Li Guangjie chased in the direction of Zhou Hai alone. He had tested Zhou Hai's strength before. He discovered that Zhou Hai did not have any strong special powers except for a spatial special power. In terms of combat capability, he is even more of a wimp. This kind of combat novice would definitely be slaughtered at will in front of him. What's more, he has experienced countless battles with zombie monsters and has rich experience in fighting. Therefore, in his opinion, getting rid of Zhou Hai was a piece of cake. It's as easy as stepping on an ant. He has thought it through. When he finds Zhou Hai, he will not only snatch the crystal core from Zhou Hai, but also humiliate Zhou Hai. After he has humiliated Zhou Hai enough, he will torture and kill him. Haha, Zhou Hai, you're dead. If you dare to have improper thoughts about my goddess Sheer, I will never forgive you. You are alone now, and no one is helping you. I wonder who can save you. Haha, I've already imagined you kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Thinking about it now, I feel really good. Li Guangjie thought this in his heart as he chased forward. Now, after leaving the church, Zhou Hai headed towards the river valley. Through the information obtained previously, Zhou Hai learned that those terrifying bat monsters all came from the river valley area. Therefore, Zhou Hai planned to go to the valley, kill more monsters, and get more crystal cores. I've come here with great difficulty. I can't just go back with only a crystal core. Just after Zhou Hai walked forward for a distance, suddenly, through his eagle-eye ability, he felt that someone was following him from behind. Look carefully. The person chasing from behind was actually Li Guangjie. This surprised Zhou Hai slightly. Huh? What's going on? Why is he following me? Could it be that he has other purposes? This person has always been against me, and now he is secretly following me. Something must be wrong. Although Zhou Hai discovered Li Guangjie, he pretended not to know, still moving forward. Not long after, he had already arrived near the valley. And at this time, Li Guangjie, who had been following silently, finally couldn't help but show up. Hey, Zhou Hai, stop right there. Li Guangjie appeared behind Zhou Hai and suddenly shouted. Zhou Hai pretended to be a little surprised and quickly looked back. When he saw clearly that it was the other person, he said with a smile on his face, isn't this Brother Jie? Aren't you in the church? Why are you here? Could it be that you came here specifically to see me? Zhou Hai pretended to be harmless and spoke in a humble tone. I saw Zhou Hai had a kind look on his face. Li Guangjie thought Zhou Hai was scared. Only a novice in combat would show great respect when facing a master. Haha, Zhou Hai, of course I came here specifically to see you. Do you know why I came to see you? Li Guangjie looked relaxed and complacent, as if he was sure of victory. How would I know? Could it be that Brother Jie is in trouble and wants my help? Don't worry, I'm a very enthusiastic person. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. The more humble Zhou Hai acted, the more he felt that Zhou Hai was a coward and was very easy to control. Li Guangjie smiled coldly. You're right. I do have something to talk to you about. I want you to hand over the monster core to me. As he said this, Li Guangjie stretched out a hand and asked Zhou Hai to hand the crystal core to him. After hearing what the other party said, Zhou Hai immediately understood. It turned out that Li Guangjie had always been brooding over the fact that he had obtained the crystal core and wanted to take the crystal core back when no one was around. Du hai de lieben astet hestitang. Brother Jia, this is not good. Didn't we agree before that you would give me a crystal core after completing the task? You suddenly want to go back now. How can this be possible? Seeing that Zhou Hai was unwilling to give the crystal core to him. Suddenly, Li Guangjia's tone turned unfriendly. Huh, do you think I'm discussing this with you again? I came here to inform you. If you don't hand over the crystal core, I will kill you now. If you die here, no one will collect your body. Soon, those monsters will appear here and eat your corpse clean. As he said this, a terrifying murderous intent appeared on Li Guangjia's face. His expression also looked extremely gloomy. Since Li Guangjia has already shown his wolfish ambitions, Zhou Hai simply stops pretending. He smiled calmly, a look of relief. Brother Jia, are you sure you want to do this so thoroughly? After all, we are in a cooperative relationship. It's a bit too cruel for you to suddenly turn your back on me like this. Hearing Zhou Hai say this, Li Guangjia immediately looked disdainful. Haha, ruthless. You are so funny. This is the end of the world. You can't have feelings for anyone, otherwise, it would be a punishment for yourself. I'll say it again, hand over the crystal core. Otherwise, you'll surely die. Hand over the crystal core obediently, and I can let you go. Facing the threat from Li Guangjia, Zhou Hai didn't seem to care at all. Because he possesses terrifying superpowers, the opponent has no chance of winning against him. However, Zhou Hai hid his ability very deeply and no one was able to discover it. Are you sure you can kill me? Zhou Hai's tone suddenly turned cold. The way he looked at the other person was like looking at a dead person. Ah, are you kidding me? I have experienced countless battles and countless zombies have died in my hands. Can I kill you? In Li Guangjia's opinion, killing Zhou Hai is an easy and simple task, and there is no difficulty at all. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you are really no match for me. Zhou Hai said, this is really making me laugh to death. Ahaha, I'm not your opponent. Where do you get your confidence from? Just now in the church, when you encountered the monster, you were so scared that you could only hide behind Shir. I don't even dare to go out and face the monsters, and I helped kill a monster in the battle just now. Why do you think I'm not your opponent? Your confidence is really mysterious. Li Guangjia immediately started to mock Zhou Hai. It was at this time. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the other side of the valley. Ouch! Along with such sounds, two terrifying bat monsters slowly rose up from the valley, flying toward the direction where Zhou Hai was. Just now, the conversation between Zhou Hai and Li Guangjia disturbed the bat monster. Let the monster discover their presence. I saw two monsters flying towards me. Li Guangjia's face suddenly became gloomy and panicked. Oh no, we've been discovered by the monster. As he said this, Li Guangjia quickly turned over and hid behind an abandoned car nearby. Zhou Hai, on the other hand, stood where he was with no intention of dodging. Seeing that Zhou Hai didn't even try to dodge, Li Guangjia thought that Zhou Hai was frightened and stood still. I couldn't help but sneer. This useless idiot is such a fool. He was so scared that he didn't even know how to hide. It seems I don't need to do it myself. He's going to be killed by the bat monster. Li Guangjia said this while hiding behind and observing everything silently. In his opinion, Zhou Hai would definitely become a corpse in a monster's mouth next. Chapter 47, Playing Pigs and Eating Tigers. Li Guangjia secretly thanked his luck that he dodged quickly enough, so that the monster would not discover his existence. Looking back at Zhou Hai, if you stand still, you will become the target of the monster. Haha, what an idiot. You don't know how to avoid the monster when you encounter it, and you just stand there stupidly. You are simply seeking death. After those monsters devour him, I will take the crystal core away. Li Guangjia has already thought about what he will do next. Just quietly watched Zhou Hai being swallowed up. Actually, Zhou Hai had already discovered the appearance of the monster through his eagle eye ability. The reason he came here this time was to obtain more monster crystal cores. Now, the monsters have come to his door on their own initiative, and Zhou Hai couldn't ask for more. So, after encountering the monster, Zhou Hai did not hide, but chose to face it head-on. Ah! A roar erupted in the sky. Two terrifying bat monsters pounced towards Zhou Hai frantically. These monsters had not devoured living humans for a long time, so they were very excited when they saw Zhou Hai. When its claws grew bigger, it grabbed Zhou Hai. But the next moment, Zhou Hai waved his hand gently. A powerful void blade instantly cut through the void. Puff! With two muffled sounds, the heads of the two bat monsters were cut off directly. They died instantly in midair. The body fell heavily towards the ground. With the sound of landing, the two bat monsters turned into two corpses. Now, Li Guangjie, who was hiding aside, finally saw it clearly. He saw that Zhou Hai just waved his hand lightly and killed two bat monsters directly. For a moment, Li Guangjie was so frightened that his eyes widened. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. What's going on? Am I seeing this correctly? Were the two bat monsters in the sky just now really killed by Zhou Hai? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he have such a strong fighting ability? Li Guangjie couldn't believe this fact, no matter what. However, the current situation has already explained everything. The bat monster in the sky was killed by Zhou Hai. This moment, he seemed to have figured out a lot of things at once. No wonder, before, when we were in the church, there was a master hiding in the dark. He helped kill the monster and saved Sierra's life. Otherwise, Sierra would have died under the claws of the monster. Could it be that the expert who saved Sierra in the church before was Zhou Hai? This idea suddenly appeared in Li Guangjie's mind. It gave him a fright. At that time, no one suspected that it was Zhou Hai who took action. Everyone thought that Zhou Hai was just an ordinary person with little fighting ability. He originally thought so, but until he saw everything in front of him. After seeing Zhou Hai's move with my own eyes, I had to believe it. After killing the two monsters, Zhou Hai slowly walked up to the monsters. Take out the crystal core hidden in the monster's head. Yes, we have obtained 2 more crystal cores. This is a great harvest. As he said this, he looked at Li Guangjie, who was hiding not far away. He said with a cold smile, "Why are you still hiding? Come out. I've killed the monster. You don't have to be afraid." Huh? This? Li Guangjie, who was hiding in the dark, came out with an embarrassed look on his face. Facing Zhou Hai again, Li Guangjie seemed to have lost his arrogance and arrogance. Were you the one who just took action and killed those 2 monsters? Li Guangjie asked the question in his mind. What? Didn't you see it clearly just now? Do you want me to show it to you again? Zhou Hai said. Oh, no need. I've seen it clearly. Li Guangjie smila tauquarli. Zhou Hai continued to insist. Didn't you just say that you would kill me first and then take my crystal core? You also said that it would be easy to kill me. I'll give you a chance now. I really want to see what you can do to kill me. After saying this, Zhou Hai looked at the other party. There was coldness and terror in his eyes. Huh? I was actually joking. Don't take it seriously. I was just joking with you, huh? Li Guangjie said this with an awkward smile. Now that he has recognized Zhou Hai's strength, knowing that he was no match for Zhou Hai, even his tone of voice changed. His attitude became extremely docile, completely devoid of the arrogance and domineering attitude just now. Pity. Zhou Hai could not hide the other party's performance. It is also impossible for Zhou Hai to let the other party go. So you were joking? Zhou Hai asked. Yes, I'm just kidding. Huh? I'm just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Li Guangjie's face was full of smiles at this moment. The murderous look from before has completely disappeared. It was like he became a different person in an instant. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, even the most arrogant person will become extremely well-behaved. You're kidding, but I'm not kidding you. Since you want to kill me then, I'm sorry, I have to kill you first. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Puff! Accompanied by the release of the space blade. One of Li Guangjie's arms was cut off directly. He felt a strong pain in his body, causing him to scream in pain. Blood gushed out from the arm. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I already know I was wrong. Li Guangjie kept backing away, and at the same time, begged Zhou Hai for mercy. However, Zhou Hai's eyes were full of coldness. Haha, that's ridiculous. You know how to beg for mercy now? It's too late. Because you shouldn't have gone against me from the beginning. You also said that in the apocalypse, you can't have feelings for anyone, otherwise, it would be a punishment for yourself. Li Guangjie's expression was already extremely desperate. He burst into tears. Please don't kill me. Give me a chance to survive. Zhou Hai shook his head indifferently. Then, raise your hand again. Puff! Li Guangjie's other arm was chopped off again. In an instant, he lost both arms. As the severe pain came, Li Guangjie burst into screams. The blood had stained his entire body, turning him into a blood gourd. Li Guangjie's screams and the smell of blood immediately attracted more bat monsters. Ouch! 3 more bat monsters appeared here, spread their wings, and pounced towards Li Guangjie. Li Guangjie was already half dead. In order to survive, he actually dragged his broken body and ran forward, trying to avoid the bat monster's pursuit. Pity. Even if he was a healthy person, it would be difficult for him to escape from the monster's pursuit, let alone when he was injured. Ah! Another scream was heard. The two bat monsters grabbed Li Guangjie directly and started to bite and eat him madly. In just a dozen seconds, Li Guangjie was completely swallowed up. Seeing that Li Guangjie was completely dead, Zhou Hai attacked again. Puff! The heads of the two monsters were chopped off. Chapter 48 Girlfriend is pregnant. Zhou Hai killed two monsters again. He immediately went forward to check. It was discovered that one of the monsters had a crystal core in its head, while the other monster had no crystal core. Take out the crystal core. In this way, Zhou Hai has obtained 4 monster crystal cores. After obtaining these monster crystal cores, he decided to temporarily leave the Doomsday world and return to the food factory. He needs to swallow and digest all these crystal cores. See what kind of superpowers these crystal cores can bring him? With these crystal cores, Zhou Hai didn't hesitate at all and soon arrived at the Gate of the Void. Enter the Gate of the Void. Zhou Hai instantly returned to the warehouse of his food factory. Very good. This is my first time swallowing a monster core. I really don't know what kind of abilities this monster crystal core can bring me. While thinking this, Zhou Hai immediately began to replenish his energy and eat a lot. Because Zhou Hai knew that once he swallowed the monster's crystal core, he would fall into a coma. As for how long he can remain in a coma, it all depends on the size of the crystal core energy. The greater the energy contained in the crystal core, the longer he will be unconscious. After dinner, Zhou Hai didn't hesitate and directly swallowed all 4 monster crystal cores. Boom! The energy of the monster crystal core is more powerful than that of the zombie crystal core. An overwhelming and powerful energy exploded in Zhou Hai's body. In an instant, he fell into a coma. This time, after falling into a coma, the consciousness did not enter the vast ocean, but entered the vast universe and starry sky. His body was floating lightly in the universe. Above his head is a galaxy from billions of years ago, and under his feet is a green planet, which is the Earth where he lives. His soul wanders within the Milky Way, floating continuously. This situation has been continuing. At the same time, shortly after Zhou Hai fell into a coma, several cars appeared in front of the food factory. A group of people got out of the cars. The person sitting in the front car was Zhou Hai's ex-girlfriend, Shen Xinman. Next to Shen Xinman was a man who looked a bit sturdy. This man is the boss of the speed racing gang. His name is Hong Matian. Through a series of connections, Shen Xinman got to know the boss of the speeding gang. Moreover, Shen Xinman is good at using her beauty and successfully wins the boss's heart. Now, Shen Xinman has become Tianji's girlfriend. In addition, the two people had only known each other for a short time and had already started to enjoy each other's company, and they were already inseparable. Ever since Major General Xiao dumped Shen Xinman, Shen Xinman has always wanted to find a backer. It just so happened that Brother Tian was a lustful man, and he fell in love with Shen Xinman at once, and the two of them got together. The last birthday party for the class beauty. Zhou Hai drove a Ferrari and stole the show at the birthday party. Not only did he beat Xiao, but he also demonstrated his terrifying financial strength. Not only did his classmates envy him, but even his ex-girlfriend Shen Xinman was extremely jealous. In my heart, I have been thinking about how to get some money from Zhou Hai. This time, Shen Xinman found Brother Tian just to extort some money from Zhou Hai. That's why they appeared in front of the food factory. Brother Tian, this is it. My ex-boyfriend is very rich. The last Ferrari he drove was said to be worth hundreds of millions. This time, you must help me get more money from this bastard. If successful, I can also take his Ferrari away. It will definitely sell for a lot of money. Shen Xinman pulled Brother Tian while painting a rosy picture for him. After listening to Shen Xinman's description, Brother Tian looked incredulous. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Shen Xinman nodded quickly. Haha, since your ex-boyfriend is so rich, how could you bear to break up with him? Brother Tian asked quickly. This? I must have made a mistake. When you were with me before, you never acted like a rich man. I didn't expect that after breaking up with me, he actually acted more and more wealthy. If I knew he was so rich, how could I bear to break up with him? Shen Xinman immediately spoke out what was in her heart. Several people said this. Step by step, moving toward the food factory. When we arrived at the food factory gate, Brother Tian was stunned for a moment. Looking at the dilapidated food factory in front of him, he felt more and more that what Shen Xinman said was unreliable. If Zhou Hai is really that rich, How could the gate of a food factory be so shabby? Man, you said your ex-boyfriend was very rich, but this shabby factory in front of us doesn't look like it has any money. Brother Tian was suddenly a little confused. Brother Tian, you can't just look at the factory's facade. I was also deceived by the shabby appearance of the factory before. In fact, Zhou Hai's money is hidden very deeply. After hearing what Shen Xinman said, Brother Tian nodded. He walked into the factory with a few of his men. As soon as I entered the factory, I saw Zhou Hai's father, Zhou Zhiliang. Zhou Zhiliang thought these people were Zhou Hai's classmates. He immediately stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. Are you guys Zhou Hai's classmates? Are you here to see Zhou Hai? Brother Tian glanced at Zhou Zhiliang and snorted coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Zhou Hai's father, right? We have something to ask you. Where's your son? Tell Zhou Hai to come out and see us. The tone of voice these people spoke was very unfriendly. The attitude is also very arrogant. Zhou Zhiliang immediately realized that these people had come with ill intentions and might be looking for trouble with Zhou Hai. What's going on with you guys? Zhou Hai is resting in the room, so it's inconvenient for him to see you. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. At this time, Shen Xinman snorted coldly. Stand up and speak. Then let me tell you, I'm your son's girlfriend. We've been together for more than a year, but we've broken up now. Recently, I found out that I'm pregnant, and I'm carrying Zhou Hai's child. Since we have broken up, of course we can't keep the baby in your belly. So, I came to you this time just to ask for some breakup money. If I want to abort the baby, I will need to be hospitalized and receive medical treatment, and I will also need to recover after the operation, so I will also need some medical expenses. Besides, I have been with your son for such a long time and have contributed my best youth to him. I also need some compensation for the loss of my youth. If you don't want to pay, then we won't leave today. Not only that, I will give birth to the child and throw it to you to raise. I don't want this child. Shen Xinman spoke in detail the words she had prepared long ago. The purpose is also simple, just to ask for money. If you don't give it, they will be rude. After all, Brother Tian brought a group of his men with him. No matter how things develop, they will not suffer any loss. Chapter 49 Blackmail. After listening to Shen Xinman's story, Zhou Zhiliang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that his son would mess around in school. He made the girl pregnant. As a result, the girl came to my house today. However, Zhou Zhiliang still had some doubts. Although he knew that Zhou Hai had a girlfriend in school, it was still difficult for Zhou Zhiliang to believe it because the other party had no evidence. This is what you said true? Is there any proof? Zhou Zhiliang asked hurriedly. Of course it could be proved. If there was no way to prove it, I wouldn't have come here to find you. Shen Xinman had already made all the preparations. He was afraid that the other party would deny it, so he took out all the photos he had prepared in advance and the pregnancy certificate from the hospital. The photo is an intimate photo taken by Zhou Hai and Shen Xinman when they were together. The two people in the photo are hugging each other, and their actions are very intimate. This is enough to prove that the two people are in a relationship. The pregnancy certificate from the hospital was the certificate that Shen Xinman got from the hospital when she had her most recent miscarriage. Certainly, Shen Xinman's last miscarriage had nothing to do with Zhou Hai, because the baby that was aborted from her belly was not Zhou Hai's at all. Did you see it? This is a proof photo of me and Zhou Hai together. And this hospital test report is the best proof that I'm pregnant. Shen Xinman placed all the things she had prepared in front of Zhou Zhiliang. See the photos and hospital test reports. Zhou Zhiliang had to believe that it was really his son who had caused trouble, and that was why others came to him. This seems to be true. Zhou Zhiliang looked at the evidence in his hand, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. Now you should believe that what I said is true, right? Shen Xinman asked. Then, how much money do you want? Zhou Zhiliang asked. Not much. I need 30 million as a breakup fee, plus 10 million for loss of youth, and 10 million for medical expenses, a total of 50 million. Shen Xinman immediately opened her mouth and mentioned a sky-high price. What? 50 million? How is this possible? I don't have that much money. Miss, you are going too far. We're just a small company. How can we possibly come up with 50 million? Besides, even if it's a breakup fee, it's impossible to ask for so much money. You're going too far. Zhou Zhiliang originally thought that the other party would at most ask for a few tens of thousands of dollars, and that would be the end of the matter. But I didn't expect it. The other party has such a big appetite. 50 million is definitely an astronomical figure for anyone. We went too far? I I don't think it's too much at all. Do you know that the Ferrari your son drives is worth hundreds of millions? If you can afford such a luxurious car, you must have at least several hundred million yuan. The money I want is not excessive for Zhou Hai. Shen Xinman said in a calm tone. Zhou Zhiliang did see Zhou Hai buy several cars recently. As for the prices of those cars, he had no idea. Hearing the other party say this, he was even more surprised. What did you say? Zhou Hai drives a car worth hundreds of millions? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if Zhou Hai has made some money recently, he can't be that rich. Even Zhou Zhiliang couldn't believe it. After all, Zhou Hai did not tell him where the money came from. Shen Xinman continued. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, let us open the safe in your house. Look inside the safe. How much money is there? As long as the safe is opened, everything can be proven. Listen to the other party say this. Zhou Zhiliang quickly shook his head. Are you kidding me? The safe belongs to our family. How can I let you open it and check it? I definitely won't allow it. Listen to what Zhou Zhiliang said. It made them even more suspicious. This shows that their guess was correct. There must be money in the safe. At this time, Brother Tian, who had been observing silently, suddenly spoke. He spoke to Zhou Zhiliang in an unceremonious tone. Old man, if you don't let us go in to check the safe, it means we guessed right. We just want to go in and take a look. If you really have the money, you must compensate Man for her medical expenses and the loss of her youth. While saying this, Brother Tian waved to the younger brothers around him and continued. Brothers, follow me in and check the safe. Yes. The brothers nodded immediately. Following Brother Tian, he prepared to rush into the room. Stop right there. No matter what, this is my home. Whoever allowed you to break into a private house, get out now. No matter what you want to do, I won't allow it. Zhou Zhiliang stopped these people and spoke in a firm tone. When Brother Tian saw Zhou Zhiliang blocking his way, he immediately revealed his domineering nature. Get out of here, old man. You are blocking my way. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. No, you can't go in. This is my home. I don't allow you to barge in. Zhou Zhiliang continued to block the way. He had never seen such an unreasonable group of people. He actually wanted to break into his house. As the master here, he naturally couldn't allow the other party to do whatever they wanted. Okay, you will move out of the way. Right then, don't blame me for being rude. Beat him up. Give this old guy a good beating. Brother Tian quickly ordered his men. Yes, those men are all a bunch of desperate guys. They followed Brother Tian, fighting and making trouble all day long, and didn't take ordinary people seriously at all. Therefore, with Brother Tian's order, this group of people suddenly pounced towards Zhou Zhiliang. Bang, bang, bang. Many punches landed heavily on Zhou Zhiliang. These people surrounded Zhou Zhiliang and beat him violently. Ah! Zhou Zhiliang was beaten so hard that he screamed and cried in agony. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Zhou Zhiliang kept begging for mercy. The whole person was beaten up and his face was bruised and swollen. Seeing that Zhou Zhiliang had lost the ability to resist, Brother Tian then waved his hand, signaling his men to stop. Brother Tian looked at Zhou Zhiliang, who was lying on the ground and was badly beaten, and said with a sneer, Old man, are you behaving yourself now? Lead us to the safe. After saying these words, Brother Tian pulled Zhou Zhiliang up from the ground. Have no choice. Zhou Zhiliang was forced by these people to come to the place where Zhou Hai placed the safe. This safe contains the money that Zhou Hai stored. Of course, it was only a part of the money. Most of the money was kept in Zhou Hai's sea of consciousness. Open the safe. Brother Tian ordered Zhou Zhiliang. This? Zhou Zhiliang hesitated for a moment. He knew that there was a lot of money in it, and if he opened it, it would definitely be snatched away by these people. I don't know the password. I can't open it. Zhou Zhiliang said this quickly. What? You don't know the password? Huh? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Are you trying to deceive me with this kind of nonsense? I'm asking you now, can I open it? Brother Tian's face was cold. A pair of slightly fierce eyes stared at Zhou Zhiliang. Chapter 50, Stealing a Luxury Car. I really don't know the password. I can't open this safe, Zhou Zhiliang said. After hearing what the other party said, Brother Tian became even angrier. He knew that Zhou Zhiliang must be lying. Damn it, you old immortal. I really gave you the honor, but you refused it. Whoosh snap. After saying this, Brother Tian raised his hand and slapped Zhou Zhiliang hard in the face. He was hit in the mouth and it started bleeding. Pa pa pa. Several slaps in succession hit the other person's face hard, which made Zhou Zhiliang a little dazed. I'm asking you again, can you open this safe? Zhou Zhiliang was frightened by Brother Tian's aura. The burning pain on his face made him feel very uncomfortable. He was very clear in his heart. It was not easy for Zhou Hai to earn this money. If he was easily snatched away by these people, he would definitely feel very guilty inside. I really don't know. Zhou Zhiliang continued to insist. Well, it seems that if I don't let you see blood, you won't be honest at all. After saying this, Brother Tian took out a dagger. It suddenly stabbed towards Zhou Zhiliang's shoulder. Puff! The dagger went in halfway, and blood immediately flowed out. Feeling a sharp pain, Zhou Zhiliang let out a howl. I said, the password is... Finally unable to bear the other party's torture, Zhou Zhiliang finally told the password. After getting the password, Brother Tian smiled with disdain. After entering the password, the safe opened. There were red banknotes and some gold bars and other things inside. These things are very valuable, at least tens of millions in total. I didn't expect Zhou Hai to be so rich. There really is a lot of money in here. I'm rich today. Brother Tian suddenly became excited. The younger brothers around him also showed excited expressions. Shen Xinman was also happy. At this time, Brother Tian took out a contract and placed it in front of Zhou Zhiliang. This is a voluntary compensation contract. Signing this contract means that you are willing to compensate Man for the loss of her youth and her medical expenses. I voluntarily used this money as compensation. Okay, sign it now. Although Zhou Zhiliang was extremely reluctant, he still signed his name under their coercion. Great. We made a lot of money this time. Looking at the contract in his hand, Brother Tian burst into laughter. But at this moment, Shen Xinman was still somewhat unsatisfied. Although she took the money, she still wanted to take away more benefits. At this time, she thought of Zhou Hai's luxury car. Of course it would be great if we could take Zhou Hai's luxury car away with us. Then, Shen Xinman said quickly, Brother Tian, Zhou Hai also has a luxury car that is worth a lot of money. That luxury car is very expensive. It is said that there are only a few in our country. Since you're here, why not take that luxury car with you? Just borrow it for a few days and drive it out for fun. What do you think? After listening to Shen Xinman's words, Brother Tian suddenly chuckled. As the boss of the biker gang, they usually ride motorcycles at full speed, so the gang is named the Biker Gang. However, they also like all kinds of luxury cars. After hearing what Shen Xinman said, Brother Tian immediately smiled and said, Okay, since you said so, then we must drive the car away today and have fun for a few days. Yes, we all want to see what's so good about a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Several younger brothers around him said quickly. Then, they came to Zhou Zhiliang, whom they had taught a lesson, said in a cold voice, Hey, old man, where's your son's luxury car? Where are the car keys? Zhou Zhiliang hesitated for a moment. He never imagined that these people were so greedy. Having just robbed tens of millions from him, he now set his sights on Zhou Hai's luxury car. Bang! I saw Zhou Zhiliang was a little hesitant. Brother Tian slapped Zhou Zhiliang hard on the face, making his face swollen. Tell us, where's the car? In desperation, Zhou Zhiliang could only point to the location of the warehouse. There! Hey, thank you very much. After saying that, several people headed towards the warehouse. Sure enough, they saw several luxury cars and some car keys in the warehouse. I never thought that Zhou Hai is really rich and has so many luxury cars. Now that I come across it, I must drive back and have a good time for a few days. Brother Tian looked at the luxury cars in front of him with excitement. Seeing that these people were actually eyeing Zhou Hai's luxury car, Zhou Zhiliang immediately pleaded in a low voice. Please let us go. You have already taken so much money, so don't be so greedy. This money belongs to my son. You can't take it away. Seeing Zhou Zhiliang seemed to be in the way, Brother Tian kicked Zhou Zhiliang directly and knocked him to the ground. Get out of the way, old man. How dare you block the road? After kicking Zhou Zhiliang over, they took out the car keys with a smile and got into the luxury car. Then, he spoke to Zhou Zhiliang, who was on the ground. Tell your son that we'll take these cars back to play with for a few days. Don't worry. We'll return them when we've had enough fun. After saying that, these people started the vehicle and drove away. Shen Xinman also got into a luxury car and sat next to Brother Tian. Feeling the roar of the luxury car, Shen Xinman showed a smug expression on her face. Wow, it's indeed a luxury car. Even the roar of the engine is so shocking. I never thought that this loser Zhou Hai was so rich. I was deceived by him. Having said this, the luxury car started and took everyone away from the food factory. In a luxury car, Shen Xinman said with a smile, "Brother Tian, I help you make so much money this time. How are you going to thank me?" Shen Xinman smiled charmingly and moved closer to Brother Tian. Brother Tian hugged the other person into his arms. Haha, don't worry. I will definitely thank you very much. You have made a contribution this time. I will not treat you unfairly. When I get back, I will definitely give you some of the money. After hearing what Brother Tian said, Shen Xinman was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Tian. And at the same time, Zhou Hai in the room was still in a coma. The monster crystal core had such a strong force that it caused his consciousness to soar into the universe, and he was unable to return to real life. Chapter 51, Attracting Gold Diggers. At this moment, Zhou Zhiliang came into Zhou Hai's room. Seeing Zhou Hai lying on the bed in a coma, he seemed to have gotten used to it. Hey, why did you faint again? It was the same a few days ago. Zhou Zhiliang murmured this. Zhou Hai had told him this before. If he falls into a coma, don't panic and don't send him to the hospital. He will get better naturally after a while. Therefore, when Zhou Zhiliang saw Zhou Hai unconscious, he was not too shocked. It hurts so much. Zhou Zhiliang covered his injured shoulder and turned away. He went to a nearby hospital to bandage the wound to prevent it from getting infected. I don't know how much time had passed. Zhou Hai suddenly woke up from his coma. He was sweating all over and quickly took a shower. After taking a shower, Zhou Hai checked his physical condition first to see if he had acquired any new superpowers. After some checking, he discovered that he had gained a new superpower. Fixed-point teleportation ability. You can move people or objects at will and instantly move them from one space to another. You can specify the location to teleport to. Each time you teleport, you will need to consume a zombie crystal core as an energy source. You can use your mind to forcibly teleport. After figuring out this new superpower, Zhou Hai suddenly became excited. Oh my god, this new ability seems quite powerful. It can actually teleport people and objects to designated locations. In this case, can I teleport anything to the apocalyptic world? If you want to expand your territory in the apocalyptic world, you really need a lot of tools from the modern world. We can bring all the useful things into the Doomsday world. This ability is quite powerful. While thinking this, Zhou Hai hurriedly left his room. As soon as I arrived at my father's room, I saw that he looked very sad. His head and shoulders were wrapped with white gauze. Seeing his father like this, Zhou Hai was slightly surprised. Dad, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Zhou Hai didn't expect that his father would become like this just because he was unconscious for a while. Hey, I'm sorry. As soon as Zhou Zhiliang opened his mouth to speak, he couldn't help but burst into tears. So much money was lost at home, all of which was earned by Zhou Hai. Now it was gone in an instant. How could he not be sad? I saw my dad started crying. Zhou Hai was also a little confused. Dad, why are you crying? What happened? Tell me quickly. Zhou Hai suddenly became anxious and started asking questions. Zhou Zhiliang told Zhou Hai in detail what had happened before. After saying that, he kept apologizing. Zhou Zhiliang felt particularly heartbroken because of the loss of money. After listening to his father's story, Zhou Hai finally understood the whole story. Damn it, this bitch actually teamed up with outsiders to bully me again. Shen Xinman has been making things difficult for me time and again. This time, I have to teach him a lesson. And those around Shen Xinman will all have to pay the price. Zhou Hai thought silently in his heart. He now possesses terrifying supernatural powers. It's not difficult to make them pay a little price. Then, Zhou Hai immediately called his roommate Cao Wei. Wei, can you help me check if Shen Xinman has returned to school? If she returns to school, tell me immediately after you see her. Cao Wei on the phone immediately agreed. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you. If Shen Xinman shows up in the school, I'll tell you the first time. After Zhou Hai hung up the phone, he started thinking about how to deal with them. At the same time, Shen Xinman, Tiangu, and others drove several luxury cars and shouted wildly, speeding all the way. They drove these luxury cars directly into the school. There are often some playboys who drive into the school. The school security has long been accustomed to it. However, like today, the sudden appearance of so many luxury cars still surprised the students around, especially those students walking in the school. Seeing so many luxury cars, I couldn't help but feel extremely envious. Oh my god, there's so many luxury cars. I am so envious. Wow, whose young master is this? How could he be so generous? It must be some super rich second generation who drove a luxury car to our school to pick up girls. Hey, it's good to be rich. I'm so envious. Many students couldn't help but sigh after seeing these luxury cars. Many students also quickly took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. And those photos were posted in the school group. At this time, finally, someone recognized Shen Xinman. I was immediately surprised. Look, isn't the person sitting in the luxury car in the front Shen Xinman? Wow, it's really Shen Xinman. This woman changes boyfriends so quickly. Before, she dumped Zhou Hai and got together with Xiao. Later, Xiao was taught a lesson by Zhou Hai, and she got together with someone else again. This Shen Xinman is now like a bus. Any man with money can get her. Oh, how pathetic. These people kept talking. Appeared in the group, along with photos and discussions. Now, Zhou Hai's cell phone also rang. It was Cao Wei who called. Zhou Hai, aren't you looking for Shen Xinman? She showed up at the school with a group of people driving luxury cars. The school group is full of their photos. Go check out the messages in the group. Okay. Zhou Hai nodded and quickly hung up the phone. Open your phone and check the information inside. Sure enough, I saw a lot of photos of luxury cars and discussions about Shen Xinman. Just one look, and Zhou Hai was immediately furious. Because all the luxury cars that appeared in the group were Zhou Hai's cars. All of his cars were driven away by Shen Xinman and Tian Ge. It actually drove into the school and showed off its power there. Damn, these rubbish are actually driving my car to show off? How shameless. I can't let them get too proud. I have to take back everything that belongs to me. Zhou Hai said this, got up, and drove the only remaining car towards the school. Now, Shen Xinman and Tian Ge were driving a car in the school to show off. They deliberately displayed these luxury cars to attract everyone's attention. The vanity brought by the gazes of people around them makes them feel very good. Looking at so many luxury cars, some vain female college students even took the initiative to step forward and ask for Brother Tian's contact information. Many female college students seem innocent, but in fact, they are no longer innocent at heart. When they see rich men, they immediately come up to them and lick their asses. Of course, there's a group of girls in this school who like luxury cars and money, and even desire to be supported by rich men. At this time, there were a few girls who were good-looking and dressed somewhat seductively. She took the initiative to come in front of Brother Tian and spoke in a coquettish voice. Handsome guy, can I have your contact information? Can I sit in your car? Your car is so cool. When I saw these girls, I was full of envy. Brother Tian also felt very proud in his heart. Chapter 52b, My Little Brother. Brother Tian was surrounded by those female college students, and for the first time, he felt the pleasure of driving a luxury car. Is this the benefit of driving a luxury car? So many beautiful women came forward to say hello. Why haven't I enjoyed this kind of treatment before? It seems that Zhou Hai's luxury car is really useful for picking up girls. I was reluctant to return the cars. Brother Tian said this. He had already made up his mind. Since he has already got these cars, he has no intention of returning them to Zhou Hai. These cars will be his from now on. Handsome, can you get in your car and take us for a ride? I really like this luxury car of yours. Yes, handsome, we are twin sisters. Can I be your friend? The two female college students were both very beautiful and dressed very attractively. Her maturity and sexy look are completely different from those of ordinary college students. Hey, okay, if you like it so much, then I'll take you for a ride. Brother Tian's face was filled with smiles. As he said this, he looked at Shen Xinman who was sitting next to him. Go down and wait for me for a while. I'll take these two beauties for a ride first. Well, Shen Xinman suddenly felt a little jealous. After all, she is Brother Tian's woman now. However, Brother Tian actually wanted to go for a drive with another girl in front of her, which naturally made her feel a little jealous. Brother Tian, I am your girlfriend. It is not nice for you to go for a ride with other girls in front of me. Shen Xinman said this while pretending to act like a spoiled brat. Haha, are you jealous? Honey, I'll just take them for a drive and be back soon. Brother Tian kept coaxing Shen Xinman, and only then did Shen Xinman agree. After Shen Xinman got out of the car, the beautiful twin girls got in. After the two little beauties got into the luxury car, they looked very excited. This car is really cool. Handsome guy. Drive it quickly. Okay. Brother Tian was completely conquered by the calls of handsome guy and drove his luxury car like crazy on the campus. This caused people around to scream continuously. Just at this moment, Zhou Hai's vehicle also appeared inside the school. As soon as he arrived at the school, he saw a luxury car speeding wildly on the campus. And inside, there were two girls sitting, screaming. Zhou Hai could tell at a glance that the luxury car was actually his Ferrari. Shit, it's really my car. You're driving my car to pick up girls? How shameless. As Zhou Hai said this, he drove towards the other car. Soon, the car driven by Zhou Hai blocked the car driven by Brother Tian. I saw my vehicle being stopped by someone else. Brother Tian suddenly felt a little unhappy. Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you block my way? Get out of here right now. As he said this, Brother Tian popped his head out of the car and yelled at Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai ignored the other party and slowly walked out of the car. Get down. You're driving my car and pretending to pick up girls in school. I've never seen someone as shameless as you before. Zhou Hai was not polite at all and pointed at the other party and cursed. What? Your car? Brother Tian was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the Ferrari he was driving and immediately understood. It turned out that the person in front of him was Shen Xinman's ex-boyfriend, Zhou Hai. Brother Tian had never seen Zhou Hai before, so he didn't know Zhou Hai either. He only knew that Zhou Hai was Shen Xinman's ex-boyfriend. Now, hearing Zhou Hai say this, he immediately knew that the person in front of him was Zhou Hai. Are you Zhou Hai? Brother Tian asked hurriedly. Yes, it's me. Are you Shen Xinman's new boyfriend? Zhou Hai heard from his father that Shen Xinman came with her boyfriend. Yes, you should have heard of my name. I am well known, and almost everyone in your school has heard of my name. I'm the boss of the Speed Cycle Gang, Brother Tian. Kid, since you didn't know me just now, and your words to me were a bit offensive, I can let you go. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down in front of me and call me Brother Tian, and I'll forgive you. Brother Tian looked very domineering. In his opinion, all the boys in the school had to give him some face when they saw him. Therefore, Zhou Hai will definitely not be an exception. It was at this time. Shen Xinman hurried over. When he saw Zhou Hai, he was slightly surprised. Zhou Hai, why are you here? Oh, I see. You want to get your Ferrari back. I'm so sorry. Brother Tian has taken a fancy to your Ferrari and wants to drive it for a few days to play with it. Brother Tian is the boss of the speeding gang. You won't refuse to give me this favor, right? You should know Brother Tian's name. In Shen Xinman's eyes, Brother Tian is the most famous figure in the entire school. All the students know Brother Tian. Some even feel proud to know Brother Tian. Many boys regard Brother Tian as their idol and admire him immensely. Zhou Hai, Brother Tian likes your car. It's your honor. You should feel happy. Hearing Shen Xinman say this, many students around also quickly spoke up. Yes, Zhou Hai, Brother Tian is a well-known figure in our school. It is definitely an honor to be favored by Brother Tian. Since it's your car, don't be so stingy. Let Brother Tian drive it for a few more days. Who knows? If Brother Tian is happy, he might take you in as his younger brother. Yes, being able to become Brother Tian's younger brother has always been my dream. You'd be really lucky if you had the chance to become Brother Tian's little brother. Many people around said this casually. After hearing what the people around him said, Zhou Hai suddenly felt speechless. At the same time, Zhou Hai could also feel that these classmates' admiration for Brother Tian had reached a blind level. Seeing Zhou Hai didn't say anything. Shen Xinman thought Zhou Hai was afraid of Brother Tian, so she became even more unbridled. Zhou Hai, to be honest, Brother Tian really likes your car. Well, since Brother Tian likes it so much, why don't you give this Ferrari to Brother Tian and let Brother Tian accept you as his younger brother? After listening to Shen Xinman's words, several of Brother Tian's men immediately echoed him. Hey, being accepted as a younger brother by Brother Tian is a blessing in this life. Zhou Hai, you should cherish it. Yes, what a great opportunity. If you give away a Ferrari, you could become Tian Ji's younger brother. This is a rare opportunity. Yes, Zhou Hai, you have to think carefully. If you miss such a good opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Those younger brothers said so. After hearing what these people said, Zhou Hai was even more speechless. These people are really daydreaming. He was asked to give the Ferrari to Brother Tian and be Brother Tian's younger brother. These people haven't woken up yet. Then, Zhou Hai's next words made the atmosphere at the scene extremely awkward. You guys haven't woken up yet, have you? Are you talking in your sleep? Do you want me to pee and wake you up? I'll take a piss while you're at it, so you can look in the mirror and see what kind of people you really are. You want my Ferrari for free? And you want me to kneel down and be your little brother? You are idiots. Do the nutrients you absorb from your daily meals enter your brain and become feces? Chapter 53, Kicked Away. No one present had expected that Zhou Hai would start to curse Brother Tian harshly. This immediately shocked everyone present. In their eyes, Brother Tian is a well-known figure in the school. All the boys in the school want to become Tian Ji's younger brother and make friends with him. And Zhou Hai directly cursed Brother Tian, who is high and mighty in their minds. What? Is Zhou Hai crazy? He actually said that Brother Tian is an idiot? Too arrogant. Actually saying that Brother Tian's brain is filled with feces? Damn, how insulting. Too crazy. Zhou Hai doesn't even take Brother Tian seriously. He's just courting death. Fuck, has Zhou Hai gone completely crazy? This is Brother Tian, and he actually pointed at Brother Tian's nose and cursed him. This is too subversive. All the students present were frightened by Zhou Hai's behavior. No one expected that Zhou Hai could actually say such words. Brother Tian and Shen Xinman were also confused. Brother Tian originally thought that after revealing his identity, Zhou Hai would definitely respectfully call him Brother Tian. Some even offered to give him the Ferrari. However, everything was beyond his expectations. At this moment, Shen Xinman took the lead in attacking. Zhou Hai, are you crazy? This is Brother Tian. You actually spoke rudely to Brother Tian. Are you sick? How many people want to be my brother's younger brother? But they don't have the qualifications. You have this opportunity, but you don't cherish it. Seeing Shen Xinman's look of flattering Brother Tian, Zhou Hai immediately sneered. Only you lickers would kneel down to Brother Tian. Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. After saying these words, Zhou Hai looked at Brother Tian and his younger brothers. Get off the car now. Don't make my car dirty. Also, I heard that you stole a lot of money from my house. Return all the money, not a penny less. If you fail to do this, you people will definitely pay a heavy price. It's a price you may never want to bear in your lifetime. Zhou Hai's words were spoken with great confidence and seriousness. Zhou Hai's attitude is very clear. I don't want to give them any way out at all. When Shen Xinman heard that Zhou Hai wanted to take the money back, she became even more anxious. That money was what they got from Zhou Hai's father through deception with great difficulty. That's tens of millions. There was so much money, and she hadn't even gotten her share yet. So how could she be willing to give it back? Zhou Hai, don't even think about taking the money back. You should give it to me. I've been your boyfriend and girlfriend for such a long time. I have devoted my whole heart to you and wasted my time and youth. Now that you've broken up with me, you can't be unwilling to compensate for any losses. That money is compensation for the loss of my youth, so I can't possibly give it back to you. Shen Xinman's attitude was very firm. Since they have already got the money, they will definitely not return it to Zhou Hai. At this time, Brother Tian also jumped out and said, Yeah, brother, you can't be so dishonest. Man has been with you for such a long time. It's impossible for her to get nothing, right? How about this? I'll drive your cars for a few more days and then return them to you. But we won't give you a penny from man's loss of youth. Brother Tian's attitude is also very clear. Basically, they won't make any concessions at all. Seeing their firm attitude, it was even more impossible for Zhou Hai to give in. Everything I say now is to inform you, not to discuss with you. Do you understand? Get out of my car now. You must hand over all the money. Zhou Hai's tone was firm, and he didn't give Brother Tian any face at all. Seeing Zhou Hai's firm attitude, Shen Xinman hurried to Brother Tian's side. She said in a pretentiously gentle voice, Brother Tian, please think of a solution quickly. There's so many of us. We can't let the other side bully us alone, right? Now he not only wants the money, but also the car back. Then we'll get nothing. How can this be possible? I won't allow this to happen. As Shen Xinman said this, she hugged Tian Ji's arm tightly and continued to act coquettishly. Brother Tian also noticed it. Zhou Hai gave him no face at all. He is Brother Tian, the idol of all the boys in the campus. Being treated like this by Zhou Hai made him feel very embarrassed. Then, Brother Tian looked at Zhou Hai and his tone became serious. I'm giving you a chance now. Take back everything you just said. Otherwise, I will let you know how I, Brother Tian, teach others a lesson. In front of so many people, I want to let you know the consequences of offending my Brother Tian. By the way, I will use you to establish my authority in front of everyone. Brother Tian's words were full of dominance. He values his face more than anything else. I saw Brother Tian got angry. The younger brothers around and the students who were watching all started talking about it. Hey kid, Brother Tian is going to get angry, you're doomed. Boy, You angered Brother Tian. You will have to bear the consequences. I heard that the consequences of angering Brother Tian are very tragic. Sigh. I really don't know if Zhou Hai is so bold as to anger Brother Tian. Boy, kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret. These people were pointing at the table. Most people stood on Brother Tian's side, seeing that Zhou Hai was not afraid at all, and even had no intention of kneeling down. Brother Tian's men couldn't stand it anymore. The other party had an arrogant look on his face, holding a toothpick in his mouth, and walked step by step to Zhou Hai. Hey kid, Brother Tian asked you to kneel down. Didn't you hear clearly? If that's the case, then I'll help you kneel down. After the younger brother finished speaking, he reached out to grab Zhou Hai's head, forced him to the ground, and made him kneel down. Pity. Just as the other party stretched out his hand and was about to touch Zhou Hai fought back decisively. He acted quickly and grabbed the other person's arm in one go, then twisted gently. Crack! The opponent's wrist was directly dislocated. Ah! The little brother suddenly let out a scream. Get out of my way! As Zhou Hai spoke, he raised his foot and kicked the other person, directly kicking the little brother out. Seeing their men being kicked away by Zhou Hai, the other brothers also looked at Zhou Hai with angry expressions. Damn it, you bastard. You actually dared to hit someone? You really don't want to live anymore. Two more younger brothers rushed towards Zhou Hai while shouting. Their attacks were quick and their movements were fierce. However, in Zhou Hai's view, these people's movements were all in slow motion. Get out of here. Zhou Hai said this and attacked again. Bang bang. The two younger brothers were still kicked away and were unable to hurt Zhou Hai at all. Chapter 54. Strength in Numbers. Seeing Zhou Hai attacking one after another, he severely taught Tianji's younger brothers a lesson. The other brothers were also a little confused. They hadn't expected that the boy in front of them was so good at fighting. It was completely beyond their expectations. Boy, are you crazy? You even dare to hit Brother Tian's little brother? Are you going to die? Yes, Zhou Hai. I advise you to hurry up and kneel down immediately to apologize to Brother Tian and ask for his forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble today. The other younger brothers present also united together and continued to threaten Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai looked at the people in front of him and was not moved at all. He said with a faint smile, You're just a bunch of rubbish, a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. You dare to threaten me? You want me to apologize? Dream on. Even if there are more of you, I'm not afraid. Zhou Hai looked fearless. Seeing that Zhou Hai actually attacked his younger brothers, Brother Tian suddenly became angry. Boy, I didn't intend to argue with you, but I found that you are shameless and have become arrogant. Do you know why I'm so admired? Why do so many people want to be my little brother? I'm going to tell you today, because as the boss of the speeding gang, I have enough followers and I'm powerful enough. No matter who provokes me, as long as I make a phone call, my little brothers around me will come rushing over. So, no one dares to mess with me. You are the first one who is blind. In that case, I will let you see the many open scenes of my younger brothers, and open your eyes. After saying this, Brother Tian immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Seeing Brother Tian take out his cell phone and call his younger brothers, the younger brothers around him suddenly became excited. Haha, Brother Tian has started to call people. Zhou Hai is finished. Yes, Brother Tian has countless followers. Once this call is made, many of them will swarm in and Zhou Hai will be dead. I've seen Brother Tian calling people before. It was so shocking. There were at least hundreds of his followers around. It was a grand scene. That's right, Brother Tian had a lot of followers, and the scale is unprecedented. Everyone around was looking forward to it. It is difficult for people who are not there to understand the terrifying atmosphere of dark clouds covering the sky and impending storm. After Brother Tian made the call, all around, countless younger brothers who had received the notice quickly gathered inside the school. These people seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and all rushed to the school in the shortest possible time. In a short period of time, about 100 brothers appeared here. There were so many people, their momentum was overwhelming, and the whole place was bustling with people. Almost all the roads in the campus were crowded. Seeing the scene of so many people, everyone present was shocked. Oh my God, there are so many people. It's a grand scene. It's unbelievable that Brother Tian actually has so many followers. No wonder others say that Brother Tian is a big shot that cannot be offended. It's true. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen such a scene. I can't believe it. With so many followers, it's easy for Brother Tian to deal with Zhou Hai. It's even a bit redundant. People around were talking about it. Brother Tian seemed to be very satisfied when he saw the reactions of the people around him. In his opinion, this kind of scene with many subordinates is a good time for him to show off. It is also the time for him to show his power as the boss. Boss! Boss! After these younger brothers appeared, they all shouted boss in unison. The scene was very shocking. Their momentum and voices were so powerful that the entire campus was shaken. Even from far away, one could hear the voice of boss. Not only was Shen Xinman shocked, but the classmates around her were also frightened. Oh my god, this scene is too grand. It's terrifying with so many little brothers. No wonder everyone respects Brother Tian. Brother Tian is indeed powerful. It's over. Most people will be scared to death facing more than 100 minions. Even Zhou Hai would probably kneel down after a while. He will definitely kneel down. He was so pretentious just now, but now that so many of his men have appeared, I'm afraid Zhou Hai won't dare to act pretentious anymore. The classmates around him were full of expectations for Zhou Hai's next performance. They all wanted to see if Zhou Hai could still remain calm as before. Shen Xinman immediately threw herself into Brother Tian's arms, looking like she was kneeling down to lick his ass. Brother Tian, you are so handsome. You called so many brothers with just one phone call. You are so awesome. I like you more and more now. Shen Xinman has completely turned into a bootlicker. That look makes him seem cheap and shameless. Little darling, just watch the show. I will make Zhou Hai pay a heavy price for what he did. Well, Brother Tian, you can't be soft-hearted. Give Zhou Hai a good beating and let him know how powerful you are. Shen Xinman continued. No problem. After saying that, Brother Tian looked at Zhou Hai and spoke to him in a condescending manner. Zhou Hai, I'll give you another chance. Just tell me that I really like these luxury cars, and I want you to give them to me. Besides, I think the money I got from your family is reasonable. The contract has been signed. So, do you have any objection to the luxury car and money? If you have no objection, the car and the money will all belong to me. This is your last chance. Think it over first. There was a hint of threat in Brother Tian's tone when he spoke. If it were an ordinary person, he would have given in long ago after seeing so many subordinates and brothers. However, Zhou Hai disagreed. Zhou Hai gained so many superpowers and combat abilities from Doomsday, so he is not afraid even if the other side has more subordinates. Zhou Hai thought about it for a moment. Then he continued, Brother Tian, how about we find a place where no one is around to talk about this? With so many people in the school, everyone is listening and watching, and talking about cars and money is not very convenient, don't you think? How about this? Let's go talk outside the school. There's a large area outside where there's no one. There, we can talk freely, how about that? Zhou Hai has already thought about what he's going to do next. But, before doing this, he needs to make sure that there are no people around watching. Otherwise, his special ability would be exposed. In this urban world, Zhou Hai's supernatural powers are too terrifying. It is not suitable to be displayed in front of the public to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Zhou Hai said that they wanted to go outside and talk where there was no one. This way you can avoid the crowds. In Tianji's opinion, Zhou Hai's words seemed to indicate that he had given in. I find a place where there is no one, just because I am afraid of being embarrassed and don't want to be seen. So, Brother Tian laughed and said, Okay, let's go talk outside the school. I have a lot of brothers, so I'm not afraid that you'll regret it. Okay then. Zhou Hai nodded and brought a group of people to the outside of the school. A large, uninhabited area. This place is surrounded by lush jungles and is a long distance away from the school. Usually, there's no one here. Do anything here and no one will know. Chapter 55 Kneel down and speak. When we got outside, we were surrounded by lush jungle and a barren land. This place is located on a barren slope and is sparsely populated. Ordinary people rarely come here. Of course, Zhou Hai had his own ideas for choosing this place. But in Tianji's opinion, Zhou Hai chose this place just because he was afraid of losing face. After all, in school, with so many people watching, if I make a fool of myself in front of others, all my classmates will laugh at me. But it's different here. Without outsiders watching, no one would see any humiliation or blow Zhou Hai suffered. Boy, you are quite smart. You deliberately chose a sparsely populated place just to avoid embarrassing yourself in public. Haha, you're smart enough to know you're no match for us. So you chose a deserted place and compromised with us. Hey, there's so many of us. I want to see what tricks you can play. Boy, since you are afraid of losing face now, and there are no outsiders here, we will not make it too difficult for you. However, if you want to say something, you need to kneel down and tell us first. Yes, kneel down and talk. Don't stand there. Kneel down. Now that there are no outsiders here, don't be afraid of being embarrassed. Kneel down and talk. Brother Tian's group of younger brothers suddenly became arrogant. They kept ordering Zhou Hai to kneel down before he could talk to them. Brother Tian saw his younger brothers and ordered Zhou Hai to kneel down. He was very satisfied, and a smug smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, he had completely controlled Zhou Hai. After all, he has a lot of people in power now. So no matter what he asks Zhou Hai to do, I'm afraid Zhou Hai will have to obey him obediently. Now, seeing that Zhou Hai was isolated and helpless, he had no ability to resist at all. Shen Xinman, who was lying in Brother Tian's arms, also became arrogant at this moment. She smiled faintly and said to Brother Tian beside her, "Brother Tian, this Zhou Hai is too pretentious. Last time at the birthday party, she made me lose face in front of my classmates. Until now, many classmates are still laughing at me. All of this was caused by Zhou Hai. So I want revenge today. I want to slap him hard a few times to relieve the hatred in my heart. Brother Tian, how about you let me teach him a lesson first so that I can feel good?" Hearing Shen Xinman say this, Brother Tian nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead. I'll let you teach him a lesson first." "Well, thank you, Brother Tian." After Shen Xinman finished saying these words, she walked towards Zhou Hai step by step. The younger brothers around him all looked at Zhou Hai with eyes that showed they were waiting for a good show. They all wanted to take a look as well. Next, how will Shen Xinman teach Zhou Hai a lesson? After coming in front of Zhou Hai, Shen Xinman acted superior. "Zhou Hai, you embarrassed me at the last birthday party. This time, I'm going to make you pay a heavy price. Stand still and let me slap you a few times. Don't move. Wait until I've beaten you enough, then you can move." After saying these words, Shen Xinman raised her hand and slapped Zhou Hai hard in the face. However, the next moment, Shen Xinman's hand suddenly stopped in midair. Her wrist was held tightly by Zhou Hai. "Huh? You bastard. What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? How dare you grab my hand? Let me go, bastard." As she said this, Shen Xinman continued to struggle, trying to break free from Zhou Hai's restraints. Zhou Hai smiled coldly and looked at the other party. "Do you really think I'm a fool? Or do you think I'm a wooden stake? You want me to stand here and let you hit me for nothing? How ridiculous. A gold digger like you is just a bully. Next, let me teach you a lesson." After saying these words, Zhou Hai raised his hand and slapped the other person hard in the face. Bang! Ah! The slap made Shen Xinman scream, and she quickly covered her face. Pa pa pa! Zhou Hai slapped Shen Xinman several times in succession, all of which landed densely on her face. He beat the other person so hard that his face was bruised and swollen, and his nose was bleeding. The originally delicate makeup was ruined by Zhou Hai's slaps. Even his hair was messy. Woo-woo. As if she had suffered a huge blow and insult, Shen Xinman burst into tears and looked extremely miserable. After being taught a lesson by Zhou Hai, Shen Xinman felt that she had lost all her face. He cried loudly and rushed towards Brother Tian. "Brother Tian, Zhou Hai is crazy. He actually dared to fight back. You can't just ignore him like this. You have to help me teach him a lesson. I've been beaten to a pulp by him, and I can't stand this anymore." Seeing that his beloved woman was beaten severely by Zhou Hai, Brother Tian suddenly became a little furious. "Damn it, I thought you would give in and kneel down to beg for mercy, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and not take me seriously at all. You are useless." After Brother Tian finished speaking, he shouted at his younger brothers. "Brothers, this kid is arrogant. I'll leave it to you guys to teach him a lesson." "Yes." The younger brothers shouted in unison, and then they all rushed towards Zhou Hai. Seeing so many people rushing over, not only was Zhou Hai not panicking at all, but he showed a confident and strange smile. "You are finished. You think you can bully me by relying on your numbers, haha? Next, I will let you feel what terror, despair, and death are." After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he immediately used his newly acquired supernatural power, fixed-point teleportation power. This superpower is a brand new one that Zhou Hai gained after swallowing the monster crystal core. People and things can be transported to a certain location at a fixed point. Even things can be teleported into the Doomsday world. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Hai feels that this supernatural power is a bit too incredible. Now, Zhou Hai is ready to use this special power on Brother Tian and his younger brothers. Fixed-point supernatural teleportation is activated. Choose the target and location to teleport to. A voice and countless images suddenly appeared in Zhou Hai's mind. These images are all the targets that need to be transmitted and the goals to be achieved. As long as the target and location are linked together, the transmission can be completed. Teleport target. All those people in front of you. Transfer location. The terrifying Doomsday world, where zombies gather. Transmission begins. Accompanied by the voice in my head, all the people in front of Zhou Hai became targets of teleportation. These people only fell to darkness before their eyes, and suddenly they seemed to have entered a mysterious space. Before they could react, they had already been teleported into the Doomsday world by Zhou Hai. At first, these people didn't react and didn't know what was happening. Therefore, when they first appeared in the Doomsday world, they just felt a little confused. What happened just now? Why did everything go black all of a sudden? Yeah, I felt it too. It was like I fainted suddenly and then woke up suddenly. What on earth happened? These people are all in a confused state. Chapter 56, Bringing Doomsday. At this time, they have also discovered that the surrounding environment seems to be very different from what it was just now. They seem to have come to an unfamiliar place. Huh, where is this? Where are we? One of the younger brothers asked this question. Yeah, the environment here looks a bit retro and sci-fi, not like the real environment we live in. Where is this? Oh my God, this place feels like a wasteland. Could it be that we have come to a wasteland world? A cyberpunk world? The younger brothers present began to speculate. Brother Tian and Shen Xinman both felt extremely unfamiliar with the environment in front of them. There was always a puzzled expression on his face. Where the hell are we? What the hell is going on? We were in a wasteland near the school just now, but now the environment has changed? What the hell is going on? No one present realized that they had arrived at the end of the world. Perhaps they didn't even dare to imagine that in just 1 second, they actually traveled to a whole new world. It was teleported here by Zhou Hai using his supernatural powers. Where's Zhou Hai? Where's Zhou Hai? Did he run away? He can't run away, right? He was clearly right here just now. Where could he run to? Just as everyone was talking, Zhou Hai's voice slowly came. At this moment, Zhou Hai was already standing on a huge rock. The rock is more than 10 meters high and is covered with sharp barbs. Everyone, welcome to the new world. This is the Doomsday world. Zhou Hai's voice came. At this time, everyone saw Zhou Hai standing on a high rock. Zhou Hai, what nonsense are you talking about? What Doomsday world? Who are you trying to scare? Yeah, Zhou Hai, are you sick? What nonsense are you talking about? Tell us, where is this place? How do we end up here? Yes, how do we end up here? I still don't believe it when I see these people. Zhou Hai Smai Fai Li, I teleported you here. This is indeed the apocalypse. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, those people were not afraid at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Doomsday world? Is it the kind of Doomsday world we see in the movie Resident Evil? There are zombies and monsters everywhere. Everywhere can be fatal. Are you saying this is the scary world I mentioned? Zhou Hai nodded and said, that's right. Ha ha, too funny. I'm dying of laughter. Doomsday world? Why don't you say this is a world of immortal cultivation? Those younger brothers of Tian Ge not only did not believe what Zhou Hai said. Instead, he burst into laughter and kept mocking. Why don't you say this is the world of Avatar? Why don't you say this is the world of Transformers? Ha, that's ridiculous. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Just because you say something, we will believe you. Tell me the truth. Where is this place? Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Get off the rock now. Brother Tian's younger brothers didn't seem to believe what Zhou Hai said, still shouting at Zhou Hai arrogantly. Brother Tian and Shen Xinman also looked at Zhou Hai as if he were a fool. Shen Xinman spoke first. Brother Tian, is Zhou Hai sick? Is he suffering from Shinibu? He actually said, this is the end of the world. How ridiculous. Did he get scared by us and become temporarily insane? Brother Tian laughed, nodded, and said, maybe he has a mental illness. Just when these people were still discussing and questioning. Suddenly, a man with a bald body and wrinkled skin, like a monkey without its hair, walked out from a building next door. The man was very thin, with hollow eyes and long, thin fingernails. If you look closely, you can see a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This man is a zombie. When the zombies came out, the younger brothers were also shocked. Oh my God, I'm so scared. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so ugly? Hey kid, where did you come from? Tell us, where is this place? Yeah, brother, where is this place and who are you? Are you hurt? Those brothers of Brother Tian actually thought that the zombie was a normal person and wanted to communicate with him. But after seeing these people, The zombie's eyes gradually changed, from dull at the beginning to excited and agitated. Looking at these people in front of me is like seeing delicious food. Brother, are you hurt? Why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? One of the younger brothers said this and actually took the initiative to come to the zombie. The zombie finally couldn't bear it anymore. How could they possibly bear it with such delicious food in front of them? What's more, these zombies haven't eaten for many days and are very hungry. The zombies broke out instantly. It opened its terrifying mouth and bit the man's neck directly. The man suddenly let out a scream. The zombie's teeth had evolved to become like cheetah's teeth, thin and long, and they pierced the man's neck directly, madly devouring his blood and gnawing at his flesh. Smelling the blood, more zombies rushed out of the building and pounced on these people. Seeing this situation, the younger brothers present were completely terrified. Oh my God, what is going on? Could it be that these people are really zombies? Zombies is what Zhou Hai said true. Is this really the apocalypse? It's over. It's over. How did I enter the Doomsday world? Save me. I don't want to die. Help. Oh my God. How did I get into such a horrible world? Can anyone tell me? Run faster. Eating people. Zombies eating people. These little brothers are usually arrogant and domineering and like to fight and make trouble. However, when they really arrived at the Doomsday world, they were all terrified. Run away. Unfortunately, there is no way these people can outrun the zombies. These zombies have evolved, and their physical fitness and athletic ability are far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if you're an athlete, you probably won't be able to run far in front of zombies. Therefore, these people were knocked down one by the zombies and were bitten madly on the ground. Seeing their companions being pinned to the ground and bitten madly, those people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Oh my God, run quickly. Whoa, I don't want to die. Help me, God, why are you here? Help me. Those people shouted desperately. Unfortunately, they were still caught up by the zombies one by one and then devoured and bitten. In this way, many people were bitten to death and eaten by zombies, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Chapter 57 Zombie Riot. Everyone looked at Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai was standing on a high rock, looking at the people in front of him with a pitiful look. They found that Zhou Hai was not attacked by the zombies, but was standing there just fine. They immediately ran towards Zhou Hai. While running towards this side, he shouted loudly, Zhou Hai, please save us, I don't want to die. Yes, Zhou Hai, please save us. Even if we have offended you, it does not deserve death. You can't just watch us die. Zhou Hai, I beg you, it was indeed our fault before. I apologize to you, please save me. Those little brothers wanted to climb up the rocks one by one and get to where Zhou Hai was. Because only Zhou Hai's current position is relatively safe, and there is no way he could be attacked by zombies. But the place where Zhou Hai was located was very small. This tall rock was protruding, and only a few people could stand on it. There's no way it could accommodate so many people. With so many younger brothers asking for help, it is impossible for Zhou Hai to help them all. This place up here is so small that it can't accommodate you. But if you have the ability, just climb up by yourselves. Zhou Hai looked at the people in front of him with a joking expression. Okay, let's climb. As these people spoke, they suddenly climbed up the rock frantically. However, there were barbs around the rock, making it extremely difficult for them to climb up. If you're not careful, the barbs will pierce your body, causing extreme pain. However, even so, they could only try this method because they had no better solution. So, many of the younger brothers climbed up frantically towards the rock where Zhou Hai was. Get out of the way and let me get on. Get out of the way and let me get up. I can't die. Fuck you, you can't die, so how can I die? I don't want to die either. These people, who were originally a group, suddenly became enemies and turned against each other when faced with the hope of winning. As they were climbing, they kept pushing and shoving each other, tried to push each other down so that they could have a chance to go up. Therefore, during the climbing process, many people fell off the rocks. As soon as they fell, they were pounced on by zombies and bitten madly. The screams continued. Many people looked back and saw that there were a lot of zombies gathered below. Whoever fell down would be killed. Therefore, these people want to rush forward no matter what. But Zhou Hai would not allow them to come up easily. Just as one of the men was about to come forward, Zhou Hai raised his foot and kicked the man directly in the face, knocking him down hard. With a scream, the man fell down and was instantly attacked by the zombies. Now, Brother Tian and Shen Xinman hid in an abandoned car. Although this car has been abandoned, the surrounding glass is still there and can barely resist some of the zombies' attacks. They hid in the car, trembling with fear. Outside the car, there were countless zombies, banging on the windows frantically, trying to pull them out. They were wailing with fear. Brother Tian was so scared that he started crying. Whoa, help me, I don't want to die. Please save me. Shen Xinman was also trembling with fear, and she was already a little dazed by fear. He looked at the zombies around him stupidly. His eyes had lost their luster. He seemed to be frightened to the point of being a little dazed. However, the fact that her tears were silently flowing down proved that she was indeed frightened. After a long time, she shouted loudly, "Help, Zhou Hai! Save me, I don't want to die." Looking at the painful shouts and howls of the people in front of him, Zhou Hai did not feel sorry for them at all. After all, this outcome was their own fault. It seemed that the zombies had almost finished eating, and almost half of the people had been eaten. Zhou Hai felt that he should take action. He didn't want all of these people to die. He wanted to keep some of them to work like him and become his subordinates and slaves. After all, Zhou Hai needs a helper for many things in the Doomsday world. In addition to himself, he needs some people to help him complete various tasks. So, Zhou Hai didn't intend to let all these people die. He wanted the remaining people to survive and concentrate on working for him in the future. So, Zhou Hai suddenly raised his hand. The space blade was immediately unleashed. Puff, puff, puff. In the sky, sharp blades slashed out from the void. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere, and heads fell to the ground. Those zombies were killed by Zhou Hai in one move. Everything turned into a sea of corpses and blood. The zombies that were originally howling wildly suddenly became quiet. Across the entire field, apart from the men's wailing, there was only a horrific sea of blood. The remaining people had never seen such a hellish scene, let alone so much blood and so many body parts. Suddenly, many people fainted because they could not bear the shock. Some people even started foaming at the mouth after fainting. Some of the brave ones, even if they didn't faint, were completely frightened to death. Their crotches were soaking wet, and they couldn't help but pee in their pants. Some were so frightened that their legs went limp and they fell directly to the ground, wailing weakly. Although the killing has stopped, the shock in these people's hearts remains very strong. Seeing that these people were greatly frightened, Zhou Hai was very satisfied. This is the effect he wanted. Let them receive a shocking education amidst the cruelty of Doomsday. Zhou Hai jumped down from the high rock. It fell in front of these people. He said to them with a smile on his face, "How is it? Does the real Doomsday world make you feel surprised and excited, haha? You bunch of chickens and clay dogs, relying on your numbers, want to bully me. Now, you know I'm not someone you can easily bully. So many zombies appeared just now and ate your companions. Now, you should finally believe that this is the real Doomsday world, right? Does anyone else think I'm kidding?" After Zhou Hai finished speaking, those people knelt directly in front of Zhou Hai. "Zhou Hai, we are wrong. This is indeed the apocalypse. We don't want to die here. Let's go." "Yes, Zhou Hai. Only you can let us leave here. Please, let us go. I want to go home. Wow, I miss my mom. I want to go home too." Many people present couldn't bear the shock and started crying loudly. Everyone cried their hearts out. Chapter 58, Overestimating Your Abilities. Looking at the people in front of me, each of them looks extremely sad. Zhou Hai was very satisfied with their reactions. This shows that they are really scared and really frightened by the horrific Doomsday environment. Several men crawled in front of Zhou Hai and spoke in sad voices. "Zhou Hai, no, big brother. You are our big brother now. Please, let's return to the real world." "Yes, big brother. We really know we were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. It's all my fault. I'm slapping myself in the face." Another man said this and started slapping himself in the mouth. She kept fanning herself while shedding tears. "Zhou Hai, I was wrong. Why get back? I will apologize to you. I'm willing to give you a portion of my property. I only ask you not to kill me. Brother Zhou, my family's in business, and our business is booming. If you let us go home, I will ask my dad to give you one of the companies and let you be the boss. I'm also willing to give you money. I can even give you the villa I just bought. Those little brothers to survive and go home. They all want to bribe Zhou Hai without any bottom line. However, they did not know that Zhou Hai brought them into the Doomsday world, but had no intention of taking them back. What's more, Zhou Hai's current teleportation ability can only be used for one-way teleportation, not two-way teleportation. Perhaps, only when the supernatural power is strengthened one day will it be possible to complete two-way transmission. Zhou Hai looked at the people in front of him and said coldly, "You still want to go back? Want to go back to that beautiful real world? What a pity. You can't go back. No one can go back. The real world is so beautiful, but you rubbish don't know how to appreciate it. In the real world, I constantly destroy myself, do some improper things, help the tyrants to do evil, and commit crimes. Since you don't value the real world, then let you learn how to be a human being in the apocalyptic world. After listening to what Zhou Hai said, those people howled and cried even louder. Some people even fainted from crying. Now, Tiange and Shen Xinman, who were hiding in the car, finally calmed down and slowly walked out. When he learned that he couldn't return to the real world, Brother Tian suddenly became a little angry. What? We can't go back. This is impossible. We have to go back. In the real world, I still have a lot of things to accomplish. I absolutely cannot die in this horrible doomsday world. Shen Xinman was also thinking about the real world. She said quickly, "That's right, we can't stay here. It's too scary here. The real world before is better. Zhou Hai, let's go back." Zhou Hai looked at Brother Tian and Shen Xinman. It feels like these two people haven't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. They didn't realize that in this doomsday world, they had the final say, and what they said was of no use at all. So Zhou Hai continued with a smile and said, "Did you not hear what I just said? Or are you guys so scared that you can't figure out the situation? This is the apocalypse. I have a final say. If I say you can't go back, then you definitely can't go back." What Zhou Hai said was very domineering, leaving them no room for discussion. Brother Tian spoke quickly. "Well, you said we can't go back. So we can't go back, well, I don't believe it. If you don't let us go back, we will unite and kill you first. Anyway, this is the apocalypse, and killing people is not against the law. So, with so many of us united, can't we kill you?" After hearing what Brother Tian said, everyone else seemed to think this was a good idea. There are so many of them. They can't be controlled by Zhou Hai alone. "Yes, send us back, or I will kill you." "Kill him. My brothers are all dead anyway. Killing is just like this. Kill, kill, kill. Kill him. Kill him. If you don't let us go back, we'll let him die." The people present were immediately fooled by Brother Tian. They also thought that they could gain the upper hand by having more people. Unfortunately, they have no idea about the rules of the game in the Doomsday world. When these people enter the Doomsday world, they become the most ordinary Doomsday refugees and the group with the weakest combat power. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, these Doomsday refugees have no way to fight against those masters with superpowers. Brother Tian saw that everyone was excited and immediately spoke to Zhou Hai with full confidence. "Zhou Hai, we have united together. We will give you 1 minute to consider. If you do not agree to our request, we will rebel, capture you, and feed you to the zombies." Brother Tian was trapped in the car just now. Therefore, he did not see the scene of Zhou Hai killing the zombies. Most of the people present actually did not see Zhou Hai's move. Because they were all so scared at the time, no one noticed that Zhou Hai had taken action to eliminate those zombies. They don't know Zhou Hai's fighting ability. After hearing what Brother Tian said, Zhou Hai smiled speechlessly. "It won't take a minute. If you want to arrest me, you can do it now." "Okay, Zhou Hai, this is what you said. Go ahead and catch him." Brother Tian immediately ordered. Listen to Brother Tian's orders. The few younger brothers in front immediately rushed towards Zhou Hai, trying to catch him. "Ah, ridiculous, a bunch of rubbish." Zhou Hai finished speaking and waved his hand. The space blade burst out instantly. Puff, puff, puff. Those who rushed in the front had their heads knocked to the ground in an instant and died on the spot. "Huh? What this? What's going on? Oh my God, this is too unbelievable. Was it Zhou Hai who did it just now? Could it be? Zhou Hai killed these people just now. That's impossible. Who on earth is this Zhou Hai? How could he chop off a person's head with just a wave of his hand?" Now, the scene was dead silent. Everyone was terrified. This was the first time they saw Zhou Hai use the space blade. It was also the first time I realized how terrifying powerful superpowers were in the Doomsday world. Brother Tian was also dumbfounded. He originally thought that they could control Zhou Hai with their large numbers. Unexpectedly, the truly powerful ones are super masters with special powers, not ordinary refugees like them. Shen Xinman was so frightened that she stepped back repeatedly. It's not just because of Zhou Hai's horror, but also because of Zhou Hai's cold-bloodedness when killing people and the fact that Zhou Hai actually possesses such a powerful supernatural power. Oh my God, this Zhou Hai, he is so powerful. Superpower? Is this a killing power? Could it be that he has already acquired the terrifying ability to kill in Doomsday? Were those zombies just now killed by Zhou Hai? In an instant, they seemed to understand a lot. They finally figure out the gap between them, ordinary people, and Zhou Hai. Chapter 59, Terrifying Power. Who among you still wants to resist me? Do you still want to deal with me? Zhou Hai looked at the people in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness and terror. All of them were frightened by Zhou Hai's terrifying killing ability. They didn't expect that Zhou Hai could kill people with just a wave of his hand. Plop! Brother Tian was the first to kneel in front of Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, I am willing to work for you. Please don't kill me. I will do whatever you ask me to do. From now on, I will never dare to be your enemy again. Brother Tian gave in instantly, because he knew very well that he was the boss of these people. If Zhou Hai got angry and wanted to kill someone, the person he wanted to kill the most would definitely be him. So at this time, admitting defeat and kneeling down are the best ways to save your life. Seeing that Brother Tian was scared, the others became even more scared. Almost all of them knelt in front of Zhou Hai. We were wrong. We are willing to be loyal to you. We are all willing to serve you. The other younger brothers also saw the situation clearly and did not dare to resist at all. I also know that I was wrong. Please let me go. From now on, I am willing to be loyal to you. The person who spoke was Shen Xinman. She also saw the situation clearly, and she knew that Su Feng possessed powerful supernatural powers. It would be almost effortless for Zhou Hai to kill her. Yes, you have finally seen the situation clearly now. Since you are willing to be loyal to me, then are you willing to help me do whatever I ask you to do? Yes, we all do. Yes. What do you want us to do? We are willing to do it. These people quickly echoed. Who dares to resist Zhou Hai's orders? Okay, I asked you to come here because I really have something important for you to do for me. I plan to build a Doomsday town here, starting with a Doomsday castle. There are a lot of abandoned buildings and reinforced concrete here. You can use these things to help me build an unbreakable Doomsday castle. Work hard, and one day I will let you go back. Otherwise, you will all die here. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, those people looked at each other. They never imagined that they, who were able to call the wind and rain in the real world, will become Doomsday workers when they came to the Doomsday world, doing the lowest level and most tiring work. But we don't know how to build a house. One of the men said this quickly. Zhou Hai smiled coldly and said, It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. You can learn anything. Tomorrow, I will buy some books on architectural engineering and ask you to study them well. After you finish learning, help me build a house. Okay, let's get started now. Move all the steel bars and stones from that abandoned building together. I'm going to build a brand new Doomsday castle. Zhou Hai has already given the order and asked them to start working. Although these people were extremely reluctant, they had to compromise in order to continue living. So these people started to work. After arranging everything, Zhou Hai left the Doomsday world and returned to the real world. He was going to get some food and store it in the Stone Sea space. Now, everyone in the Doomsday world was busy working and complaining all the time. Why? We have never done such rough work in the real world, and now we are asked to do these things. Damn it, I'm really pissed off. Yeah, let alone doing this kind of rough labor as a migrant worker. I have never washed dishes or washed clothes at home. I can't do these jobs at all. I can't do it either. Who is supposed to do this? I've never even held a rag before. And you want me to do this? Isn't this asking me to die? These people were doing their work casually and complaining constantly. Zhou Hai asked them to move all the steel bars and stones together, but they just chatted casually. Although it seems that they are working, their efficiency is extremely slow. It can even be said that there is no progress at all. Some people start to feel tired after doing a little work and sit down to rest. Since Zhou Hai was not there and there was no one to supervise them, they simply rested where they were. Now, Zhou Hai didn't know that those people were resting and not doing much work. In the real world, Zhou Hai stored all the bread and mineral water in the food factory into his sea of consciousness. There are also some instant noodles, spicy strips, biscuits, and various canned foods. In short, he stored part of the food produced in the food factory into his sea of consciousness. After the food is prepared, Zhou Hai took the food and returned to the Doomsday world. At the same time, Zhou Hai also brought some architecture books, intending to let them study. But when Zhou Hai came back, he found that those people were resting in the same place. These people didn't even complete the work he assigned them. What's going on? Are you still resting? Before I leave, did I ask you to move all those steel bars and stones to the other side? My requirements are not too high. If you put all your efforts into it, you should be able to complete most of the work. But I see now that you have hardly done any of the tasks I assigned you. Do you think I'm joking? Or do you think you didn't listen to what I said? Zhou Hai's face gradually turned ugly. If he wants these people to obey him loyally, he must give them enough deterrence. It seems that the shock he gave before was still completely insufficient. Zhou Hai, we really tried our best. Yes, Zhou Hai, we have never done this job before, and we don't understand it, so the progress is inevitably a bit slow. At least give us a few days to get used to it. This is our first time doing this. Several people stood up and wanted to bargain with Zhou Hai. However, they were completely unaware that a terrifying murderous intent had already appeared on Zhou Hai's face. Well, since you didn't take my words to heart, I'm sorry. In my heart, a waste doesn't deserve to live. After saying that, Zhou Hai suddenly raised his hand. Puff! Space blades burst out one after another. The heads of those who were standing in front of Zhou Hai and bargaining with him just now fell to the ground in an instant. He was killed directly. Huh? This? Oh my god. Did he really kill someone? I saw that Zhou Hai actually killed someone. These people finally realized that Zhou Hai was not joking and that if they failed to complete the tasks given by Zhou Hai, they could really lose their lives. Now, you keep working for me. If you fail to complete my task today, you won't be able to eat today. Go hungry. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he deliberately took out the delicious food in his sea of consciousness. He started eating in front of them. Chapter 60, Working Like a Horse. Half a day has passed since these people entered the Doomsday world. At this time, they were all a little hungry. Therefore, seeing Zhou Hai continuously eating in front of them, they felt even more uncomfortable in their stomachs. They worked while watching Zhou Hai eat, and they felt very uncomfortable. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat. Yeah, I'm really hungry too. It's really uncomfortable. I have no energy to work now. I haven't had breakfast yet. These people kept complaining while they were working. But Zhou Hai didn't care about their life or death. After all, these people are now his slaves. Whatever you want them to do, they have to do it. Okay, stop complaining. If Zhou Hai hears it, I'm afraid he'll kill someone again. The other man had already seen the situation clearly and knew that he could not do as Zhou Hai said. They had no other choice. Yeah, if you don't want to die, then work hard, said another man. Then, although they had many dissatisfactions in their hearts, they could only suppress them and continue to work hard. At this time, Shen Xinman, who was also working with everyone, kept wiping her sweat with an expression of great pain and fatigue. After all, she was a girl and had never done this kind of physical work, so she felt very tired. So, she had no choice but to come to Zhou Hai. The voice pretended to be gentle. Suai, I'm really tired. Please, can you please stop me? I really can't stand it anymore. I've never done this kind of work before, and I really can't do it anymore. While the other party was saying this, he kept begging Zhou Hai. When Zhou Hai saw the other party's pleading look, he not only did not feel the slightest sympathy in his heart, but instead felt immense contempt. This kind of woman is totally a fence-sitter. She will stand on the side of whoever is more powerful. Therefore, now seeing that Zhou Hai has become a small leader here, he immediately began to curry favor with Zhou Hai. Stop talking nonsense. Do I bring you into the apocalypse just to let you enjoy yourself? Since you are here, you must abide by the rules. No one is immune, so you must do your job like them. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, the other party continued to plead softly. But my hands and legs hurt so much now, what should I do? As she said this, Shen Xinman showed a pretentious expression on her face. If you don't work, you won't have food to eat. When others are eating, you can only stand by and watch. Do you want to not eat? Zhou Hai did not indulge the other party at all and did not give him any room for negotiation. Zhou Hai, no matter what, we were boyfriend and girlfriend before. Don't you even have this little bit of affection? You are too heartless to do this. It's really sad to see that the other party is actually talking about the previous relationship. Zhou Hai became even more angry. When Zhou Hai thought about what happened before, he felt extremely angry. So, after hearing what the other party said, Zhou Hai raised his hand and slapped the other party hard in the face. Bang! The slap was so crisp that it made the opponent spin in place. Woo-woo. The other party was beaten so hard that he cried. How dare you mention our previous relationship? If you still cherished it a little, you shouldn't have dealt with me over and over again. You shouldn't have betrayed me. In my eyes, you were just a shameless bus. So, this slap is just a little lesson for you. Go and work, or you won't get a bite of food or a drop of water. Zhou Hai's words were very firm, leaving the other party no room for discussion. All you can do is go to work obediently. Really, Under Zhou Hai's strong suppression, these people's work efficiency improved a lot. By the evening, today's tasks were almost completed. Zhou Hai gave him a book on architecture, said to the other party, "I'll give you one night to learn the basic skills of building a house. You don't need to learn it completely, you just need to be able to understand it. We will start building the house tomorrow. Now, I'll give you some time to eat." After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he took out the bread and mineral water in his sea of consciousness and placed them in front of them. When they saw that the meal they were going to eat was just such simple bread and mineral water, several people were immediately unhappy. Just eat this, we've been working for so long. Don't we need a little more energy? How can these non-nutritious things work? Yeah, how can these things fill my stomach? Isn't there any delicious food? When these people saw the bread and mineral water, they actually started complaining. You know, in the Doomsday world, even bread is an extremely precious thing, but these people don't know what is good for them. So, Zhou Hai said with a cold smile, "If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. There's nothing. This is in the apocalyptic world. Do you still think you're in the real world? To be honest, this is the best thing ever. Starting tomorrow, all your food will be replaced with baked potatoes. Besides that, there's nothing delicious to eat. Don't even dream about it." Zhou Hai's words directly extinguished their inner desires. I originally thought that the food they ate this time was very bad, but unexpectedly, it was the best meal they had ever had. Huh? What? Baked potatoes? After hearing what Zhou Hai said, these people were stunned. The way they looked at Zhou Hai, it didn't seem like he was joking. They finally realized the cruelty of the end of the world. As a result, many people started eating immediately and stopped complaining. After everyone finished eating, Zhou Hai said, "Tonight, learn the basic skills of building a house. No one can go to bed before 12 o'clock at night. After 12 o'clock, I have arranged a house for you. You can sleep on the floor in that abandoned room." After listening to what Zhou Hai said, those people were stunned. What? Sleeping on the floor? There's not even a place to sleep. How can I sleep? How can I sleep? The men complained again. Zhou Hai looked at them coldly. "Who's still complaining? Then get out of here right now. Without my protection, you can't go anywhere. This area is full of zombies. After you leave here, you'll be devoured by zombies within half an hour." Zhou Hai was not joking. The zombies here were basically wiped out by him, but there were still a large number of zombies nearby. Therefore, even if they wanted to leave here, it would be basically impossible. Chapter 61 Exchange of Gold. Under Zhou Hai's intimidation, those people immediately became much more obedient. After eating the bread, they began to study architecture seriously, preparing to use it in building houses. These people did not dare to disobey Zhou Hai's orders, so they studied very hard. After studying for several hours, it was already 12 o'clock, so under Zhou Hai's order, they went to an abandoned building to rest. Lying on the cold concrete floor, these people lamented the tragedy of their fate and the bleak future. Several people couldn't help crying. "Wow, what should I do? I don't want to stay in this doomsday world forever. I want to go home. I want to go home too. Why did you let me enter such a horrible world? I won't accept it. I've never slept on a concrete floor before. This is the first time in my life. It's really frustrating. Why is this happening? I don't want to live this kind of life. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go to bed. You still have to work tomorrow." These people kept talking, but they were a little tired after a day's work. So, after discussing for a while, they quickly lay down and went to sleep. The next day, these people were woken up early and then went back to work. And at the same time, Zhou Hai had previously arranged some people to go to the Golden Mountains to look for gold. These people have also returned. As agreed, they came to the entrance of the villa and rang the doorbell. Zhou Hai heard the doorbell ringing not far away and knew someone was coming. So he went to the entrance of the villa. "We brought back the gold you need. I'm so thirsty. Can you give me a drink of water first?" One of the men said this hurriedly when he saw Zhou Hai. "No problem." Zhou Hai knew that these people must have gone through an extremely difficult journey and encountered many difficulties before they came back alive. Therefore, Zhou Hai's attitude towards them was still very good. Zhou Hai directly took out a few boxes of mineral water, placed them in front of these people, and said, "It's not easy for you to come back alive. Hurry up and drink some water. This water is given to you for free. There is no need to exchange it for gold." After hearing what Zhou Hai said, those people quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you so much." As they spoke, those people hurriedly opened the bottles of mineral water, looking extremely greedy, like people who had not had water for many days. These people behaved as if they had been walking in the desert for many days and had just come across a source of water for the first time. Only after these people had drunk their fill did they show satisfied expressions on their faces. Seeing them finish drinking, Zhou Hai said, "Let's start exchanging gold now, according to the method we discussed before. Exchange your gold for my bread and mineral water." "Yeah, that's great." Those people nodded quickly. Then, the two sides began to exchange according to the agreement. Not long after, Zhou Hai got a huge pile of gold, and all his bread and mineral water were given to these people. After having this gold, Zhou Hai prepared to return to the real world to buy some food and some necessary supplies. By the way, fill your sea of consciousness with the necessary mineral water and bread. After figuring it out, Zhou Hai immediately stored the gold in his sea of consciousness, and then took these things back to the real world. After returning, he found the Oriental Gold Shop where he could exchange gold again. The owner of Oriental Gold Shop greeted Zhou Hai warmly again when he saw him appear. "Haha, Brother Zhou, I wonder what you're going to exchange this time? I haven't seen you for many days, and I've been looking forward to your coming." The gold shop owner looked eager. After all, Zhou Hai could bring him a lot of gold every time he came, which made him the god of wealth in their store. "Of course I brought a lot of gold this time, and I exchanged it for some money here." Zhou Hai said this, and immediately took out the gold and placed it in front of the other party. Because the quantity this time was larger than before, the shop owner was a little shocked after seeing so much gold. "Oh my God, where did you get so much gold? Tell me the truth. Did you find a gold mine?" The boss now suspects that Zhou Hai has a gold mine at home. Otherwise, why would so much gold be brought in from time to time? Zhou Hai naturally couldn't tell the other party the truth. He just smiled faintly and said, "That's all I can say. Just weigh the gold quickly." "Okay, I'll find someone to call right away." The boss also knew that he would never be able to ask an accurate answer. So, they immediately called in professionals and started measuring the weight of the gold. After weighing, Zhou Hai was paid the settlement according to the market price of gold. In this transaction, Zhou Hai made almost 50 million. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Hai took the blue and white porcelain vase that he had found in the villa last time and found the owner of the luxury store. The owner of the luxury store was shocked when he saw such a perfect blue and white porcelain vase. "Oh my God, I have never seen such a well-preserved blue and white porcelain vase in the world. It is so lifelike and priceless." When the boss saw this thing, his eyes widened. He knew very well that if such a perfect blue and white porcelain vase was taken to the Forbes auction, it would be worth at least 1 billion yuan. So the boss said to Zhou Hai, "Little brother, how much do you plan to sell this for?" Zhou Hai didn't know much about the price of this thing, so he smiled and said, "I don't know much about this thing. Boss, give me a price based on how much it's worth." Seeing Zhou Hai being so frank, the boss also knew that Zhou Hai was an honest man, so he raised 5 fingers to the other party and said, "This number, 50 million? Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this thing was so valuable. However, the boss's next words completely shocked Zhou Hai. 500 million? What? 500 million? Zhou Hai never dreamed that this small blue and white porcelain vase was worth 500 million yuan. Seeing Zhou Hai's face full of shock, the boss smiled and said, "How is it? Is this price acceptable? If so, let's sign a contract now. I will open a bank card for you and deposit 500 million yuan into it." How could Zhou Hai not agree? He couldn't even dream of having so much money. Although he knew that the other party must have made a lot of money, he didn't care. So he nodded and said, "Okay, no problem. Sign a contract immediately." Not long after, the two signed a contract. A few hours later, the boss opened a new bank card, deposited 500 million yuan into it, and gave the bank card to Zhou Hai. "There are 500 million in here. Please keep it." Zhou Hai nodded, thanked him, and left. Now that he has money, he could buy a lot of resources. He planned to give part of the money to his father first, asking him to maintain the company and save the rest of the money. Then, he would concentrate on building a castle in the Doomsday world. He wants to become the lord of a Doomsday city and dominate the world. After withdrawing some money from the bank card, Zhou Hai found his father. When Zhou Zhiliang saw Zhou Hai, he was slightly surprised to see so much money in the other party's hand. "What is this money for?" Zhou Hai smiled faintly and said, "This money is for you. In addition to your daily expenses, you also need to maintain the company's operations. There's about 10 million here." "What? 10 million? Zhou Zhiliang was completely shocked. He had never seen so much cash before. "Is this all for me?" Zhou Zhiliang couldn't believe it at all. "Yes, they're all for you. Use them first, and ask me for more if they are not enough." "Ah, okay, that's enough." Wu Zhiliang nodded quickly. He felt more and more that his son was amazing and much better than him. Chapter 62, Kindly Taking In. Next, Zhou Hai used the money to purchase a large amount of supplies and stored them all in his sea of consciousness. Then he returned to the apocalyptic world. As soon as he got back, Zhou Hai saw a few people slacking off. Lying there resting, not working. Damn it, I'm so tired. I didn't sleep well last night, and I got up early to work today. You really don't treat us as human beings. Yeah, I didn't eat enough last night, let alone sleep well. So how can I do my job well? Another man said this. These people kept complaining, and it was obvious that they felt extremely disappointed with their current environment. Let us work in construction? We have never done this before. How can we do it well? I think Zhou Hai is just torturing us. I have never done such rough work at home. I never thought that I would be brought to the apocalypse world to do such work. This kind of lowly work is simply pissing me off. Another person complained in the same way. I'm not going to work today. I didn't eat well and didn't sleep well last night. I don't have the energy to work at all. No matter what, I'm going to strike today. Yes, I'll go on strike too. What can he do to us? It seemed that the resentment accumulated by these people reached a certain level and began to explode. They actually chose to go on strike and chose to retaliate against Zhou Hai in this way. However, these people did not realize that this was a terrifying doomsday world. If a person is useless, then he is no different from waste, and Zhou Hai cannot support them. At this time, Zhou Hai heard these people's complaint from afar. Zhou Hai's hearing is now extremely developed, and he can perceive the surrounding situation from a long distance. However, these people did not see Zhou Hai appear, so they dared to complain openly. And at this moment, Zhou Hai also appeared in front of them. The moment they saw Zhou Hai appear, these people were stunned and immediately stood up from the ground, their faces becoming nervous. The person who had just been brazenly saying that he was going to go on strike also became extremely panicked. Zhou Hai looked at the people who threatened to go on strike and spoke in a cold voice. Who just said they wanted to go on strike? Say it again if you can. Those people were suddenly a little panicked. They didn't expect that Zhou Hai had heard just a few complaints. They didn't realize at all that Zhou Hai's hearing was so strong. No, we didn't say we wouldn't do it. Yeah, we didn't say we were on strike. We're working right now. These people immediately changed their attitude and rushed to work. Wait a minute. You don't have to do it anymore. Lu Hai suddenly spoke to those people. Zhou Hai knew very well that the presence of these people was like having a group of troublemakers. These people would only ruin everyone's mood and prevent everyone from working with peace of mind. Therefore, such people cannot be kept. Zhou Hai looked at one of the men coldly and said, You just said you want to go on strike, right? If that's the case, then I won't keep you here. If you want to go on strike, then you won't have to work for the rest of your life. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he suddenly attacked, and the man's head was cut off instantly. He died on the spot. When the people around saw this, they were instantly terrified. They didn't expect that Zhou Hai would act so decisively and not give them any chance to explain. Let's get to work. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other people quickly began to show their loyalty. Zhou Hai smiled coldly and said, It's too late to regret now, you guys should die too. After saying that, Zhou Hai attacked again, and those men were killed instantly. After dealing with these troublemakers, everyone else was shocked. No one dared to complain anymore, and they could only work their best. Even people like Shen Xinman and Tian Go, who were originally spoiled, could only work honestly under Zhou Hai's terrifying pressure and dared not complain at all. It was at this time, suddenly there was a noise over there, and a group of people appeared here. A man next to Zhou Hai hurriedly spoke to Zhou Hai. Look, there are a group of people coming over there. They're not zombies, are they? Yeah, I'm scared when I see people now, for fear that they are zombies. What kind of people are these? Those present were talking about it immediately. After all, in this doomsday world, you have to be wary of any stranger you meet. Zhou Hai looked at those people and immediately realized that they were not zombies, but a group of ordinary doomsday refugees. Those people came to Zhou Hai and said with sad eyes, Kind-hearted people, can you take us in? We haven't had anything to eat or water for days. We are almost dying. Please give us some alms. As these people spoke, they knelt in front of Zhou Hai and kowtowed continuously to show their sincerity. When the people around saw the appearance of these people, they couldn't help but sigh. So this is the horrible doomsday world. Without food, people can really starve to death. So Zhou Hai didn't lie to us. In this case, we are still lucky. After all, as long as we work, we can get food and water, but these people are not even qualified to get food. When Zhou Hai saw that these people were not zombies, he immediately felt relieved. Zhou Hai said to these people, "I can provide you with food and water, but you need to help me build this castle like them. As long as you work hard, I can provide you with food and water to keep you alive." After hearing what Zhou Hai said, those people nodded quickly. "Thank you so much. I'm the leader of these people. My name is Sam. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Don't worry, we are honest people. As long as you are willing to provide us with food and water, we are willing to work for you." "Yes, we all do." Those people kept nodding to express their gratitude. Seeing that these people's attitude was very sincere, Zhou Hai took out some food and water and gave them some benefits first. "This is food and water. Eat some quickly to avoid starving to death." When they saw that it was bread and mineral water, they were so excited that they almost cried. They had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. Immediately, it pounced on it like a vicious dog and started eating it. These people ate with great relish and were soon full. Zhou Hai said, "Okay, now I have provided you with food and water. You should join the team and work with them to build this castle. Okay, let's get to work." These Doomsday refugees quickly joined the team and began to help build the castle. After the meal, these people seemed to be working very hard and very quickly. Therefore, with these additional manpower, the entire process became much faster. Seeing these people working so hard, Zhou Hai nodded with relief. He saw that Sam was the leader of these people, so he said, "Everyone, I now appoint Sam as the team leader of your group. If I am not here, you will follow his command. I hope the speed of construction can be accelerated." Sam nodded in thanks and continued, "Don't worry, boss. With me here, the project will definitely progress faster. I once worked with another master in the construction team of a Doomsday City Lord. I have a lot of experience in building houses and castles." Sam's boasting also made Zhou Hai feel that his appointment was correct. After arranging everything, Zhou Hai turned around and left, finding a place to rest. Chapter 63: Intent to Revolt. After Zhou Hai left, Sam started chatting with those people. It seems that Sam is very talkative. In a short period of time, he became friends with many people and had a very enjoyable chat with them. At this moment, Brother Tian and Shen Xinman saw that Sam was so talkative and couldn't help but come over. "Hey, brother, are you really someone who has survived the apocalypse for many years? Can you tell us what this doomsday world is like? Are there really zombies everywhere?" Brother Tian was very curious about this matter. He heard that Sam had lived in this doomsday for many years, so he couldn't help but ask. Sam nodded and said, "Yes, there are indeed zombies everywhere here, but there are also many masters who can obtain superpowers, so these masters can survive well in the doomsday world." Brother Tian nodded and said, "No wonder our boss Zhou Hai was able to kill so many zombies easily. He must have gained supernatural powers in this doomsday world." After hearing what Brother Tian said, Sam asked curiously, "Can you tell me what special abilities our boss Zhou Hai has?" Brother Tian looked around and saw that Zhou Hai was not there, so he said in a low voice, "I don't know what his special ability is, but we all saw that he could kill the zombies with just a casual move. It seems like he can kill people from a distance." "Oh, it turns out to be the ability of the Space Blade." After hearing what Brother Tian said, Sam suddenly understood. "What is the Space Blade?" Brother Tian continued to ask with some confusion. "This is a very powerful ability that can kill people from a distance. Those zombies can be easily eliminated by him." At this time, Brother Tian suddenly had an idea. Since he knew Zhou Hai's special abilities, could he find a way to deal with him? So Brother Tian said with a smile, "Captain Sam, is there any other way to deal with Zhou Hai's ability? I know Zhou Hai has a lot of supplies on him. If we can kill him and take the supplies from him, we can escape from here. I don't have to do hard labor for him anymore. It's hard for me to endure this kind of life." After hearing what Brother Tian said, Sam suddenly had an idea and seemed to have thought of another idea. "There's a person in our team who actually possesses a magical power. This power allows him to move quickly and disappear and reappear at any time. If this ability is used properly, it can be used to deal with the Space Blade. After all, the Space Blade can kill people from distance, but if a person moves fast enough, he can avoid his pursuit and even kill the opponent." Hearing what Sam said, Brother Tian immediately became excited. He quickly pulled Sam aside and whispered, "Brother, to be honest, I have wanted to leave here for a long time. How about we join forces to get rid of Zhou Hai? As long as we can get rid of him, we can get all his food and leave here. Do you want to work hard for him for the rest of your life?" Sam had just arrived here and was taken in by Zhou Hai, but now after hearing what Brother Tian said, he was actually slightly moved. His purpose of coming here was to get more food and water. he discovered that Zhou Hai was actually able to take out such precious supplies as bread and mineral water. This means that these supplies are of no value to him, so he must have plenty of food. After hearing what Brother Tian said, he was indeed moved. Do you want to kill Zhou Hai and leave here? Sam asked Brother Tian. That's right. Do you want to do hard labor here? Isn't the purpose of your coming here to get food and water now? As long as you get rid of Zhou Hai, you could get everything you need. After hearing what Brother Tian said, Sam nodded slightly and fell in a deep thought. He waved towards a place not far away, and one of his younger brothers soon appeared here. This little brother is called Shen Xinman, and the special power he possesses is the ability to teleport. Although this kind of superpower can help people avoid zombies in the Doomsday world, they still cannot obtain food and water, so they will only come here for refuge when they have no choice. This is my brother, Shen Xinman. He has the skill of fast movement. Do you think he can get rid of Zhou Hai? Sam asked Brother Tian. I think we can try Zhou Hai Spaceblade. Although it is powerful, it can be avoided if we move fast enough. At this time, Sam looked at Shen Xinman and asked, Are you sure you can deal with a Spaceblade? Shen Xinman nodded and said, Brother Sam, I have mastered this ability to perfection. I believe that as long as I am careful, I can deal with it. That's good. Since you said so, I have confidence in you. After hearing what Sam said, Brother Tian immediately became excited. So, let's make a deal. We will unite to get rid of Zhou Hai and then steal his food together. Brother Tian decided to take a gamble, because he knew that even if he didn't rebel, he would be slowly killed by Zhou Hai here. It would be better to seize the opportunity as soon as possible and unite to get rid of Zhou Hai. So, when do we start? Sam asked. At night, Zhou Hai will come here to distribute food to us. After he distributes the food, we will take this opportunity to get rid of him. That should be the best time to do it. Sam and Shen Xinman nodded and said, In that case, we'll wait for your signal. Brother Tian nodded and said, Okay, watch my gestures then, and we'll act at any time. At this moment, the three people have already discussed it. The three of them kept all the secrets in their hearts and did not tell anyone else, because the fewer people who knew about it, the better. After finishing the discussion, they continued to work, pretending nothing had happened, for fear of arousing other people's vigilance. After a tiring afternoon, the construction of the castle made great progress. At this moment, Zhou Hai has appeared in front of everyone. Zhou Hai first checked the construction progress of the castle, and then spoke to everyone. It's time for dinner. The food this time is the same as yesterday, bread and mineral water. Come and get them. After saying that, Zhou Hai placed all the food in front of these people, and they hurried forward to claim it. After the claim was completed, Sam, Brother Tian, and others gathered together, eating and whispering. After finishing the meal, Brother Tian looked at Sam and made a gesture to him. Indicates that it's time to start. Sam nodded, patted his younger brother, Shen Xinman, next to him, and said, Brother, now is the time to act. After swallowing the last bite of bread, Shen Xinman suddenly made a move. His figure disappeared in an instant like a ghost. At the same time, Zhou Hai also felt something unusual. His eagle eye ability activated instantly and sounded an alarm, reminding him that there was danger around him. Whenever there is danger, his eagle eye ability will always be activated and react first. Zhou Hai was slightly stunned and a little confused. What's going on? Is there any danger around? Chapter 64, All Eradicated. Just when Zhou Hai felt a little dangerous, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He instinctively looked back and found that one of the men, holding a dagger in his hand, appeared behind him. Moreover, the dagger suddenly attacked his neck. Oh no, someone wants to kill me. Zhou Hai reacted in an instant. However, when he was about to dodge, the dagger was so fast that it slid past his arm. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He looked down and saw that his arm was cut and bright red blood was flowing out. Zhou Hai took a step back and looked at the man. He found that this man was one of the men he had taken in today. Unexpectedly, these people he had just taken in actually wanted to kill him. You actually want to kill me? I gave you food and kept you alive, but you turned your kindness into hatred. Zhou Hai looked at Shen Xinman with cold eyes. Shen Xinman said coldly, Although you took us in, we are very grateful to you, but you are carrying too much food, which is what we need. Only by killing you can we get the food. So I'm sorry, you have to die. After saying this, Shen Xinman attacked again, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Zhou Hai was slightly stunned. He did not expect that this man actually possessed the ability to disappear instantly. Fortunately, he himself has eagle eyes, Otherwise, he would have been successfully ambushed by this person. The people around, including Sam, became nervous. The sneak attack just now failed to kill Zhou Hai, which made them extremely nervous. If Shen Xinman cannot kill Zhou Hai, then they will probably not escape death. Brother Tian and Shen Xinman were also extremely nervous. They were in the same group as Sam and Shen Xinman. It can be said that they are all grasshoppers on the same rope. If a supernatural master like Shen Xinman died at the hands of Zhou Hai, then it would be even more difficult for people like them to survive. While everyone was extremely nervous, Zhou Hai was concentrating his attention. His eagle eye ability has been activated to the highest level, and he is always paying attention to the dangers around him. The next moment, Shen Xing's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The dagger in his hand attacked Zhou Hai again, and this time, Zhou Hai used the space blade, swung his backhand, and a fierce murderous aura slashed out into the air. However, Shen Xinman seemed to be well prepared. He had long been aware of Zhou Hai's spatial ability. So, the moment Zhou Hai made his move, his body disappeared again. Zhou Hai frowned immediately. He didn't expect that this person's movements were so agile. Come on, Shen Xinman, you must get rid of Zhou Hai. When Sam and Tian Gu saw this, they secretly cheered for Shen Xinman. At this time, Zhou Hai, who was alone facing Shen Xinman's strange actions and elusive appearances, also felt a little headache. He understood that this person had already figured out his special abilities. At this moment, Shen Xinman appeared again, also appearing behind him. This time, Zhou Hai was well prepared. He has also figured out the other party's routine, and every time he appears behind him. Therefore, the moment he sensed the danger, the space blade had already slashed out quickly. As soon as Shen Xinman appeared, he felt a fierce murderous aura rushing towards him. He just wanted to disappear, but the fierce murderous aura had already reached him, and it was too late for him to disappear. Phew! The spatial blade cut off one of his legs in an instant. Ah! Shen Xinman yelled and fell to the ground with a bang. How could he have thought that his special ability would be discovered by Zhou Hai? The next moment, he disappeared again. However, because blood was flowing from his body, there were bloodstains all over the ground, and these bloodstains could expose his location. Therefore, he had nowhere to hide. No way to hide. Haha, you still want to hide? I've already soaked you with your little tricks, and you have nowhere to hide. Die now. After saying this, Zhou Hai used the space blade again. Only a scream was heard. Shen Xinman fell to the ground, his body was cut in half, leaving only half of him, and he was no longer able to survive. What? Shen Xinman is dead. How is this possible? Even Shen Xinman is no match for Zhou Hai. This what's going on? Sam and Tiange were shocked beyond words when they saw this scene. They originally thought that they could get rid of Zhou Hai this time, but they didn't expect that Shen Xinman was no match for Zhou Hai. After getting rid of Shen Xinman, Zhou Hai looked at Sam and others, his eyes revealing cleverness and terror. Sam, I appointed you as the captain, and you did such a treasonous thing to me? You actually want to kill me? You are really ambitious to take all those supplies for yourself. When Sam heard Zhou Hai say this, he immediately became scared. He quickly knelt in front of Zhou Hai and said, Boss, please listen to my explanation. Although Shen Xinman is my subordinate, I didn't know he was going to take action. I didn't know about this matter at all. I am wronged. Sam was so scared that he kowtowed immediately. However, Zhou Hai didn't believe the other party's nonsense and said coldly, I don't believe Shen Xinman would attack me without anyone's instigation. I had high hopes for you, but you've disappointed me so much. You should die too. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he took action instantly. Phew! The spatial blade directly cut Sam off, and the other party died on the spot. At this moment, Zhou Hai looked at Brother Tian and Shen Xinman. Zhou Hai had already noticed their secret conversation with his eagle eye ability. In particular, when I saw that Brother Tian and Shen Xinman had strange expressions, I knew that they must have been involved in this operation. However, after the operation failed, they wanted to distance themselves from it. If I'm not mistaken, you two are also involved, right? Zhou Hai said, looking at Brother Tian and Shen Xinman. The two of them were so frightened that they trembled all over. No, we didn't participate. Boss, please trust us. Yes, Zhou Hai. I really didn't participate. Please believe me. Shen Xinman also knelt on the ground, begging continuously. Zhou Hai didn't take their words to heart, because he knew that these people were habitual liars and had no integrity at all. I took you in and let you help me build the castle here. This is already a great favor to you. Not only do you not know how to repay me, but you also want to get rid of me? You two are damned. I will never trust you again. You two should die too. After Zhou Hai finished speaking, he waved his hand again, and Tiangu and Shen Xinman were cut in half on the spot. The two men finally died. Seeing the corpses on the ground, Zhou Hai said to the rest of the people, "Who still wants to rebel, stand up now. If you want to live here steadily, listen to my orders and be obedient. Otherwise, you will end up like them." After saying these words, Zhou Hai looked at the people in front of him. These people lowered their heads in fear, and no one dared to speak. Obviously, at this moment, they were frightened by Zhou Hai's terrifying aura. Chapter 65, Construction Success. After getting rid of Sam's small team, Zhou Hai also focused on recruiting new troops. Because they killed so many people, their numbers were reduced a lot. This would take longer to build the castle. In order to build the castle as soon as possible, Zhou Hai decided to recruit some Doomsday workers. After all, in the Doomsday world, he is the only one who can provide a stable source of food and water. If these people are willing to come to work, then eating and drinking water will not be a problem. Therefore, Zhou Hai printed a lot of documents for recruiting Doomsday migrant workers again and distributed all of them via drones. At the same time, a group of people were in a dilapidated house a few kilometers away. One of them saw the flyers falling from the sky. He immediately stepped forward and picked up one of them. After seeing the recruitment information on it, he became extremely excited. Look, there's actually a big shot here who is looking to recruit Doomsday workers and can provide a stable source of food and water. That's great, we are saved. These people were almost starving to death, but after seeing the recruitment information, they became extremely excited. The others also nodded quickly. Great, let's go check it out. Maybe we can all survive through this opportunity. After hearing what they said, the others nodded in agreement. They had no other hope, so they placed all their hopes on this recruitment. So, these people quickly followed the address and arrived at the place under construction. Excuse me, are you hiring here? We're new here. Are you the one who sent out these job postings? One of the leading men said this and asked quickly. Zhou Hai nodded and said, Yes, I sent out all these flyers. That's great. Are you really hiring here? As long as we are fed and watered, we are willing to do anything. Those people said this with pitiful looks on their faces. With his last experience, Zhou Hai became extra careful with these people. So he asked, Does anyone among you have supernatural powers? If you have supernatural powers, tell me now. Zhou Hai was afraid that these people would rebel like Sam and his friends. These people looked at each other and shook their heads. We are all ordinary Doomsday refugees. We don't have any special abilities. After hearing what they said, Zhou Hai chose to believe them temporarily, so he immediately took out some food and water and spoke to them. I see you are very hungry. Eat something to fill your stomach first. When these people saw that Zhou Hai took out bread and mineral water, they also felt extremely excited. Soon, these people began to eat with big mouthfuls. After eating, these people shed tears of excitement. This was the most delicious food they had ever eaten after being hungry for who knows how many days. Just follow them and work together. Meals will be served on time every day. You're not allowed to be lazy. As long as you do a good job, you can stay here for a long time. I will provide you with a stable source of food and water. Zhou Hai said this. Those people also nodded. Fortunately, these people are also very honest people. After receiving the favor, they all started working very hard. With the addition of these people, the construction speed of the entire castle was obviously accelerated a lot. About a month later, the entire castle was completely renovated. During this period, Zhou Hai also brought all the generators, surveillance cameras, and various modern instruments from the real world into the Doomsday. Zhou Hai decorated this castle into the most modern, luxurious, and most secure castle. The walls surrounding the castle are very high, about 10 meters high, and are covered with barbed wire. No zombies can get through this wall. After building the entire castle, Zhou Hai planned to do something big next, which was to build a small Doomsday kingdom. Let him be the king forever in the Doomsday world. Relying on materials and water obtained from the real world, he has an advantage over anyone else in the Doomsday world. Those castles, big and small, and the lords of the Doomsday city are not as great as him. However, if you want to develop into a populous Doomsday kingdom, you need to continuously increase the population. The best way to increase population is to reproduce. Zhou Hai is still single now. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, so it's impossible for him to have offspring. Therefore, Zhou Hai thought of a way, which was to recruit a girlfriend. There must be a lot of beautiful girls in this Doomsday world. However, these beautiful girls are wandering around, unable to get enough food, and it is difficult for them to survive. If he recruited all these girls into his castle, he could produce more descendants. After having this idea, Zhou Hai immediately did it. Still following the previous method, he needs to spread his news by distributing leaflets through drones so that more people can know. So Zhou Hai used a printer to print out a lot of flyers. The conditions and requirements are clearly stated above. The applicant must be a young and beautiful girl, preferably a gentle and cute type. At the same time, if you are willing to become his girlfriend, you can live in a castle with no worries about food and clothing. The only thing they have to do is to take good care of Zhou Hai and give birth to offspring for him. After printing the flyers, Zhou Hai used the drone again and started spreading them around. There are many Doomsday refugees wandering in the Doomsday world, and among them there are many beautiful girls. However, because they have lived in the Doomsday world for a long time, they all look a little haggard. These people can become beauties with a little dressing up. Zhou Hai used drones to distribute leaflets everywhere. The whole process lasted about a week, and the leaflets were spread everywhere. Just at this time, a team saw such a flyer, and there was a group of beautiful women in this team. They are all young and look pretty. It's just that he looks a little haggard. After seeing these flyers, the older sister who was leading the group seemed to see hope. Great, we are saved. Someone is willing to recruit us to join the harem of a certain Doomsday City Lord. I think you have the qualifications and looks to do so. As long as you can join the harem of this city lord and become his woman, you will have no worries about food and clothing. You won't have to wander around and struggle for a living anymore. Let me see the flyer. Another girl said as she took the flyer and looked at it carefully. The other girls also saw the words on the flyer, and they were immediately moved. Especially when they saw the food on it, which turned out to be bread and mineral water, they became extremely excited. You know, such good treatment is impossible to get even from any Doomsday City Lord. The fact that he can offer such favorable conditions means that the new Lord of Doomsday City must be extremely powerful. What are you waiting for? Let's go. If we join too late, we might not have a chance. One of the girls said this. The other girls nodded quickly to show their agreement. In this kind of living environment, they have no other choice but to rely on the strong and become the strong's women so that they can continue to live. After figuring it all out, this group of beauties, led by the eldest sister, headed towards the castle that Zhou Hai had just built. Soon after, they arrived in front of the castle. At the same time, several people responsible for guarding the castle gate also told Zhou Hai the news. Boss, there are a group of girls coming to seek refuge with us. Do you want to meet them? After hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhou Hai nodded quickly and said, Great, let them in. Chapter 66 Doomsday Overlord. Not long after, under the leadership of an older sister, a dozen beautiful girls came to Zhou Hai one after another. A man who was in charge of leading the way spoke to the women. This is our boss, Zhou Hai. After saying these words, the man turned and left. Zhou Hai's gaze fell on the people in front of him. He could feel that these beautiful girls were all very young. Some had good figures and were very suitable for reproduction. Zhou Hai's purpose is very simple. He wants to expand the population through these women and continuously strengthen his Doomsday Castle. If the population continues to grow, it will definitely become a huge Doomsday empire. Have you seen the content on the flyer? Zhou Hai asked these people. Those people just nodded quickly to indicate that they had seen it. Since you have seen it, does that mean you are willing to stay and become my woman? The older sister nodded first and spoke to Zhou Hai. My lord city lord, these are my sisters. They are willing to become your women as long as you can guarantee them food and water. Zhou Hai nodded and said, That's no problem. How about this? Go take a shower and change your clothes so I can see what you really look like. I have prepared new clothes for you. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, those people were slightly surprised again. They didn't expect that the conditions in this castle were so good that they could even take a bath with water. You know, water is a very precious resource. Normally, we wouldn't even drink a sip of it, let alone use it to take a bath. Many people living in the Doomsday die of thirst due to lack of water. Even in their daily lives, they cherish water resources and are afraid of wasting even a little bit. When they heard Zhou Hai asking them to take a bath, they were naturally a little shocked. What? Taking a bath? Can I really take a bath? Did I hear correctly? It seems we have come to the right place. This Doomsday Castle is so advanced that we can even take a shower. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how good the living conditions here are. You can even take a shower whenever you want. These women also showed surprised expressions. It's hard to imagine that this kind of thing would happen to them. Zhou Hai had already sensed their surprise, so he quickly smiled and said, When you move in later, you will know that there's plenty of water and food here. Okay, go change and wash yourself. The women were surprised, and under the guidance of another person, they came to a bathhouse specially prepared for women, where they began to change their clothes and put on their makeup. They all knew that they would meet Zhou Hai in a brand new state, so they naturally had to dress up well. About half an hour later, these women appeared in front of Zhou Hai one after another after changing their clothes. Zhou Hai took a look and found that these women looked brand new. After taking a shower and changing, I looked radiant. Zhou Hai discovered that these women were much more beautiful than the women he usually saw in the real world, which made Zhou Hai feel even more satisfied. Yes, after you changed and washed, you really look different. I'm very satisfied. Next, I will prepare some food for you. You can eat first. Having said this, Zhou Hai took them to the cafeteria and gave them a hearty meal. After fully feeling the power of the Lord of Doomsday City, these women were all extremely happy. I feel like they made an extremely correct decision this time. After the meal, a girl named Shui Luo took the initiative to find Zhou Hai. This girl is very pretty and has a great figure. Zhou Hai fell in love with her at first sight. Unexpectedly, this girl actually took the initiative to find Zhou Hai, which made Zhou Hai feel a little excited. After Shui came in front of Zhou Hai, she spoke a little shyly. Brother Zhou Hai, can we really stay here? If so, I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Shui Luo said this with a shy expression on her face. Seeing the other party's reluctance, Zhou Hai also felt Shui Luo's feelings. Obviously, if a girl can take the initiative to find him and express her feelings, it means that this girl must be eager to establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Zhou Hai. So Zhou Hai said slowly, of course you can be my girlfriend. Come to my room tonight and let's discuss it in depth. After hearing what Zhou Hai said, how could Shui Luo not know what Zhou Hai meant and nodded immediately? At night, Shui Luo arrived in front of Zhou Hai on time. At this moment, Shui Luo was wearing a gauze dress, which further highlighted her beautiful figure. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up when he saw it. They are indeed top-notch women. The women in this doomsday world are truly top-notch. This is much more beautiful than women in the real world. While thinking this, Zhou Hai said to Shui Luo, have you really figured it out? Shui Luo nodded, as if she had already decided to become Zhou Hai's woman. After saying that, Shui Luo boldly approached Zhou Hai. The other party has already shown such initiative. Zhou Hai naturally cannot miss such a good opportunity. So he took Shui Luo into his arms. The two of them kissed each other directly, and soon, the whole room was filled with intense and loud voices. That night, Shui Luo became Zhou Hai's woman. Early the next morning, Shui Luo's identity has changed. After she became Zhou Hai's girlfriend, her identity and status naturally improved a lot. This change in status can be particularly evident when eating. When everyone started eating, the other women gathered at the dining table in the restaurant to eat as before. Shui Luo was alone in a special private room. Not only that, in addition to bread and mineral water, there were other foods on Shui Luo's table. For example, rice and some vegetables that are hard to find. Even some meat. When seeing the food, the other women were envious and couldn't help talking about it. What's going on? Why didn't Shui Luo eat with us this time? Instead, she was alone in a private room. Moreover, the food on her table was much richer than ours. Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. Did Shui Luo receive special treatment? What did she do? The other women immediately became interested and began to think about it. Women often engage in intrigue over trivial matters and become jealous of men. Therefore, these women were also very smart. When they saw the changes in the situation, they immediately began to make associations. At this time, the eldest sister told the truth. To be honest, I'm telling you, last night, Shui Luo went to Boss Zhou Hai's room and spent the night with him. So, this morning, I received such preferential treatment. Do you understand now? After hearing what the eldest sister said, everyone immediately understood. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Shui Luo to be one step ahead and have close contact with Boss Zhou Hai in advance. No wonder she received such preferential treatment. The other woman immediately said jealously, I think my appearance and figure are no worse than Shui Luo's. If I was the one last night, I would also receive such preferential treatment. After hearing what the woman said, everyone else fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that the war between women has begun. These women also want to receive special treatment, like Shui Luo. Therefore, at this moment, the women have already made plans in their hearts. Tonight, I must seize the opportunity to enter Zhou Hai's room and spend a good night with him. If they could become Zhou Hai's women earlier, they would be able to gain a higher status in this castle. After having this idea, more women have made plans. They plan to do the same as Shui Luo and take the initiative to go to Zhou Hai's room tonight and spend the night with Zhou Hai. If they could gain Zhou Hai's favor and become his woman, their status will be further improved. However, there are also a few women who plan to act in advance and find ways to get close to Zhou Hai first. Zhou Hai at this moment. He was walking in the castle he had built. While inspecting the castle, he was thinking about how to further expand it, or annex some other Doomsday castles. And at this moment, several women took the initiative to find Zhou Hai. Brother Zhou Hai, my name is Nana. My name is Tianxi. The two women took the initiative to introduce themselves. Do you have something to talk to me about? Zhou Hai said, glancing at the two beauties. I have to say that these two beauties have pretty good figures. Well, of course there is something. We heard that Shulaw has become Brother Zhou Hai's woman last night, and we also want to be your girlfriend. Yes, Brother Zhou Hai, to be honest, we have made up our minds since we entered the castle. We only want to be Brother Zhou Hai's woman. We hope that Brother Zhou Hai can fulfill our wish. As the two women spoke, they showed their charming side. Zhou Hai felt a little itchy after seeing this. I couldn't help but think in my heart, have all the women in this Doomsday world become so proactive? So what do you guys order? Can you tell me? Zhou Hai looked at the woman and asked quickly. The two women looked at each other and then spoke. Brother Zhou Hai, I can give you massages. They are very comfortable. Brother Zhou Hai, I will wash your feet and your clothes. I am very diligent in doing housework. Oh, really? Why don't you give me a massage right now? I can also test your skills. Now that Zhou Hai has so many women around him, it would be a waste if he doesn't use them, so he might as well let them show themselves to him. Zhou Hai immediately sat on a chair, waiting for the personal service of the two beauties. The two beauties were also very proactive. One of them quickly fetched some water, put it in front of Zhou Hai, and began to wash Zhou Hai's feet. The other beauty came behind Zhou Hai and began to massage his shoulders. This proactive service from the front and back made Zhou Hai feel very comfortable, and also made him experience the pleasure of being actively served by beautiful women in the Doomsday world. So this is the wonderful life in the Doomsday world. There are beautiful women accompanying me, and beautiful women actively throwing themselves at me and serving me. It seems that I can't go back to this real world in the future. I might as well stay in the Doomsday world for a long time and be the king. As Zhou Hai thought about this, a grand vision had already formed in his heart. The two beauties were very skilled. The girl who was washing Zhou Hai's feet was very gentle, and the strength of her hands was just right. Brother Hai, are you satisfied? The beautiful woman below was washing Zhou Hai's feet while looking up at him, wanting to get his approval. Yeah, not bad. What about me? Brother Zhou Hai, is my strength okay? The girl standing behind him and massaging the people around him said this and leaned forward actively. As the other party leaned forward, the two things in front of his body pressed tightly against Zhou Hai's back, giving Zhou Hai a different feeling. Is she actively trying to seduce me? It seems that this girl is surprisingly bold. Zhou Haiqing was thinking this in his heart. It seemed that tonight 2 more women would take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms and warm his bed. How about this tonight? You two come and help warm my bed. Come in my room, okay? After hearing what Zhou Hai said, the 2 women seemed very much looking forward to it. They had been waiting for Zhou Hai to say this, so they nodded quickly and said, no problem. That's great. See you tonight. After the 2 beauties finished massaging Zhou Hai, they left. At night, the 2 beauties came to Zhou Hai's room on their own initiative. Now, the 2 beauties had already made up their minds to sacrifice themselves, so after seeing Zhou Hai, they did not act too reserved. Zhou Hai had already thought about what would happen tonight. So, after these 2 beauties appeared, he hugged them both in his arms and spoke to them. After becoming my woman, your status in the castle will be improved. Both women nodded shyly. Zhou Hai didn't hesitate either. He put his arm around a woman and led them into the bedroom. Soon after, erotic scenes came from the bedroom. These days, Zhou Hai has been having a great time in the Doomsday Castle, changing his girlfriend almost every night. And these women are also willing to devote themselves, because they all know very well that as long as they can become Zhou Hai's women, their status in the castle will continue to improve. Half a year passed in this happy way. Soon, several girls became pregnant. After receiving such good news, Zhou Hai also knew that the population of the castle would multiply and his Doomsday Empire would slowly unfold. Now, he has become addicted to this life of luxury. In addition to a large number of beautiful women, Zhou Hai also obtained a large amount of gold. He distributed leaflets to get people to get gold from the Golden Mountains, which he would exchange for food and water. Therefore, a large amount of gold was obtained by Zhou Hai continuously. This gold can be exchanged for real wealth in the real world, and then exchanged for more supplies, which can then be taken to enjoy in the Doomsday. In this way, Zhou Hai enjoyed a happy life in the Doomsday world and experienced a different kind of pleasure. Not only are there many beautiful women around him, but he also has a mountain of wealth. Such a wonderful life is probably what everyone dreams of. After a while, Zhou Hai brought some well-digging workers into the Doomsday world. Let them use the well-drilling tools in their hands to pump up groundwater. In this way, the water problem can be completely solved. Because in the Doomsday world, no one has the ability to get tap water by digging wells. Zhou Hai's method is equivalent to fundamentally solving the problem of water use. After trying several locations, these people finally drilled a well. When they saw the well water gushing out, everyone cheered. Because this is the first well in the Doomsday world. No one could have imagined that groundwater could be obtained in this way. So, everyone seemed extremely excited. That's great. If that happens, our water problem will be completely solved and we won't have to worry about water sources anymore. Yes, we are lucky to be able to live in this castle. We don't have to rush for water anymore. Oh my God, I never thought that I could get an endless supply of water from underground. This is something I never dared to imagine. Each of these people showed a surprised expression. They had never known that there could be such a method to obtain water. Zhou Hai's way of obtaining water is completely different from others. If others monopolize a lake or a river, they could become the king of the mountain and the overlord of a region. However, Zhou Hai has no need to control rivers and lakes at all. Instead, he only needs a few wells to obtain water from underground in an endless supply. This is the difference between Zhou Hai and those Doomsday city lords. After having a water source, Zhou Hai also cleared out an area for soilless cultivation. Various plants and fruits are cultivated through soilless cultivation. Through this method, we can change the problem of lack of food in the Doomsday. After several years of development, the population in the area controlled by Zhou Hai increased, and food and water sources were all solved. As Zhou Hai's power continued to expand, he continued to annex the small Doomsday villages and towns around him, became a true overlord. In addition, Zhou Hai is constantly devouring and absorbing various monster crystal cores, continuously gaining various superpowers and combat capabilities. It also made him a terrifying Doomsday overlord. No one is his match. Thanks to Zhou Hai's efforts, he also gained a rare, peaceful life, with many wives and concubines, and enough food and clothing. Everything is moving in a good direction,